It's Saturday morning. It's what? 9:15 a.m. and it's a crappy day out here. Well, it's hard to tell, but it's cold and rainy. And I'm going to go in a few minutes and begin my playthrough of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas for PlayStation 2. First, I'm going to prepare by smoking this doobage. Getting the right mind frame for the game, right? And that rhymes. Oh. All right, so I streamed and beat GTA 3 and Vice City. So now it's time for San Andreas. I'm going to go for 100% completion. I'm going to try to do as much as at the beginning of the game. Whoop. I'm going to try to do as much as I can before. I'm not sure if it'll be the first or second mission. Can you do anything like cabs or whatnot before you attempt the, right at the start of the game? I can't remember. But either way, expect a lot of, the cab missions and all that, vigilante, ambulance, etc., whatever else it'll let me do. Wow, here comes the cold winds blowing through. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I thought I brought him out. I brought my roach clips. My clips. Oh well, whatever, right? Time is almost at hand to play this game. CJ! The Grove Street families and all that, right? Alright, I guess I'll butt the doobie out for now, and guess what? Light a cigarette. One of those stupid, ignorant things. Then I'll smoke the rest of that doobage. And it'll be time for the game. Brr, 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 brr. Too cold. Little birdie. Birdie, you probably can't see it. It's under the car over there. It's a little birdie. Crappy weather. I probably wouldn't be playing GTA if it was nicer out right now. Or no, I wouldn't be playing it so soon, right? Oh, I don't know. It's early though. Maybe the weather will improve, right? We can only hope. It's very cloudy. Nice white sky here. And blackness and silence, right? There you go. There's the rocks you all know and love. Kick 'em, kick rocks. Quiet time, right? No one's watching. Saturday, time to party. All right, party time, excellent. Sorry about the silence, whatever. Who cares? Ahead, right? I always forget to put timestamps in these, so oh well. Alright, I gotta go find that. Is it in this pocket? I put it in there. Nope, I didn't put them anywhere. Roach clip, where are you? What did I do now? Where are you? Oh, there they are. The old donkey door is what I call it. It's squeaking. It's like a donkey. The old donkey door. Brrr. Burning hard here. It's a going, it's a going. So I guess this is a longer intro than I intended. Especially for what? The first part here. Gotta pull that resiny bit out of the end here. Come on. It's hindering my enjoyment. Oh, I think I made it worse. There it is. That's a better. A little more airflow or whatnot. Smoke flow. A little more airflow, a little more smoke flow. Brr. I should have wore socks, I guess. Oh. Clink, 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 clink. Clinkety clink. There's a viewer. Sorry this video is boring at the moment. Or maybe the whole thing will be boring, but if you want some GTA San Andreas, I'll be playing it in about 5 minutes or so. I'm finishing up my dubage. Oh, I guess that wasn't the what you wanted to hear. It's only this much more, though. Is it burning? Oh, yeah. So it's pretty early. I'll probably play this game for like 3 hours, probably, maybe more. Possibly less, though, right? Squirrels chasing each other around a tree. Na, na, na. Alright, time to go play San Andreas. Let's see, gotta put the camera down. In the chair. All right. Got the sniffles. Close this stinking door. All right, I guess I'm about ready, almost. Gotta grab the Vice City case. It's still in the machine there. Plug this smellophone in. If I can reach it without falling over. Plunk. Okay. So I'm ready to go here. I've got the maps on my computer screen. There. This one requires 6 maps because it's so whatever, right? Let's see. Power the TV on. I'm gonna narrate this step by step. All right. Pop the game. Where is everything here? Vice City. It was fun playing you. Quite fun. Now it's time for San Andreas. Here we go. Let's popped it open. Can you find the PlayStation 2 amongst all that clutter or whatnot? Stretch. I guess I can scooch a little closer. Go gadget arm. Where's your go gadget arm when you need it? Power. Oops. Let's try that again. Well, it's actually on the correct thing here. See the whole beginning, startup. Hear that? Oh. The hiccups, excuse me. Time to hold my breath. Rockstar North presents a Rockstar North game. All right. That banging tune, huh? Guess we'll watch the opening, right? Looks like the Black Flag bars, but a little more wacky, huh? Even wackier. Oh, now they're getting crazy with them. Aeroplane. Hi there, viewer. You're just in time. Boy, howdy. Are you ever in for some fun? And a thumbs up already. You didn't even see anything. What did you thumb up? But thanks. I'll take it. I shouldn't complain, right? You can take it away if this, doesn't go the way you expected or whatnot, or you hate it. The skull needs to be in there. There it is. All right, time to start this bad boy off. Black screen. Almost time after some loading. Oh, now there's two. Hello, two people. Ding, ding. Boom. All right, Grove Street, home, or at least it used to be, or is that how it starts off?
After 5 years on the East Coast, it was time to go home. What's up? Carl is sweet. What's up, sweet? What you want? This mama. She's dead, bro.
So how long will I be able to play this before needing a cigarette and a smoke and all a smoke break, right?
Passenger, show us your hand. Stop. Get down on your knees. Now down on your stomach. Hey.
The bad cops, uh-oh. Here we go. Skinny CJ, gotta muscle him up,
That's
right?
my paper, man. That's money. This is drug money. My money, man. Hey, don't worry about it. I'll fill it out later. Welcome home, Carl. Glad to be back. You haven't forgotten about us, have you, boy? Hell no, Officer Tenpenny. I was just wondering what took y'all so long. Get in the car. Ease up, man. Damn. Watch your head. Ah. Oh, my bad. Get out of here, you greaseball bastard. Stupid Mexican. Oh, hey, sorry. My bag. Hey, man, my bag.
My what? I wasn't paying attention, really. All right, let me take control.
Where you been, Carl?
Soon.
I'm here to bury my mom. You know that. Yeah, I guess I do. So what else you got shaking, Carl? Nothing. I live in Liberty City now. I'm clean. Legit. Nah, you ain't never been clean, Carl. Well, what do we got here? This is a weapon, Officer Pulaski, that was used to gun down a police officer not 10 minutes ago. Officer Penderbeck. A fine man, I might add. You work fast, nigga. You know I just got off the plane. Well, that's a good thing we found you and retrieved the murder weapon. That ain't my gun. Don't bullshit me, Carl. Yeah, don't bullshit him, Carl. What the fuck you want from me this time? When we want you, we'll find you. In the meantime, try not to gun down any more officers of the law. Y'all can't leave me here. This baller's country. I thought you said you was innocent, Carl. Shoot on bang. Scar 58. See you around like a donut.
Ouch.
Officer Penderbury's down. We'll be right over. Yeah, man. Oh, shit. Here we go again. Worst place in the world. Rolling Heights baller country. Now, I ain't represented Grove Street in 5 years, but the ballers won't give a shit.
Bicycle, bicycle. Oh, really? That's how you move, Carl? Let's see. Let's fix up the display. Well, that's that. All right. I don't want to get on the bike yet. I want to do other stuff. Like gather up some weapons and see if I can do taxi missions yet. Uh-oh. I don't go there yet. Whoops. Well, let's get in the car. Turn the talk radio on. Whoops. There's my first murder. CSR. Where are they? WCTR. All right, what am I doing? Can I ride a do a cab thing yet? I gotta look at the map. I don't really remember where everything is. Get a armor. Let's sit here for a second. Maps. What do we got? Crucial role of endorsed clothing, and who can forget revisit the greatest moment. Tags. That's not happening right now. There he is. Is he gonna make it? Yes, he did. The hell kind of map? Horseshoes? Not yet. Who cares about a declaration of independence or jumps? Maybe. You have just seen one man score a point. I love this talk radio, isn't it? Hilarious. And there's 3 people and 2 thumbs up. Thanks, one and all. Let's see here. Unique jumps. Let's go to the phone. Where am I on the old map? Right there. Near the stadium. Let's zoom in on my map on the computer. There's a jump where am I in the circle? I'm right in this area. Let's see. Oh, and I can mark spots off. Yeah. Where's a good unique jump? See if they'll let me pull those off yet. Or nearby unique jump. Oh, it's right in the corner of this. Can leave a mark. Gotta love that. All right. Where's the jump? Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. Okay. Hey, let's take another call. Who's on the phone? Hello, caller. You're on with the tight end radio. Hey, I'm a big Olympics fan. I don't know. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing anyway. Whoop. This car probably isn't the best either, but whatever. I tell you, when I was a kid, baseball and killing communists. And I had a great childhood, really great, even if my uncle did come into my room that late at night. What? Wow, dark. What's this, the strip joint? Hey, your whole life revolving around in the taco shack.
Man, I totally identify with shallow heroes.
Isn't this what you wanted? This is exciting, isn't it?
I love the tallies, man, but you know, this year I'm telling you, they're gonna need the store.
Oh, let's go look for a different unique jump, I guess. That one I can't. Oh no.
They gotta start playing and trying to score something on the other team. I wish I had a wife so she could beat me. Here's what I say, man. If you want to be number one,
Stinking jumps, where are ya? Where are ye? Did up here. Oh, we'll find it. I'll try anyway, right? I'll try.
It's great stating the obvious, but once you get paid for it, things get really complicated. Man, I was in their training camp this spring, and the booze in the locker room, dude, I was getting paid for it. I mean, they were really.
Let's have a look here. Where are ya? Anything look like a... Oh, that, huh? We'll try. I don't know. With this crap mobile here.
I love your show, man. I love you. Yeah. What are you talking to you? Hey, that's really for simple stuff.
Get me out of here. What am I doing? Where's a good motorcycle when you need one? Let's pause it. Okay, let's see. I also ought to pull up the weapon map. And find some weapons and whatnot. Up here. Grenades, okay. Tech 9, 9mm, sawn off, all kinds of fun stuff. Some armor nearby, yeah. Think it's over here some. Hey, get out of here. He's tired already. Kind of like me. Oh yeah, you can do this. And sneak, stealth kill and stuff. Armor up. There are my stats. I don't think I can even go to the gym yet, right? Or can I? Alright, grenades, armor. Let's go and, there's a spray can, a Tech 9. Gonna look around here for a bit. Oh, should I drop down? Oop, I guess I am. Ow, can't do that too much. All right, what exactly, where are... Climbing, yeah. Where's the weapon? Where are you? No more first-person viewing with the right stick. Come on, give me my stuff. There's one. It's at the Tech. Armor again, that I don't need right now. Tech 9 armor, gun. Somewhere. Oh. Tech 9 armor. Where's that 9? I don't really care too much about it though, so let's move on. There should be some fun stuff up here. Spray paint, right? So spray paint. Right north should be some grenades. Give me those grenades. Somewhere around here. Oh, leave me alone. I don't have anything against you guys. Come on. Ow. I'm just trying to find grenades. Leave me alone. I think I like... Yeah, it's... Where is it? Do I have to start shooting you guys? Oh, I think I'm gonna kill you guys. I wasted some shots already. Where are those stinking grenades? I'm stuck. Come on. Now I need that armor.
You gonna stay away from me.
Where is my grenade? Grenades. Alright, let's look at the stupid map again here. Oh, I'm in the wrong... Or was I? It should be next to this house right in between these or something. Come on. Who has the grenades? Can I already look here? Alright, whatever. Whatever, I guess I should move on. Just screwing around here. MP5, that's more like it. Where is it? Somewhere over here in an upward area. Oh, I think I know where it is. I did actually play this a little and did almost this exact thing. I did find weapons and because I wanted to, you know, get the controls down a little, refamiliarize myself. But I can't remember. I didn't do much. I got busted and gave up. All right, I should be in a car, right? Not just on foot. Whoop. Oh, I should be finding armor and health and getting the hell out of here. Come on, give me a car, you stupids. Oh. Even your crappy one here. Oh, here come the police. No peace on his way. You don't care. Where is it?
It's not the real world. This is.
Well, I love to slow down. Sometimes more. But I have to agree, Europe is overrated. Eastern Europe was good for a few years after the wall came down, but even there, the police are too strict. Just can't let your hair down.
Up
there are
here.
far more unexplored pleasures to be had in the Far East. Next caller, you're on the Wild Traveler.
Hey, I'm listening to people on and on about traveling. You know how expensive.
Oh, there it is. Whoops, killing already. Let's see, flowers, who cares? MP5, another MP5, okay. Oh, I should be, yeah, I'll probably, for the hell of it, max out all my weapons, even the ones I don't use, the weaker ones or whatever. Whatever, let's see, for now though, MP5, more MP5. I'll max them out in reverse or something. Whoop. Whoop.
To disagree. I'm sure the summit of your aspirations in life is a cheerleader with big guns, but some of us think a little more exotically than this. Next caller, vamos, buenos dias and noches. If you don't smile, I won't deep. Honor! Sorry, got lost for a second. Speak.
Hey, I love this show. I'm a huge fan. I've been involved.
Red dot. What's it up on the old rooftop? Where is it? Do I gotta go in the building? I can't remember. I don't know. Isn't there another way up in the back, right? Yeah, I remember now.
People with computers in their databases. The police harassing you for doing nothing. I just hate showing up to some place to enjoy myself and people being forced from their homes by
Go away.
Life is great. Stop ruining it.
All right, around and around. Went the long way. Oh yeah. Hurt myself running up the stairs. Okay, I'm gonna die. I need health. There's the stairs. Oh, yeah. Any, this sucks. I feel stupid. I'm gonna get killed. Isn't there health somewhere? Come on. I didn't... Oh, really? I don't want to die already and lose all my stuff, whatever. More like, well, all that time wasted. Good. Now drive somewhere to some health, right? Stupid. No, where's the talk? I thought there's 2 talk radio stations. CSR. I guess only 1. Whatever. Whoops.
If I come back as a superhero, I want to be called.
Oh, stop.
The Marfa Talent.
I'm spacing out already here. CSR, isn't that the one I was listening to? No. WCTR is the only one, huh? Whatever. Whoops, that's not... alright, here I go.
The rare botanical wonder. See his 8-foot protrusion as he pollinates on everyone.
But why does it stink so bad?
It's about learning.
Where are the hearts and stuff? Come on.
You should try it.
The hospital.
Just see if anybody thinks of coming near.
Where am I? Can I buy that yet?
Okay, I'll try that. Thank you so much for the advice, buddy.
Oh, I'm here to help.
I'm allowed to buy stuff? Oh, did I?
It's a favorite show with
Lots of pausing and looking at the map, I know. Where am I here? Over there. 9mm. Where's the hearts, damn it? Where's the hospital? Or food place or something? I'm just gonna drive around, I guess.
Serial killers and stalkers. Lonely Hearts is next. Alter this salty
A
element.
cab. Let me see if they'll let me do taxi missions. Make some cash. So I can do whatever I want, pretty much. Alright, good. First I'm gonna get health. Why isn't the radio? Because I hit the button. Duh.
Do you want to tell us?
Alright, health, where are you?
Okay. Jenny on the line from Santa Maria. Hi, Jenny. How's your heart?
Broken. Broke my arm and killed my ribs.
What happened?
I married my daughter's sweetheart. Then all went wrong. It was because of drugs.
Driving around. Is that
Every day.
Stay with him, honey. After all,
oh, it's not open.
But he keeps threatening to kill me.
Jenny,
Why? How about this place? The chicken.
what about selfish bitch? I want to bring people together, not break them apart.
I can't go in.
It's a big lonely
Oh,
city.
soda. That'll help me. As long as those guys don't come and get me.
Hearts aren't
Sprunking it up. Yummy, yummy. Let me guess, I can't do this yet, right? Oh, I can. Maybe I'll do all of those, right? Oh, I better mark it off the map, though. Oof, I don't want to get confused. Where am I, though? Holy crap. Holy peps. I wish it would zoom in and out faster. Up here. Oops, I gotta get on the tag map. Where is it? Is it this one? This one? No. There it is. In the corner. All right, I found it. Oh, whoop. Come on. I've almost got it. This one. I need a different color, I think. We'll go with red. Alrighty.
In my career, would it help if I...
No, not radio off. Alright, I guess I can do some cab missions now.
That's very informative.
Come on.
You know, last night, I wondered what it would be like to be brain dead. Then I watched my friend Remember, a heart can mend, but it doesn't last forever. Unless you mix your liver down. Hello?
Oh. Where the hell are you going? Up far, pretty far. So much for that tip bar. Whoop. No tip. $14 big ones.
Good grief, that's not the way Lonely Hearts works at all. Is anyone here suffering? I want pain, misery, desolation.
Come on, get in.
Important things.
Hi, this is Kayla. I'm a stalker.
Drive, bitch. Beautiful. Tell everyone about it.
My man, well, I called him that.
Down and around and such. Oh, that was you. How dare you?
I sent a card to him in an envelope. He liked it so much, I told him I see it in the newspaper. Then I burned down his place of business, and now I have a special surprise for him.
You have a great week. Isn't it really beautiful? That's all we have time for. If your heart is lonely, listen to other losers, and you won't be lonely anymore. You'll want to spend the rest of your
Yeah,
life
speed bonus. Whoop-de-doo.
which is progress after all.
408.
I hope you enjoyed Lonely Hearts. It's always fun to laugh at other people's misery, isn't it?
If you crave news, WCTR, West Coast Talk Radio.
Mikey, where are you? Hi, you can't see me.
Whoops, I might be going the wrong way. Oh, maybe not. It's way far away. Doesn't really matter at this point.
Oh, Mikey, stop drawing pentagrams on all the doors.
It's the fancy game of Sweden country, the Cavern of Sorrow. Learn about our exciting history and have fun, too.
I'm a holy warrior on a quest. I'll kill you if you don't believe like I do. You can't beat me, stupid. I'm invisible.
Yeah, tearing it up.
Classes, dumbass. Rod said the wizard gave them to me. Remember our adventure at Gash Canyon?
Gather ye friends and embark on historical adventures.
I'll cut your head off with my sword. Oh, no, you won't. I have a metal neck given to me by Gorath the Backdog. I got him when we traveled to the nether regions of Gorthbeth. There I had 8 wives, 47 kids, and other concerns.
Ammunition.
It's not just a game. It's a secret society of special friends. Will you find the Cabin of Sorrow, or will it find you? The Cabin of Sorrow.
If you love to hear liberals whine and circus lectures, then stay
464.
Future of America, written again, this time in English. I'm Dr. Phillips.
And I'm also Dr. Phillips. Today on the show, do cave paintings and museums make us violent?
The anti-police movement.
Oh, there goes. Oh, come on.
Army charged to make about test tube babies and actually talk to one.
I have flashbacks. You know, it's hysterics in playing class. You know what it's like growing up in a beaker?
That's all today on I Say You Say. We show last names, but that's about it. I'm Peyton, that's my wife Mary, and this is I Say You Say, where left is right and right is
Or where east meets west, and the west always wins. That wall came down, darling.
yes, unfortunately it did. I don't know if you saw today's news, so who is in the right in this great dialectical disaster? Is it, as I think, because I'm sure right? A group of a man in their natural jumpsuits, or
Whoop, whoop.
or Miguel, crush the weak and starve the poor.
Bonk. Speed bonus, even though my speed bonus, not tip or whatever. I got it.
That's the problem with liberals. They don't know when to shut up and enjoy freedom. Let's go to the phones.
Yeah, hi. Here's the deal. I'm really funny. Nobody
Come on,
wants to
I ain't got
hire
time to
somebody
wait.
funny. I mean, how is that fair? I mean, I'm white, middle class, very erudite. Whatever that means. But people just respond badly to me. I don't understand it.
Are you related to my husband? You tried something?
5 in a row bonus.
I hope not. If you have a question about politics,
Where are you?
I know a lot about politics.
Back.
Hey, can I do your job? I used to be on the radio back in the day.
Even my husband can't do his job, you strange, pathetic little sap.
Right there, really?
Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm a
Weird.
caller to the show.
Come on.
I wanted to know what you guys thought about the proposition to ban smoking.
Well, this is a simple issue. Smoking. Democracy at work again in our state. Seems like a good thing when you first look at it, but democracy only works when you agree with it. Then it's best to favor a
How far?
totalitarian state. I'm not sure about this one.
I think smoking is invasive in my body, and I've always wanted to treat people. I'm right behind the proposition.
Me too. Thanks, Michelle.
I also wanted to say hi to my stepbrother Phil, who's been undergoing a hair transplant today. Hey Phil, if you're listening, I hope it sticks this time. I won't tell anyone you've got plugs, honey. I'm really proud of you.
Where? Oh, whatever.
Shout-outs for the rap station.
that's offensive. And I'm really offended.
Where the hell? They're in the middle. On the long way.
Gotcha. Yes, good point. But remember, our founding fathers moved to that book. Relax them with the expressed mistakes of genocide, witch burning.
The hospital.
Taxes, smokers pay
$14. What a
My
ripoff.
grandfather smoked his whole life. He lived until he was 32. So what I'm saying is, why can't we encourage more smoking and use the money to pay for better health care and some cultural programs, bringing expressive dance and back to the inner cities?
Learning about the inner city.
Oh, I see you now.
And this bully picking is going to ruin your chances of getting anywhere with me tonight. The thing is, smoking is good because it lets people make a lot of money, but so is selectively culling the population. So what I'm proposing is a change in the proposition. Let people smoke, but make cigarettes much cheaper and force everyone to smoke. That way, we weed out the weak, make a lot of money in tax, and keep our national heritage intact.
Line 2, you're on I Say You Say.
Every time you show, really made me think about the world a whole new way. I moved out of the city because it sucks. Now I live in a compound surrounded by barbed wire.
$5. What a joke.
I recognize all my land. I just want to say thank you. That's some quality broadcasting.
Yeah, thanks. That makes me feel a lot better about myself. Have you got a question?
Yeah, I got corpses from 15 illegal immigrants in my yard. I killed them all myself with my bare hands. Can I get a tax break for all this unpaid work?
Good question. I would certainly hope so. Ask your accountant if you can register them as dependents. Then hide most of your net worth offshore. A complex money laundering system designed to support the drugs trade. Then you can pay virtually no taxes. And
Lamb.
how wealthy you think the whole country is, knowing you're doing as little as possible to help.
Cool, thanks. That's good advice.
I'm appalled at you, Mary Phillips. Because that man has a garden full of corpses, and you're talking about money laundering.
Yes, it's a great opportunity for some profit-centric thinking.
You missed a wonderful opportunity to talk about recycling and organ donation.
Oh, God, give me strength. I married a fool.
I married a
You know, when we first met, Peyton, I thought you were so glamorous with your long hair and big ideas. You were studying for a PhD in cultural ceramic history or cross-cultural underwear or something, and I was very young. Very foolish. Now I see you for what you are.
And what's that exactly?
An intellectual cesspit. A middle-class disaster. A trick wrapped in neuroses and completely unable to function in this society. No wonder I forgot to sleep around.
And on that note, we have to go visit our marriage therapist. It was a conniving bitch and wouldn't write me any more prescriptions for painkillers.
Oh, where are we? I think I bypassed the road that I should have taken. No, I guess not. Whatever.
Right, together, country can really get going.
Straight off a cliff. We'll see you next time. Boy, I can't imagine what those guys are like in the bedroom, but I'm sure it's a bit like the Bay of Pigs. That was I Say You Say.
At home, at work, or in rehab, listen to WCTR.
Up next, it's Area 53 and Marvin Trill, broadcasting live from his trailer in the desert.
24 bucks. This is not the most profitable, is it? I've got $1,000 though.
I'm Marvin Trill. This is Area 53. Hello, you're on the line.
Yeah, hi. I'm a truck driver and listen to your show all the time. I see a lot of unexplained phenomena out there.
Whoop.
I agree with you about the phone. We never landed on the phone. It's such a good
Sorry, didn't mean to take you on this stupid loop there, bud. Oh, driving skill went up, yeah. They're far away. Oh, so far away. Don't flee in terror, please. Grenades are over there in that motel area. There it is. How convenient. Yeah, $1,000, double my money now. Just doubled it.
How do you feel about that? Do it. Hello, Julie from Liberty City. You're on the line.
A cowboy ghost has been haunting my house.
I want you to take off your gloves, stand at the window, and stare for hours each night. Lure. Traveling spirits is dangerous, especially tugs. Take lots of photographs. All right, who's got a theory for me? Next.
Whoop.
If people please just attempt to make sense, that's all I'm asking. Last night, as I was laying in my car meditating, and it occurred to me, why are you even listening to me? Turn off all electrical devices, including your radio. Hector and San Garcia, why are you still listening? What's your business? God, that is true. Now think about the things we talked about. Think seriously. Think. We see you next time in Area 53. Be careful out there, wherever.
Stadium.
That was Area 53.
$47. Yeah.
Find your daughter's friends attractive, but no, they look at you as just a dad. Does the typing pool at work think of you more as a teddy bear than a tiger? Do you whack
Come on.
while listening to Teen Pop? You know, you'll be dead soon.
I'm in a bad place here.
It's not too late to make a change. At the Midlife Crisis Center, we know you've made a success of yourself. Why are you sharing it with others? Why not enjoy it while you have the chance?
Where are you?
What's holding you back? Cowardice. We'll get you to the other side of your despair. We specialize in
Get in,
safe divorce
quick,
attorneys,
before these guys come at me.
surgery, hair coloring and replacement, male fur coats, and much more. With a designer clothing store and sports car dealership on site, the Midlife Crisis Center will help you discover life while you still can. Come with your wife, leave with a sports car. While you've made a success of yourself, her chest has gone south. How can you have that trollop on your arm for a second longer? The answer is you can't. Ignore your children. Take yourself seriously.
Where is it?
Visit the Midlife Crisis Center today.
Next up on WCTR, the news. We try to make it interesting, not depressing. This is Leanne Forget, WCTR News. Foreigners are coming. Who are they, and why should we care? The FDA warns shampoo is killing your unborn child. Plus, protests continue outside the Zebra Bar Candy Company. Now for traffic and transit with Richard Burns.
That's right, Leanne. I'm Richard Burns. The aftermath of the devastating earthquake continues. Travel is still severely restricted statewide. Officials say there are still no reported casualties, which is truly unfortunate as it makes for incredibly boring news. The federal government is still refusing aid to help rebuild bridges, and everyone is blaming each other. The governor is threatening to bomb Australia, despite scientific proof it wasn't their fault. Richard Burns, WCTR.
Police say gang trouble is on the rise again, especially in Los Santos. Sources believe it is linked to the rising drugs trade, while others blame the fascist pigs. Also in gang news, customs officials report a
fascist
huge influx of
pigs.
Russian mobsters and cheap weapons since the fall of the wall. The governor's office said everything is okay. In Bollywood news, rapper Mad Dog was celebrating the launch of his new clothing line. Richard caught up with him.
The thing about Mad Dog is, think about becoming a superstar. And you know, I've done everything I do in the rap game. One shit hands down. Nobody can handle me, you know? Lifetime champ, no shit. Say shit. Oh, hey man, that's cool. Ain't no shit. Oh, I got clothes. I got labels coming out, you know what I'm saying?
Take that.
I got shoes, ties, rims. I'm thinking, you know, next day should be a full-on superstar, you know? Get to wear tight suit, nail a lot of tail. Say, make sure nobody put me like, gotta give me a drink, nobody. No.
What a troubled man. Sounds like he should lay off the sauce. Also today, a Tourette's theater group banned from the park, unless they take up mine. And finally, in foreign news, a suspected U.S. agent was caught in Panama selling weaponry to right-wing guerrillas, causing a major impact.
Oh, come on.
Gloss over the implications and hope you enjoy some sporting activity tonight. The State Department is advising against foreign travel. This was Leanne Forget, WCTR News. Let's be careful out there.
Zebra Bar, get the fever. I was always much, but I wanted to snack on something else. The front is white.
$10.
It's dark and naughty.
Or to get a 1,500 bonus or something, right?
Try first. Zebra Bar. It satisfies your exotic cravings, whatever they are. Put it in your mouth.
Up next on WCTR, it's the Man Coaches Hate. It's Derek Thackeray in the tight end zone. Brought to you by Aaron's Punk Up Shoes, because women love a winner, and winners wear shoes.
Start with an Screw it, yeah, I got it's plenty of Welcome back to the tight end zone. Now it's time for something really important. Fat men talking about things they don't really understand, played by people they don't know. I'm your host, Derek Thackeray. What a crazy year it's been. Let's talk. Drug scandals involving preschool soccer moms. And the national finals, rich and popular people are fighting it out. Pay attention. The country is in order. And most importantly, sports, where we talk to a fitness expert about the crucial role.
$70 and a 1,500 bonus. Yeah.
Here he comes. He's in the shadows. There he is. Is he going to make it? Yes, he did. Ladies and gentlemen,
Come on.
what you have just witnessed is the biggest moment in world history.
Oh.
Who cares about a Declaration of Independence or the discovery of penicillin? You have just seen one man score a point. When the rest of the world discovers TV, they'll be able to see this. Wow, isn't that amazing? He did what he was paid to do.
We live sports. Governor Lonely Clips talk about it. Stay tight and let's go to the vote. Yeah, the wall. First time caller.
Right down the middle.
But I will kick your ass.
Whoops, the wrong killed my momentum.
Yeah, the wall. I don't care who's sleeping with who on the team. Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. Okay, hey, let's take another call. Who's on the phone? Hello, caller. You're on with the tight end radio.
Way up here.
Always have been since day one. Been to every one. Me too. I love the games, especially the luge. I'm married, so sliding down an icy tunnel of doom at high speed makes sense. Yeah, I know about turgid action myself. I mean, they gotta be kidding me. What is running been an Olympic sport? Running ain't a sport. No big deal to you. Anyone can run. My ex-wife made me an athlete. I ran my dog with a red baron fluid. I tell you, when I was a kid, there were only 3 sports that mattered: disco, baseball, and killing communists. And I had a great childhood, really great, even if my uncle did come into my room that
Oh my god.
Wait, look, who's on the line? Who got a job? Don't stand on the line. Tough times, huh? Hey, your whole life revolving around rich men playing poorly.
Oh, where is this?
I love the Cali fam, but you know, this year, I'm telling you, they're going to need to score some points and get some yardage and win the game.
Yeah, if they don't, they'll be beating their wives with good reason. Hey, they got to start playing to win, trying to score some on the other team.
Oh, I don't know. I'm feeling bad. Oh, I got a lot of time to do this one.
I know. Hey, I mean, it's great stating the obvious, but once you get paid for it...
Where the hell is this? Way over there. Okay.
Complicated.
Man, I was at their training camp this spring, and the mood in the locker room, dude, guys were getting in shape. I mean, they were really getting prepared. Shoes were going on, shirts were going on, the shirt part of their body.
The shirt part.
On them, and you could tell that they were going to play this game.
Bottom line is, if they don't score more points than the other team, you can't win.
Yeah. God, you have some spooky insight into sports. I love the show, man. I love you.
Yeah, great talking to you. Excuse me. Hey, that's really perceptive stuff. You know, we made a petition to state to install a urinal trough in front of each row of seats. Now, it's so inconvenient having to leave your seat, make everyone stand down.
Here you go, way over here.
We can barely walk anyway, all right? So we'll be handing out petitions that say support the team. Don't leave the game, pee at your seat. Go into the phone.
I'm a big fight fan. Love a bit of a porn show. Taking my wife and children out taking you to shelter. I'm drinking the junk.
Pretty far.
I always do love a hit thing. So I've gotten in the box. I'll call that fight between blue goals and Jets.
Well, there's one thing that boxing always remember. You know, one man wins, the other goes home a loser. Because in boxing, unlike most sports, grappling works downwards. Hey, Derek Thackeray, don't shit on no one. But this seat, and I should do not really on it, so stay out of the way.
What?
That ain't real, is it?
Of course not. Hey, how could anything professional be fake? Hey, there's too much money at stake for one thing. I mean, this guy's got too much to lose. I mean, why is the guy going to take a dive for a few extra million when he could earn that over a number of years getting his brain turned to the pulp? Be serious for a minute. The clock is counting down again. It's time for Derek to hit the locker room and celebrate in the shower. We'll see you next time.
Whoops. They didn't like that. They'll get over it. Oh, my car is trashed.
And this is WCTR, proving that radio is better than TV. That's the show men with large guts love.
The news and all the other things that really matter to you. Like sensationalist bullshit.
Whoops.
And like most castles, there's always the worrisome, less fortunate trying to storm the gates. No longer. An executive intruder extermination service will ensure that you'll live in a fortress and live your life worry-free.
With my vindictive and backstabbing personality, I always knew I'd be successful, but there's a price to pay. Money gives me freedom. Freedom to be scared of things that normal people don't have to worry about. When it comes to people trying to get a buck off me or come knocking, I turn to outside help.
Your home will be surrounded by only the best security equipment. Razor double guns, landmines, night vision, and motion sensors. And if a stranger or unwanted relative should make it inside, all of
Oh, wrong thing.
But what about when my children need to go to school.
Your children will be equipped with bulletproof vests, and even if they attend public school, stun guns and mace. When you're successful, nobody wants to be bothered.
I'll slaughter anyone who even thinks of harming my family with Executive Intruder Extermination Service. They do it for me.
Call today for your free home demonstration. The world is a dangerous
Where?
place. For you, it doesn't have to be.
If you're into exploring exotic places and forbidden fruit, stay tuned. It's the Wild Traveler. Next.
Support for the Wild Traveler is brought to you by the Ultimate Disc in the Dark Association of America, who encourages you to get out and play hard. Hello, I'm James the Beast, the World Traveler, and this is the Wild Traveler. We're discussing the world and all of its many pleasures. Let me put it like this. Why have a hot dog from an uncaring vendor by the mountain who can attend a beer-guzzling marathon in Germany with enormous men who taste wonderful German's wurst? The world is full of edible things, and you can discover them for yourself. Come along, I'll take you there. It was dusk, and the sun bled red in the city of Thailand as Chen brought me a sparkling water. A delicate, handsome, lovely uncle. The war is folly, and we can only unite by visiting these epochs of culture, when a man can beat himself, smoke cigarettes,
Hospital.
we mustn't force our way in culture upon other people's, rather leave it in.
Oh,
Maybe Hemingway was right about love. Maybe Freud was. We're all fighting inside to let a wild creature mate in the rain. I travel, therefore I am. This is a show that
What the
embraces
hell?
culture from around the world. Let's take our first caller. Hello.
Yeah, I totally agree with you about Australia. And you're right, the moon is
wow, there's something going on.
Oh, yes, fantastic.
Come on, get around the corner.
This is exciting. Rails are great. Lord. Bolivia's not bad either. Or Peru. You'll be surprised to find out how the party never stops.
how's the food?
Well, a lighter is the most you need to cook up food. But there's scarcely time to eat, my boy. You'll meet fascinating people, feel so comfortable, you'll rip your clothes off and howl for days.
Way over there. Come on, give me a break.
Calling from Kansas City. This is such a great country. Why would you go anywhere else? It's unpatriotic to travel. I mean, I got war, famine, depression, and pollution right here on my doorstep. And parents, don't let kids go a rail after college. They'll come back with ludicrous misconceptions about healthcare, charity, and civilization. Europe is not the real world. This is.
You know, I love to swim about in a big hostel. Computer showers as much as the next one. But I have to agree, Europe is overrated. Eastern Europe was good for a few years after the war came down, but even there the police are too strict. Just can't let your hair down. There are far more unexplored pleasures to be had in the Far East. Next caller, you're on the Wild Traveler.
Hey, I feel like we could go on and on about travel. You know how expensive it is to fly to Asia?
On the pier, rather. The end of it, no less.
Chicago, like, oh, coming here to set up fine families and run numbers.
Oops, that's not the way.
States there. They have less culture there than the content of my toilet bowl. Rainforest, schmainforest. And Mexico, I wanted to be that close to my ancient ancestors.
Sorry.
I'd be dating my mother-in-law instead of my wife's best friend.
We can fight like beasts or agree to disagree. I'm sure the summit of your aspirations in life is a cheerleader with fake guns, but some of us think a little more exotically than this. Next caller,
Oh,
vamos, buenos dias and noches. If you don't smile, I won't eat. Sorry, got lost for a second. Speak.
Hey, I love this show. I'm a huge fan. I visit all the places you recommended, and in a lot of them, they're still talking about you. I even saw posters of you in the customs booth at the airport in the Philippines. You rock!
No doubt, I love the Miller. It's a great time.
That show you did last week. What was the name of that spiritual center in Bangkok?
43 and $2,000.
Very spiritual. You will find me at peace.
Awesome! I can't wait.
30 to go, right?
Yes,
Exciting.
you love to travel. Get away from
Just get out of here. Just don't hit
people,
anything.
computers and their databases. The police harassing them for doing nothing. I just hate showing up to some place to enjoy myself and people being forced from their homes by war or famine or whatever. Life is great. Stop ruining it. Let's hold up.
Hey, the FBI wants to talk to me about a perfectly innocent question on vacation. Of course! I had no idea what being taken. I mean, perfect. I was teaching him how to swim.
I have a lot of experience with this. I want you to stop for a moment and
Whoops.
read my travel journal. Then give it to picture, paste pictures, notes. Sometimes people object to the big picture. A few pennies of the local currency that they will fall. Recognizing that I believe is fair enough. They need the money and I need the company. Besides which, it is the oldest profession. What? Oh, time for me to head south again. I'm James Batiscan. This has been
This is WCTR, committed to bringing you shows like The Wild Traveler, the show that takes you around the world and abandons you at the airport.
The news and all the other things that really matter to you, like people dying,
On fire, bodies everywhere.
and explosions.
Hanging from the tree. This accident is really cool.
WCTR.
Have you heard the #1 gardening show in San Andreas? If not, here's what you're missing.
Well, why don't you just go buy your vegetables at the grocery store then, you sycophant? God, I just don't understand.
You said it now.
Well, screw you too, Mom. See if you're ever on the show again.
42 bucks.
What's that plant that grows every 12 years? It looks so high and smells like hell. I want to plant one on my ex-wife's lawn.
It's called amorphophallus titanium. God, I love to say that. Amorphophallus titanium.
My place home.
If I come back as a superhero, I want to be called that. It's amorphophallus titanium, the rare botanical wonder. See his 8-foot protrusion. Now he pollinates on everyone.
But why does it stink so bad?
It's about marking your territory, baby. You don't work your territory, do you? You should try it. Pee on the front door of your office. Just see if anybody thinks of coming near you.
Okay, I will try that. Thank you so much for your advice, Marie.
Oh, I'm here to help, sailor.
Gardening with Maurice, only on WCTR.
Opinions are free,
Whoops.
which is why we're here.
What?
News and talk that our sponsors agree on.
Whatever. Let's go the right way, I guess.
Hang on, watch. No hands. Oh, you hit me. What happened? I just lost control of my bike and crashed. Only skinned my knee a little bit. Nothing too bad.
Jesus H. Christ, my little baby! That's it. No more bike riding for you. Not today. Not ever.
Mom, it doesn't hurt too bad. I love my bike. I just felt it happened.
That's it. I'm getting you a car.
Wow, cool.
I did not bring you into this world in order for you to be exposed to anything dangerous. I lost my figure for you. I ruined your father's life with my nagging. I will not see you die on some outdated contraption. I won't. I won't. I won't. I will protect you in any way I can. It's a mother's duty. I love you, Mom. Well, you need a car. We'll remortgage the house. We'll do whatever it takes. I want you safe. I want better protection than an overpowered sport. You can drive when first experimenting with drinking and drugs.
At the end of the beach or something.
The teenage years can be difficult and dangerous. Don't make them deadly. Don't let your teenager ride a bicycle. Be a mother, not a murderer. This is a
Let's make a... Oh, yeah. Where is it? Right there, derp.
It's a favorite show with serial killers and stalkers. Lonely Hearts is next.
All through the sultry anonymity of night and some of the day, you're on Lonely Hearts and WCTR, West Coast Talk Radio. Or as I like to call it, we can't talk right. I love you all. I'm your host, Christy McIntyre. Let's go to the phones.
I love your show.
Aw, thanks. Do you want to tell us about it? Okay. Jenny, I'm live from San Andreas.
Whoops. Look for a fare, derp. I just started driving off.
What happened?
I married my brother's sweetheart, and all went wrong. He's become a drunk, and he has a substance problem too. And now he beats me every day.
Stay with me, honey. After all, we're eating the
Why did you threaten to tell me?
Jenny, do you know that he's homewrecker?
No.
What about selfish bitch?
Take
I want to bring
that.
people together, not break them apart. Who's on the phones? It's a big, lonely state out there.
Good mom, Mary. I'm watching you right now in the shower.
Notice how many lonely hearts are lunatics? You wonder why, or perhaps not. Brian from Las Venturas.
Hey, dude, I use Brian's songs a lot. Sure, don't want to talk about car.
Why did man just repeat back what you say and never listen? Are you brain dead, Brian?
Actually, it's ironic you say that. It's my wife's been brain dead for years.
Oh, so sorry.
Where the
Seems all
oh, I was all wrong about where I thought it was.
would it help if I slept with you?
Probably not, dude. No, she wouldn't even notice. I get away with it all the time. Even after I did it with her sister. Actually, our relationship is better than ever. The passion's amazing. It's worth it. The person you know, she's back to the way she was before the accident. Now, I told her to come on like a film. It's fantastic.
That's very informative. You know, last night I wondered what it would be like to be brain dead. Then I watched my 5 minutes. I went to live in my house. Remember, a heart can mend, but a divorce lasts forever. Unless it makes you regret. Hello?
Whoops. Bad moves. So how do I get in there? $39. All right, where? Just get out of here, right?
Good grief, that's not the way lonely hearts works at all. You want to hear suffering? I want pain, misery, desolation, all the important things.
Hi.
Oh, stupid wall.
Beautiful. Tell everyone about it.
My man, well, I call him that, even though he's broken off all contact and he's married to someone else. I killed him down and sent a card to him in an envelope. He liked it so much, he told me to leave and even the newspaper. Then I burned down his place of business, and now I have a special surprise for you.
Ah, you have a great week. Isn't that really beautiful? That's all we have time for. If your heart is lonely, listen to other losers and you won't be lonely anymore. You'll want to spend the rest of your life in isolation, away from people, which is progress after all. Until next time.
Look out! I hope you enjoyed Lonely Hearts. It's always fun to laugh at other people's miseries.
Talk is cheap.
Am I going the right way? I don't know.
Rich angry people complaining. WCTR.
If you love to hear liberals whine and conservatives lecture, then stay tuned for I Say You Say.
The future of America threatened again. This time we need it. I'm Dr. Phillips.
And I'm also Dr. Phillips. Today on the show, do cave paintings in museums make us violent?
The anti-beef movement. Both Hitler and Mussolini were vegetarians.
And we take on the highly charged debate about test tube babies and actually talk to one.
I have flashbacks. You went to hysterics in science class. Do you know what it's like growing up in a beaker?
2,500. I need to fix this thing soon, huh?
I'm Peyton. That's my wife.
Huh?
And this is I Say You Say. Where left is right, and right is...
Or where east meets west, and the west always wins. That wall came down, darling.
Yes, unfortunately it did. I don't know if you saw today's news. So who is in the right in this great...
A hospital right there. No, that's not it. Not too far, I think, right?
Or kill or be killed, crush the weak, and starve the poor. You decide, or let us decide for you. Give us a call, and my wife, or me, for in quickness and apology.
That's the problem with the liberals. They don't know when to shut up and enjoy freedom. Let's go to the phones.
Yeah, hi. Here's the deal. I'm really funny. Nobody wants to hire somebody funny. But how is that fair? I'm white, middle class, very erudite, whatever that means.
It's already starting to repeat. The talk radio there, alrighty.
hope not. Have you got a question about all this?
Yeah, sure. You know a lot about politics. Hey, can I do your job? You know, I used to be on the radio.
Even my husband can't do his job. He's strange, pathetic little sap. Let's have a real caller, please.
Hi, my name's Michelle. I'm a first-time caller to the show. I wanted to know what you guys thought about the proposition for ban smoking.
Well, this is a sick condition.
Where?
Smoking. Democracy at work again in our state. Seems like a good thing when you first look at it, but democracy only works when you agree with it. Then it's best to favor a totalitarian state. I'm not sure about this one.
I think smoking is an invasion.
Getting that driving skill up. Oh, and look at that.
Me too. Thanks, Michelle.
I also wanted to say hi to my stepbrother Phil, who's undergoing a hair transplant today.
Rolled right over him though.
Phil, if you're listening, I hope it's safe this time. I won't tell anyone.
Where's the closest? Whatever, I don't know.
I'm really proud of you.
This one, yeah, this way.
It's called a rap station.
That's offensive. And I'm really offended by what you're saying. I'm smoking. This used to be a free country. Ah, sick. Yes, good point. But remember, our founding fathers grew tobacco.
Feel hungry, oh my god.
And you're so against raising taxes on smokers, pay more taxes than anyone. My
Am I gonna die?
grandfather.
I want to make more money getting out of the cab. Oh, there we go. Mission over, I guess. Whatever. I don't know what I did wrong. I messed up. I better go eat though, right? They said so. Whatever. Give me your car, gangsta.
I need that shit you drive.
I can't use the barber shop. Where's the food? Oh, I guess I can. Oh, what? I guess they didn't care that much. Now what? Food, right? Where's the food? The soda count? I just went the same way. Whatever. Where's that? There.
Intriguing. I'd like to meet her.
It doesn't look like I'm losing health, you liars. Make me waste dollars. Right here.
Look, it's good for the economy to live in constant fear. I mean, the
Oh boy, oh, isn't there other crap around here?
I want you to take off your gloves, stand at the window, stand there for hours each night. Mood. Traveling among spirits is dangerous, especially topless. Take lots of photographs. All right, who's got a theory for me? Next.
When are you guys gonna start seeing the bigger picture? You're being lied to, man. You guys like you don't know, but you know you're virtually killing them. So you know what I'm talking about.
Just attempt to make sense. That's all I'm asking. Last night, as I was laying in my pod meditating.
What am I doing now?
Are you even listening to me? Turn off all electrical devices, including your radio.
Find another cab. Where are you? I need cab. Hey, thanks. It's the better cab. How many more? 27, so I got 23 to go. I'm gonna go buy that property as soon as I have the money anyway.
Candy folks. We'll see you next time in Area 53. Be careful out there, wherever.
That was Area 53.
What are you doing over there, weirdo? Ever heard of a sidewalk? Come on.
The name Cologne stems from the Roman Empress Agrippina. You'd sleep with anyone. I know. I do. And I'll sleep with you too. God, I love myself. I smell great.
Oh, am I stuck in here?
Next up
Nope.
on WCTR, the news. We try to make it interesting, not depressing. This is Leanne Forget, WCTR News. Foreigners are coming. Who are they and why should we care? The FDA warns shampoo is killing your unborn child. Plus, protests continue outside.
Oh, come on.
Now for traffic and transit with Richard.
I went the wrong way. Made it way more complicated.
Travel is still severely restricted statewide. Officials say there are still no reported casualties, which is truly unfortunate as it makes for incredibly boring news. The federal government is still refusing aid to help rebuild bridges, and everyone is blaming each other. Governors threatening to bomb Australia, despite scientific proof it wasn't their fault. Richard Burns, WCTR.
Police say gang trouble is on the rise again, especially in Los Santos. Sources believe it is linked to the rising drugs trade, while others blame the fascist pigs. Also in gang news, customs officials report a huge influx of Russian mobsters and cheap weapons since the fall of the wall. The governor's office said everything is okay. In Vinewood news, rapper Mad Dog was celebrating the launch of his new clothing line. Richard caught up with him.
Thing about Mad Dog is, think about becoming a superstar. Hey, you know, I've done everything I can do in a rap game. My shit hands down. Nobody can catch me. Lifetime champ, no shit. I say shit. Oh, hey man, that's cool. That's cool. Hey, no shit. I got clothes. I got labels coming out. You know what I'm saying? I got good drinks. I got shoes.
Yeah.
Think you know, next stage should be a club superstar.
Oh, my bad. Whatever.
What a troubled man. Sounds like he should lay off the sauce. Also today, a Tourette's theater group banned from the park unless they take up mine. And finally, in foreign news, a suspected U.S. agent was caught in Panama selling weaponry to right-wing guerrillas, causing a major incident. But we plan mostly to gloss over the implications and hope you enjoy some sporting activity tonight. The State Department is advising against foreign travel. This was Leanne Forget, WCTR News. Let's be careful out there.
All the news the government wants you to hear. WCTR. In the game of checkers in life, sometimes you make the wrong move and get jumped. If you make the wrong move and need money fast, we're here to capitalize on that. Some people are destined to make the wrong move.
Well-stacked pizza.
It's all right. One possessions in life's treasures if you can't cash them in during a self-imposed crisis. And Amigo Brokerage and Pawn will secure the funds you need for any collateral items you can get your hands on. Just bring in your stock, jewelry, electronics, munitions, ducks, automobiles, power tools, home movies, children, exercise equipment, pets, coin collection. Or your spleen, liver, or kidney will give you cash on the spot. After all, some habits are expensive. We don't need proof of ownership. We're about the most basic exchange. You goods for money. We'll buy anything, including your dignity. Amigo Brokerage and Pawn.
Up next on WCTR, it's the Man Coaches Hate. It's Derek Thackeray in the title.
That was pretty bad all around there.
Women love a winner, and winners wear shoes.
Welcome back to the Titan Zone. Now it's time for something really important.
Get out of here.
Talking about games they don't really understand, played by people they don't know. I'm your
Still a fire going on.
What a crazy year it's been. Let's recap. Drug scandals involving preschool soccer moms. And international finals, rich and popular people are fighting it out. Pay attention. The country is in
Whoop.
and most importantly, sports, where we talk to a fitness expert about the
Get out of here, cop. Leave me alone. I'm just an innocent cab driver.
Here he comes. He's in the shadows. There he is. Is he going to make it? Yes, he did. Ladies and gentlemen, what you have just witnessed is the biggest moment in world history. Who cares about a Declaration of Independence or discovery of penicillin? You have just seen one man score a point. When the rest of the world discovers TV, you'll be able to see this. Wow, isn't that amazing? He did what he was paid to do.
We love sports. Having a roll, let's talk about it. Stay tight. Let's go to the floor.
Yeah, hello! My name's Susan, and I'm a Wolves fan. First time caller.
I'm so proud.
But I will kick your ass.
Might as well fix it up while I'm here.
Okay. The Wolves, that's a team playing sports as if they cared.
Yeah, the Wolves! I don't care who's sleeping with who on the team.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. Okay. Hey, let's take another call.
The stupid pier.
Cell phone. Hello, caller. You're on with the tight end of radio.
Hey, I'm a big Olympics fan. Always have been. Since day one. Been to every one.
Me too. I love the games, especially the luge.
Oh, whatever.
So, sliding down an ice sheet.
Deja vu.
Speed makes sense.
Yeah, I know about frigid action myself. I mean, they gotta be kidding me. Running been an Olympic sport.
Whatever.
Running ain't a sport. Don't make me puke. Anyone can run. My ex-wife did
Oh, man.
I had my ass off with the red bear.
I tell you, when I was a kid, there were only 3 sports that mattered: baseball and shooting communists. And I had a great childhood, really great, even if my uncle didn't come into my room that late at night. Really? Who's on the line? We got a Caledonians fan on the line. Tough times, huh? Hey, your whole life.
$38. Oh yeah.
Man, I totally identify with shallow heroes who I don't know personally. God, I love a dude with a big pituitary gland. I love the Cali fan, but you know, this year I'm telling you, they're going to need to score some points.
Yeah, hurry up.
And win the game.
Yeah, if they don't win, they'll be paying their wives with good reason. Hey, they got to start playing to win. Try to score some on the other team. I wish I had a wife so she could beat me.
Here's what I say, man. If you want to be number one, you gotta go for first place.
I know. Hey, I mean, it's great stating the obvious, but once you get paid for it, things get really complicated.
Come on.
In the locker room, too. Guys were getting changed, man. I mean, they were really getting prepared. Things were going on. T-shirts were going on. The shirt part of their body, security was facing on them. And you could tell that they were going to play this game.
Bottom line is, if they don't score more points than the other team, you can't win.
Wow, I need to pay attention.
I love your show, man. I love you.
Yeah, great talking to you. Excuse me. Hey, that's really receptive stuff. You know, we've been petitioning the state to install a urinal trough in front of each row of seats. It's so inconvenient having to leave your seat, make everyone stand out, to let you by, then go stand in line for the bathroom. I mean, half the time we can barely walk anyway, all right? So we'll be handing out petitions that say support the team. Don't leave the game pee at your seat. Go into the phone.
I'm a big fight fan. Love a bit of pork chop. Since my wife and children are taking me to show, I'm going to shop.
Where's Laszlo?
Well, there's one thing about boxing I always remember. You know, one man wins, the other goes home and loser. Because in boxing, like most sports, gravity works. Down. Hey, Derek Thackeray, don't shit on no one. But I do like to piss on
Whoops.
and act like you do, not really on it. So stay out of the way. Of course not. Hey, how could anything professional be fake? Hey, there's too much money at stake for one thing. I mean, these guys got too much to lose. I mean, why is a guy going to take a dive for a few extra million when he could earn that over a number of years getting his brain turned to pulp? Be serious for a minute. The clock is counting down again. It's time for Derek to hit the locker room and celebrate in the shower. We'll see you next time. Bring a cooler full of beers and get ready to riot. This has been the Tight End Zone.
And this is WCTR, proving that radio is better than TV. That's the show men with large guts love.
Deal with your ignorance in 1 minute flat. Complex issues in 60 seconds. WCTR.
Oh, come on. You idiot. Jump over. Jump over.
Most of them in San Andreas.
Good.
Immigration green cards outright today. Preserve the status quo in our favor. Vote yes on Proposition 832. Illegal aliens do a valuable job packing groceries and caring for your lawn. But they should learn. America is not a land of handouts. While they're illegal, they have no rights. They have no status. They have no expectations. And they're happy to be here. It's a win-win for America. If we give them green cards, soon they'll be just like us. Overweight, unhappy, and too lazy to do menial tasks. Vote yes on Proposition 832.
If you're into exploring exotic places and forbidden fruit, stay tuned. It's the Wild Traveler. Next.
Support for the Wild Traveler is brought to you by the Ultimate Disc in the Dark Association of America, who encourages you to get out and play hard. Hello, I'm James Batista, World Traveler, and this is the Wild Traveler. We're discussing the world and all its many pleasures.
The other hospital. All right.
I have a hot dog and I'm carrying them.
Or
beer-guzzling marathon in Germany with enormous men and tasty, wonderful German's voice. The world is full of edible things, and you can discover them for yourself. Come along, I'll take you there. It was dusk, and the sun bled red in the city of Thailand as Chen brought me a sparkling room. The elegant, handsome, lovely young girl. But war is folly, and we can only unite by visiting these epochs of culture, where a man can be himself, smoke cigarettes, dress in gladiator clothing with delights. We mustn't force our way in culture upon other peoples. Rather, leave it in, become part of it. Maybe Hemingway was right about that. Maybe Ford was. We're all
$500.
I travel, therefore I am. This is a show that embraces culture from around the world. Let's take out this point.
Yeah, I totally agree with you about Australia. And you're right, the food is shit. The statement is Columbia. Giving recommendations.
Oh, yes, fantastic forms of recreation we had in Colombia. It's a blizzard like that. And cheap. The rails are great. Raw. Bolivia's not bad either. Your food. I'll be surprised to find out how the party never stops.
How's the food?
Well, a lighter is the most you need to cook up food, but there's scarcely time to eat, my boy. You meet fascinating people, feel so comfortable, you rip your clothes off and howl for days. Let's go.
Yeah, hi. My name's Geraldine calling from past the city. This is such a great country. Why would you go anywhere else? This unpatriotic. I mean, I got war, famine, depression, and pollution right here on my doorstep.
Oh, where are you?
Don't sweat. If you're a railroad to college, don't come back with ludicrous misconceptions.
Hop in. Oh, it's trash. Wow, derp.
Europe is not the real world. This is.
Well, I love to slum about in a dirty new hostel with communal showers as much as the next man. Sometimes more. But I have to agree. Europe is overrated. Eastern Europe was good for a few years after the war came down, but even there the police are too strict. You just can't let your hair down. There are far more unexplored pleasures to have in the Far East. Next caller, you're on the Wild Traveler.
Hey, I've been listening to people on and on about traveling.
Auto parts.
Fly to Asia.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Where are we?
They have less culture there than the content of my toilet bowl. Rainforest, schmainforest.
my ancient ancestors, I'd be banging my mother-in-law instead of my wife's best friend.
We can fight like beasts or agree to disagree. I'm sure that some of your aspirations in life is a cheerleader with big guns, but some of us think a little more exotically than this. Next caller, vamos, buenos dias and noches. If you don't smile, I won't deep. Sorry, got lost for a second. Speak.
Hey, I love this show. I'm a huge fan. I've been in all the places you recommended, and in a lot of them, they're still talking about you. I even saw posters of you in the customs booth at the airport in the Philippines. You rock!
And no doubt, I love you. A great time.
That show you did last week, what was the name of that spiritual center in Bangkok?
The Wild Dragon's Happy Ending. Very spiritual. You will find your peace.
Awesome, I can't wait. Thanks, man.
Yes, we all love to travel. Get away from home, get away from the people, the computers, and their databases. The police harassing you for doing nothing. I just hate showing up to some place to enjoy myself and people being forced from their homes by war or famine or whatever. Life is great. Stop ruining it. Let's holler.
Hey, and the actually I want to talk to you about a perfectly innocent collection of vacation photographs overseas that I have no idea what you taken. I've been teaching him how to swim.
I have a lot of experience with that. I want you to stop for a moment and let me read from my travel journal. Paste pictures, notes. Sometimes people object to you taking a picture, but a few pennies of their local currency and they will fall. Some people think this is patronizing, but I think it is fair enough. They need the money and I need the company. Besides which, it is the oldest profession. What? Oh, time for me to head south again. I'm James Batista, and this has been Wild Travel.
This is WCTR, committed to bringing you shows like The Wild Traveler, the show that takes you around the world.
Fair complete.
If you crave news, WCTR, West Coast Talk
What?
Radio.
Have you heard the #1 gardening show in San
Annoying.
Andreas? If not, here's what you're missing.
You're over here, aren't you, weirdo?
Buy your vegetables at the grocery store then. Check a fence. Guys.
Whoop.
You go to hell.
I didn't even kill the guy. Come on. He doesn't want to be rammed like that. Knocked over by a vehicle.
I want to plant one on my next lawn.
It's called a hormonal titanium. God, I love it. A hormonal titanium. Sounded it with me a regular khaki. If I come back as a superhero, I want to be called that. It's a hormonal titanium, the rare botanical wonder. The history, the protrusion, that he pollinates on everyone.
Why does it seem so bad?
It's about marking your territory, my man. Don't mark your territory. You should try it. Pee on the front door of your office. Just see if anybody thinks of coming near you.
Okay, I'll try that. Thank you so much for the advice, Maurice.
Asshole! Gardening with Maurice. Only on WCTR.
There's nothing bigger. You're as big as a mountain. Now dress like one. Gain the confidence and freedom to really eat again. When you were little, your mom got you clothes you could grow into. The same applies here.
Get in. Getting $1,000 soon.
If eating for you means 9 trips to the buffet, if exercise means picking up the remote, if making love means eating 3 hot dogs, if you've got bigger breasts than your wife, then don't walk, and especially don't run, but drive very slowly down to Kilimanjaro. We've got the clothes for you, from romper suits for wearing around the house to outsized Hawaiian shirts and elasticized trousers for the office. There's nothing better. There's nothing bigger. Kilimanjaro, the clothes shop.
Where are you?
Men celebrating No Diet Day. Fat liberation is here at Kilimanjaro. We're fighting to end hunger. Yours.
It's a favorite show with serial killers and stalkers. Lonely Hearts is next.
After the sultry anonymity of 9-10 Summit,
10 in a row, $1,000.
WCTR, West Coast Talk Radio. Or as I like to call it, we can't talk right. I love you all. I'm your host, Christy McIntyre. Let's go to the phones.
Will I make it or will I blow up this vehicle.
Okay. Jenny on the line from Santa Maria. Hi, Jenny. How's your heart?
Broken. Like my arm and two of my wrists.
What happened?
I married my former sweetheart. And all went wrong. My God. And he has a substance problem too. And now he beats me every day.
Stay with him, honey. After all, you're only lonely when you're alone.
But he keeps threatening to kill me.
Jenny, do you know the meaning of the phrase?
Thanks for all the thumbs up. 4 of them. And there's 2 people here. Wow. How you doing?
It's a big lonely state out there.
Come on, Mary. I'm watching you right now.
Let's check the stats. How many more? $39. I got 11 to go. Oh boy.
Notice how many lonely hearts are lunatics? Well, perhaps not. Ryan from Las Venturas.
Hey, dude, my name's Brian. I'm talking to you. So I was talking about this car.
Why did man just repeat back what you say and never listen? Are you brain dead, Brian?
Oh, actually, it's ironic that you say that. It was my wife's been brain dead for years.
All right, this radio is getting too repetitive.
So sorry. I think I'll insert.
Here's some extra. Go get high.
10 to go. Oh boy.
Hey, I got a very important appointment.
The stinking airport. It's a mile away, isn't it? Oh, what?
That's all you, champ. Knock 'em out.
Speed bonus. Ooh. How do I get up there? Take the correct, proper roads, right? I guess. Cruising, yeah. How do I get off this? I guess. Oh, I'm lost in the highway. On the highway.
What's your problem?
Going down the wrong side.
Ah, man.
Ooh. Plonk.
Okay, drive. Oh, you hit! What you been drinking?
Ooh, I am tired. I don't know why here.
Are you allowed to drive if you're blind?
Where's the nearest? Oh, whatever. South. Oh, never mind. I'm in a bad land here.
Break up out of here, Edwards. Raise up. Everybody twisted.
I want a cab. Come on. I'm close to it, right? I thought the radio was off.
Oh, man. Thanks for that.
Give me a cab. Give me a cab.
Grove Street, home.
Yeah.
That was before I fucked everything up.
Yeah.
Look where you going.
Where's that grenade area there? I think I'm far from. Oh, it's over here. Yeah.
My shit.
More grenades. Oh, I guess I'll spray this tag. Find it on the map first. Well, I'll do it now, but whatever. Whatever order. Let's turn on the actual talk radio. See what they're blabbling about.
Warships generally have something called sovereign immunity, which means they fall under jurisdiction no matter where they are.
So our expert Ricardo, who does not work for the Spanish government, says the San Jose does not belong to Colombia. It belongs to Spain.
A nivel legal, a nivel de propiedad, el buque es Estado español y la propiedad es
Done.
española. No cabe.
2 tags. Oh yeah.
Without a doubt.
Or it's done now
Ricardo
anyway.
likens it to a sunken embassy.
And also, he says it's a piece of history, Spain's history.
Eso es como una cápsula del tiempo en el día que se hundió.
It's like a time
I'll run them down.
Ahí está la información de cómo se construían los barcos, de qué comida llevaban a bordo, de cómo eran los productos y los materiales que habían.
Maybe they have some money. Oh yeah, I'll just shoot them. Gunfight.
Carry where that stuff came from.
And Spain has successfully made this argument before. Ricardo says about 20 years ago, different Americans found
All you guys.
spoke some fighting English. Won't make that happen.
Oh, a lot of bullets, huh?
More than 500,000 silver and gold.
No money, little money.
Court said
10 grand. Oh yeah.
had sovereign immunity, so Spain ended up getting the coins. Ricardo says the same law should be applied to the San Jose.
Let's roll.
Now, Spain has tried to insert itself into other recent legal proceedings around this gathering, but to date it hasn't brought its own legal case based on sovereign immunity.
Police, what are you talking about?
A statement that described the San Jose as an underwater tomb that, quote, cannot be subject to commercial exploitation, end quote. In other words, don't just haul off the silver and gold and dump the rest.
So that is Spain's claim to the San Jose. It is an historical claim.
But talking historical claims, there's another group with a claim that goes slightly further back in history. Because while the group itself
look at all that.
from Spain, that was not true of everything on board. To hear this claim, I called up Tata Samuel Flores Cruz. In Potosí, Bolivia.
Where's that place I want to buy this?
Which he says is in the jurisdiction of the indigenous Caracara Nation. He's one of the leaders of the Caracara.
He says his interest in the San Jose.
Where is it? Oh, I'll kill you. You got a lot of money. Those guys.
There were documentaries about it, and one of those documentaries made a reference to the San Jose. And he was like, wait, that's a ship that we, the Caracara, have a connection to. He says a lot of the silver and gold on the ship.
Yeah, usually $1,000, right? Thereabouts.
Potosí is home to mines, gold, and silver, one of the world's largest silver deposits.
I wonder if the
Samuel says he became kind of obsessed with the San Jose.
Can I gamble yet?
He says his community had documents dating back to the 1500s, including ones that showed
Not yet,
what was on board the San Jose when it left Potosí. A whole lot of
Isn't
silver
this the
and gold
place?
was mined by his ancestors. Possibly the same coins that Mike Purcell spotted scattered about the seafloor.
The circumstances under which this mining took place were terrible. Spain had a horrific system of forced labor. Mistreatment, suffering, humiliation.
Probably nothing, right? A tag or something.
That over 8 million indigenous and African people died there as they worked the mines during Spanish colonialism.
What Tata Samuel wants is an acknowledgement that the silver and gold mined in Potosí belongs to them. If there's any financial gain that comes from what's on board the San Jose,
where am I?
Wants to be sure that the Caracara benefit.
La nación Caracara es dueño de toda la plata y el oro que salió en la colonia.
He says the Caracara own the silver and gold mined during the years of colonialism.
Si son plata de Potosí, tiene que volver.
Got some cash, do you? Little ammo.
If it's silver from Potosí, it has to come back. Or it has to fund reparations for the Caracara.
Tata Samuel's traveled to Colombia to meet with government officials to make his case. And he says they seem open. As for Spain,
España si quiere reclamar, que reclame sobre sus cañones, su madera, si existe.
He says if they want to, they can claim their cannons, their wood, if it even still exists.
This isn't just about the San Jose. In his research, he's found that there were all these other
I don't remember where it is.
That he says the Caracara have.
It's not far from that save point.
This ship would be an example. It set a precedent.
Last year, some other indigenous groups in Bolivia said they have a claim too, and wanted to be part of his cause. Tata Samuel was like, yeah, great. The more the merrier.
So the Colombians
probably not open yet. I think it's over here, isn't it?
Valid claims to the San
What are
Jose.
these places?
But guess who else also has a claim?
Whatever, I'll go buy it anyway.
A bunch of American businessmen.
So far, we've talked about 3 groups who are claiming the San Jose shipwreck. Colombia, Spain, and the Caracara. But there is this other group whose claim is throwing a wrench in the proceedings of all the others.
Even got a garage, yeah.
The Sea Search Armada.
And their
Time to waste some money.
When shipwreck treasure hunting was kind of a moment in all of the bodies of water where wooden chests and gold coins might be found. All these private companies were out there searching for treasure.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
Was a pair of American
What time we got? 11:24.
Jim, who pulled together
Wes, how's it
millions of dollars
going?
from investors to look for the
If
San
anyone's
Jose.
still
In
there.
1981, they say they found pieces of wood that
In
looked like they'd been blown
Zerno.
up,
Hello.
and it's artifacts.
11:14.
So they told Columbia these secret coordinates where they
Little
had
long.
found evidence of a
What'd you say there?
Now, their impression was, under Colombian law at the time, that entitled them to
Yeah, a lot of
50%
random
of
people
whatever
getting
they found.
getting
They
whacked
signed
and
it to
already
get it, right?
But almost immediately,
getting splattered.
they say the Colombian government started changing the rules.
I guess I can
So,
save the
Sea Search
game now,
Armada
right?
sued all the way to Colombia's Supreme Court.
But in 2020, Colombia passed another law saying, actually, everything
Safe
on that
house.
ship is cultural patrimony. No one can sell it, which means Sea Search Armada would get 50% of nothing. So, Sea Search Armada sued Colombia anew.
Saving the bathroom.
Public transmission has started.
Microphone, please.
Last year, more than 40 years after they say they found the San Jose, they took their
Oh,
case
I'll
to
be
the
right
Permanent
back.
Court of Arbitration.
This is the first of 2 days of public hearing on jurisdiction in Sea Search Armada, LLC, in the Republic of Colombia.
This court exists to resolve international disputes. As the world goes when a government and a business interest disagree. In this case, Sea Search Armada is arguing that Colombia is in violation of the free trade agreement between Colombia and the United States.
And the fight in this court kind of encapsulates the 4 decades of Sea Search Armada's dispute with Colombia. Sea Search Armada's lawyers say, Colombia gave us permission to search a little area, and we found the San Jose in that area, which entitles us to half of what we found.
It's the rights, and the Supreme Court confirms this, the right to treasure is acquired by its discovery.
Colombia's lawyers say what they have been saying to the Sea Search Armada. You never found it. There was nothing in your coordinates or anywhere close. By the way, Colombia's lawyers declined to comment for this story. There's this one exchange that I really love between first one of Colombia's lawyers and then one of the arbiters. Colombia says Sea Search Armada is trying to claim a zone that is way too big, miles wide.
They're saying that they are entitled to the discovery area,
Right.
which includes the Galeon San Jose, but may include other of the hundreds of shipwrecks that are supposed to be located in that particular area, because it is well known that it's an area full of shipwrecks.
And mermaids and other underwater species. I don't know why I'm hung
And
up
we
on
have
mermaids.
beautiful reefs. We have beautiful reefs, which is the reason why there are so many shipwrecks
Whoa.
as well. So that's our position, is that
All right.
even
A hit
if it
ski.
is true
Time for a
that the
hit
Galeon
ski.
is locating those coordinates, this is not how it works.
Sea Search Armada says, yeah, that is how it works. The ship blew up and it's been floating around on the seafloor for 300 years. It's gonna be spread out by now.
Sea Search Armada's case before the tribunal court will reconvene at the end of this year. This whole thing is now going on year 44.
So everybody has a claim. Colombia and the group that financed this voyage, Spain, and Sea Search Armada. Since the San Jose sank in 1708,
Give me a
life
cab.
has shifted so
There,
much.
thanks.
The way we think about territory and land and ownership has shifted.
9 to
And
go or
we're not trying to
something.
use today's tools to resolve something that started hundreds of years ago. This is all really complicated.
If you're wondering why anyone has just gone and brought the San Jose
Cab.
up
I
to
mean,
the seafloor,
stats.
it's partly for legal reasons the Sea Search Armada has an injunction, but also because in the years after
Whoop.
it was found, there was a giant Colombian naval ship floating over the San Jose.
In the beginning.
Maybe the simplest possible way to claim it. Planet Money has a newsletter, one original story every week. Like these episodes,
7 to go. All right.
filled with insight and surprise and big ideas. Sign up at npr.org/Planet Money newsletter. This episode of Planet Money was produced by Sam Yellowhurst Kessler with help from Willa Rubin and edited by Keith Romer. It was fact-checked by Sierra Juarez and engineered by Neil Rauch with help from Robert Edwards. Alex Goldmark is our executive producer.
Thank you to Nicolette Kahn, Carlo Ron Phillips, Leonardo Moreno Alvarez, Jose Maria Lancha, and
Where do we go? A well-stacked pizza
I'm Mary
place.
Childs. I'm Erica Beres. This is NPR. Thanks for listening.
Oh,
So, Guy Raz, you were here to tell us what's coming up on How I Built This.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mary. So today we're taking questions on the How I Built This advice line, where up-and-coming entrepreneurs call in for help with their businesses. And to help answer these questions, I'm joined by Travis Boersma, co-founder of Dutch Brothers Coffee. Travis has had a pretty interesting journey. He started his business with
yeah.
coffee
You can just drive into it, huh?
a chain with over 900 locations. And
Hey, what are you doing?
learned a lot about
You
how to
stupid?
visualize success.
Let's fix it, I guess.
Success formula. It's
Might as well, since I'm right here.
take massive action.
Oh, I'm gonna run out of time.
Ask yourself the action you take until it can and change until it does. And it's like you can use that in everyday life or anything. But
Whoops.
that's something that has served us in evolving and growing. And when you identify what
Come on, dude.
you deliver it to them,
Hurry up.
in a way that is meaningful and has a story behind it, or they can be proud of you, you're going to see a turning.
Stick around after the break.
$49. 6 more. Or 4, I forgot. Already. Get around this stinking wall.
Support for NPR comes from the station.
Ooh, the pimp mobile.
Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses, from retailers to tradespeople. Progressive covers a variety of business needs with a range of coverages. More at progressivecommercial.com. From Raymond James, a firm focused on transforming lives, businesses, and communities through tailored wealth management, banking, and capital market solutions. Disclosures at raymondjames.com. And from the sustaining members of this NPR station.
Hello and welcome to the Advice Line. How I Built This. I'm Guy Raz. This is the place where we help try to solve your business challenges. And each week, I'm joined by a legendary founder, a former guest on the show, who will help me try to help you.
Whoops.
And so, if you are
Give me a break.
and you need advice, go ahead and give us a call, and you might just be the next guest on the show. Our number is 1-800-433-1298. Send us a 1-minute message with your name, a bit about your business, and issues or questions that you'd like.
Hurry up.
Joining me this week is Travis Boersma. He's the
Get in.
of one of the country's most
Close.
chains, Dutch Bros. Travis, great to have you back on the show.
Great to be back, man.
So, Travis, you were a guest on How I Built This back in 2023. And by the way, you guys haven't heard that story. Type in Dutch Bros and HIBT in Google to find it. And, of course, we'll put a link in the episode description. It was such an awesome story. And I think we together in that episode, right? Is that right? It's the Cat Stevens?
I think we did, yeah.
We did. When I left my happy home
to see what I could find out.
And anyway, all the crazy ups and downs, and of course today, Dutch Bros is a massive business. 900, over 900 locations across the U.S., right?
Yeah, we're at 975.
That's so amazing. Congrats on that. Anyway, Travis, one of the things that I think will probably come up in calls today is this idea of taking baby steps. You know, like you and your brother Dane started out with an espresso cart, I mean, literally a push cart in a parking lot. And, you know, some people might have a food truck, and then they want to transition to a brick and mortar.
$22, stupid broken car, come on.
About, you know, hiring a team, and it's a different level of stress. How did you guys
kind of deal with that transition when you went from the espresso cart to an actual store? Was that, in retrospect, one of the hardest things that you think you did?
I don't think so. I mean, it's kind of like learning how to walk. You got to start crawling, and then you start balancing out, and eventually you take steps, and you fall down, you pick yourself up. That's what it is with any kind of business.
What? Where's the whatever? I'll go that way.
Mobile unit, you could still move to different locations if you wanted to, but where we found our niche was the drive-through model, and you know, we were one of the pioneers, I think, of drive-through.
Oh my God! Come on.
And so that was something that was a real differentiator for us.
There's one.
It ended up evolving into a brick and mortar kind of building, and that's really served us.
Yeah, for sure. Travis, why don't we bring our first caller to find out hooking up?
Sounds great.
Hello, welcome to the Advice Line. You're on with Travis Bozeman of Dutch Bros. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and just a little bit about your business.
Hey, Guy. Hey, Travis. Thanks for having me on. My name is Sean Chang. I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm the co-founder of Mountain Korean Fried Chicken. It's a fast casual Korean American restaurant with southern classics like
The stadium way over there.
with Korean flavors and techniques to be an approachable way for people to try Korean food.
Love it. Well, thanks for calling in, Sean. So, Mukja Korean Fried Chicken, and I say this only because I've been to Korea, but I think Korean fried chicken, like traditionally, is just like light coating of cornstarch or potato starch, right? But this is not. This is actually southern fried chicken, so like flour and dredge and stuff.
Exactly. So on our menu, we showcase two different ways. The first one is southern fried chicken, but with kind of Korean flavors infused in that batter as well as the specialized double frying method. Southern fried chicken, traditionally, it's slow and slow for a long time. With Korean, it's high heat, you're cooking it initially once, almost flash fry, letting it cool down to have all that moisture on the excess side, uplift from the inside, and then refrying to order. So
I should have went in there.
Crisp on that outside.
Awesome. So tell me about the business. How'd you start it? How'd you end it?
Yeah, it actually starts kind of
No one will stand in my way.
My first year at Georgia, University of Georgia, in 2016. My second semester, I was in a motor vehicle accident on my way.
Yeah, poor Tex. I guess you could consider me a collector.
At that moment,
I've got more over there.
Oh man, what is life going to be like?
Plus a bunch. I got a setup still. I rearranged everything recently. Mostly G.I. Joe, but a lot of other stuff as well.
Despite this injury. And actually, during my time in Georgia, I was cooking for people at my freshman dorm on weekends, and cooking was something that I was passionate about, that I've been exposed to since I was little.
All right, how many more of these stinking cab missions?
Food before, but I love this, and with that, I said, okay, I want to change my career from this med school path that I was taking at Georgia to hospitality at Georgia State University.
Dude, I love that. That's amazing.
Two more, all right.
Do you use a wheelchair?
Yeah, I do. I'm paralyzed from the waist down. I've got a permanent wheelchair that I use for my daily mobility.
So you had to adjust sort of how you cook.
Where am I going?
Countertops and things like that.
Exactly.
Way up there.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. Phenomenal.
Oh, squish.
Entirely shipping, and now. And you've got a brick and mortar shop. So you go in and order food there?
Exactly. We have a brick and mortar in the heart of Atlanta.
All right, so tell us what question you brought first.
Sure.
Up the hills.
In the restaurant industry, we found our original strategy of delivery becoming highly unsustainable. Delivery apps like Uber and DoorDash taking margins, specifically in the city, up to 50%.
50%?
Yeah. Wow. So it's 30% on their end and 20% more to be on the marketplace.
You got to pay to be on the marketplace, right? You get a good position on the app.
Exactly.
Wow. You're basically subsidizing your food for the customer.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why it wasn't always like that, but recently it's become more and more aggressive to where they're slightly bumping it up a little bit higher, a couple percentage, but you have all these other thousands of restaurants in a major city that you're competing with.
One more.
You have to cough up more of that margin in order.
Mission almost over.
What is y'all's advice on genuine and effective customer acquisition?
This is a tough one, Travis, because you guys, I'm sure Dutch Bros uses DoorDash and Uber Eats because you're a huge business. And
whoops, this way again.
But for a small business, it's really tough, right? So Any questions for Sean first before we tackle this?
Well, first of all, you know,
Oh, take that.
It sounds great. I'm like, holy smokes, dude, I'm ready. So really cool concept, love the niche. And, you know, we, to be honest with you, we refrain from DoorDash. All these
Not
years.
here.
And mobile order has been a big deal for us in order ahead, and that's what we've incorporated just this last
Not
year.
yet.
Kind of intentional with it. You
So
know,
your own app, so people can go directly through your app to do it rather than through a third party.
that's right. You know, and there's no doubt. I mean, what happens in a situation like we're in with the restaurants is the strong will survive, and a lot of people will be washed out. So if you can figure out a way to stay alive and keep on keeping on and find that niche.
Yeah, all taxis now have nitros.
So we were profitable for the past 2 years. This year has been one of the
Let's go save the game.
we've seen
My
cost.
recently purchased, let's get a better car though. Oh, come on. Who saw that? Why the police got it against me?
So we went from 10% to just
Here they come.
2 to 3%
Oh.
which we're still thankful for. So we are definitely just hustling over, trying to figure out different avenues. Recently, we just this past month we launched partnerships where we said, hey, it might be just easier to go to these major multi-million-dollar companies that are already having a budget to feed their employees and just lock them in on a month-to-month basis. Then we got the minimum services. So, like tomorrow, we're supplying for a beauty supply store for 70 employees, and they love the food so much. At first, they were unsure because they're like, fried chicken, 20-minute delivery, it might not be delicious. And I said, here, on my dollar, on my time,
No more.
upper management, and have you guys start our food.
Where's my nitro?
$1,400 contract like that, and said, hey, we want you every month.
That's awesome. Good job. I think, you know, if you're going out and doing some catering and doing some fun, cool events like that, that's a great way to market your product, and word of mouth with where you're at and being is something that we take advantage of. And it comes from I did it. It's, gosh, 30 plus years ago. We didn't have the channels like YouTube and Instagram and TikTok, but I think we can do some creative things in these spaces. And if you can get some people that are ambassadors to your brand to help you with that, that's a great way to go. Then it costs you very, very little, if anything at all.
You know, one of the things that I keep thinking about is, you know, customer acquisition, obviously very challenging, especially harder now. It's more expensive. Social media is not as effective as it was 4 or 5 years ago.
Doesn't hop as far though.
And I use this example in seminars. There's an opportunity to Lee. Lee is happens to be it started as an Asian food delivery service. Now it's like all kinds of ethnic foods. I'm sure it's available in Atlanta. Larry Lou's the founder, and what they did to get more customers was, if you ordered from Lee, right, online, they would send you.
Well, I guess this one doesn't have a garage. I was wrong.
A lot of money. It put them in the red for 3 months. But
let's see.
That was so enormous that they became profitable.
I'm gonna go out and have a smoke here.
Profitable ever since.
I think I earned it, right?
And obviously, you're a small business, but if there's a way to where your customers come in and you hand them a card or something, and you say,
a record player,
and if they use this code, you know, and you sign up for our loyalty club, we'll give you a discount next time you come in, or we'll give you some cash back or something.
All right, hold on.
Just experiment with things
like that outside here.
It's the word of mouth that is the most valuable form of marketing.
Yeah, I definitely agree about the power of word of mouth. Some aspects of that in our email marketing, where we just laid out the math very simple. I said, hey, there's, for example, 3,500 of you guys. If you guys just shared 2 people who've never tried Korean fried chicken or Korean flavors, man, that's 7,000 new customers or people exposed to Korean flavors right off the bat.
Super cool. Sean Chang, Mukcha Korean Fried Chicken Atlanta. Congrats on what you built, man. We're cheering you on.
Heck yeah, keep it up, dude. Keep up the great work and the drive, and your attitude, man, goes miles.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much. It was a blast to actually just talk with y'all today.
Wow. Love it. I love it.
Pretty cool.
It's just so cool. I mean, I don't want to give away your story too much. I want people to listen to it, but I mean, you've been through some really rough times with your business. Some things that most people just wouldn't be able to withstand.
I'll tell you what though, man, that's where all the growth lives. The problems and the challenges and the stuff that you think is like nightmarish. That's where so much growth and opportunity live.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with another caller and another round of advice. Stay with us. I'm Guy Raz, and you're listening to the Advice Line right here on How I Built This.
Okay, let's go on outside for a bit here. We'll come back to this fine game late in a bit here.
On the next radio lab.
All right. If you're still there, there's some other stuff I have. Ninja Turtles and others. And some up on the wall, sealed. The randomer ones. Oh, let's get a... Oh, I guess it's going to be vanilla. Da, 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 da. My life force or life source or something. It's yuck out still. Annoying. And cold. I guess stand up and try to smoke this. I think it's actually, what is it, raining too? Oh boy. Oop. It's raining. 5 thumbs up. I truly don't deserve them. This down here. Shake up the old beverage. Seems colder than it is because it's like been nice out. Well, it is whatever, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Bird. I think next I'm gonna do some more exciting stuff in the game. I'm gonna spray all the tags. I think there's the ones in the mission. There's like a mission where you gotta spray a few of them. I don't think they allow you to do those ones, if I remember right. Brr. Almost done. Stupid weather. What time we got here? Oh, 11:51 p.m. Almost noon. Whew. All right. Let's go. Wahoo. Let's go. I guess I'll wear socks when I go back out. If I go, well, I will, but when I go back out. Brr.
Where are you selling it?
We'll do e-commerce, of course, and do Shopify. And then I'd love to get some on shelves in Austin and San Francisco and grow from there.
I think, another business maybe, is it along the same lines as maybe taking where
this way.
You could use that as a model maybe of some of the product that you have. That's
There's my drink room. There goes the smell-o-phone.
That has health properties to it that are good for you, that you really want to educate people on, and that's one of the ways.
I think I got it now.
Espresso coffee. What espresso, a lot of people didn't know. And so we had to educate people on it a lot, but it got its own venom, and certainly Starbucks helped everybody with that. But I think, if you're looking for a model out there, my inclination would go to a kombucha company, maybe.
Yeah, the other thing that comes to mind, Travis, is guayaki. Guayaki, yerba mate, which was on our show a couple years ago. And that was a long journey. It's like 20 years before they started making money and that brand, right? They started out selling loose tea, yerba mate, to people, and they would go to concerts and festivals. And they started this in the 90s. And people would try it, and it was bitter, and they didn't like it, and didn't understand it. And it was a slow, methodical process. They spent 20 years driving around in a bus from festival to festival. The game changer for them at the end of the day was
plug it in.
Is it plugged? Right. And then now they make
Come on.
What about
there it goes.
To drink beverages? What about cans or bottles?
Yeah, what about those?
Drink?
What about those?
I'm a long-time listener of your show.
Let's see the stats here.
For whatever reason, I can't remember what episode it was, but I am very intimidated by the beverage space.
That's fine. Travis?
Player.
Intimidated.
Yeah, I think, one of the things is
come on,
comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Yes.
And the other thing
what
is,
the hell?
The way you told your story to us, I think that there's so much
Bad stamina, not much going on
You know,
here.
what can it do for you? What are the health properties?
Some muscle and driving skill.
Who are the people that are consuming it? And can you ride
Armor.
with their momentum and on how they live this healthy, extraordinary lifestyle?
Money.
You both alluded to my approach to this business.
Wasted 800 on paid spray.
So waves come in sets.
What, they don't count your money spent on soda as a food budget? Because it's a beverage budget.
My experience. And so the approach that I take to surfing is I wait for my wave. Like I might be a little bit further
43,
back
huh?
and may take a few waves to get warmed up and
Pour
easy paddle back
all around.
And I'm waiting for that rogue wave that I'm perfectly positioned to take, that I don't have to compete for, and I have a clear.
Oh, I only missed one bullet. I don't believe that.
The RTG is that way.
Well, I'll tell you what.
18 wanted stars already.
This is
got rid of all of
and
them.
I would just encourage you to keep going and asking yourself how you can perform better and what you can do to make it even more appealing and who are the people.
11 gang members, 1 criminal, and 4 by others.
Little ultimate success formula.
59 wasted. All right.
Take massive action for it. Ask yourself the action you're taking is working, and it does. And it's like we can use that in everyday life with anything, but that's something that has served us.
13 legitimate kills.
We have this giant.
Whatever. I guess that means with a gun or my fist.
That creates all these custom concoctions that people really want. I think when you identify what they want, you're able
achievements
in a way that is meaningful and has a story behind it that they can be proud of. You're going to see a ton of momentum happen.
Amazing. Okay.
Yasmin Santos, Alternative Bar. Congrats and good luck. Can't wait to see you build.
90.
Thank you so much, Shiva.
All right,
good luck.
Thanks. Yeah, it's cool. There's a lot of interest around these nootropics, brain enhancing.
2 out of 100. All right.
And the reality is, alcohol consumption is
missions 5, 1 passed.
That younger people aren't drinking as much wine or spirits.
Miscellaneous 5 days.
Yeah.
Travis,
1.07%.
I want to ask you a question that I've been asking every return guest on the show. If you could go back, and tell yourself and a younger version of you and Dane,
let's go.
Just give them some advice about what to expect.
Spraying up tags.
Or some encouragement when you guys were starting out and it was tough.
Oh, why is my view like this?
You know what? I think the first thing that I probably say is adapt or die.
Come on, where's my status bar or whatever? Come on.
It's changing around us. It's all sorts of different shapes, sizes, forms. And
there it is.
Example of something that you just can't anticipate that hits you. And
where am I exactly?
You're dead.
Amazing. I love it. That's Dutch Bros Coffee co-founder Travis Boersma. Travis, thanks so much, man.
Thank you, guy. It was cool, man.
Hey, thanks so much for listening to the show this week. And by the way, please make sure to check out my newsletter. You can sign up for.
There's one right around the corner somewhere.
And by the way, if you're working on a business and need advice, give us a call at 1-800-433-1298. That's 1-800-433-1298. Tells us about your business.
Where exactly, though?
Questions you'd like help with. And
where's it pointing?
This episode was produced by Sam Paulson, with music composed by Ramtin Arablouei and
North.
Sam Paulson. This hour of How I Money and How I Built This was produced by Carrie Thompson. I'm Guy Raz, and you've been listening to How I Built
Over
This.
here somewhere.
Support for NPR comes from the station and from BetterHelp, committed to making mental well-being a priority and offering support and taking.
Where is it? Is it in this alley?
Available to communicate via video, chat, or phone at BetterHelp.com.
There it is.
From Progressive Commercial Auto Insurance protects vehicles that work to keep small businesses.
I'm gonna run out of this crap,
including protection while running errands and other tasks at ProgressiveCommercial.com. And from the Doors to Foundation.
In the mid-1800s, over the course of just a couple of decades, many people in the United States changed perspective on abortion.
Go north.
People assume that there's always been a vibrant religious or moral opposition to abortion. In fact, that's actually relatively recent.
On the next Do Line from NPR, how abortion became a crime.
over on this
Join us for
area.
tomorrow morning at 11 a.m.
They didn't see me.
Supported Maine Public Radio, WMEH Bangor 90.9, WBEO Bethel 91.3, WMED Calais 89.7, WMED
Oh, what was this
90.5,
one?
WMEF Fort Kent 106.5,
64.
WMHD Greenville 89.7, WBSP Millinocket 90.1, WMEA
Let's go.
Portland 90.1,
Across the way.
106.1, WMEW Waterville 90.1.
Let's go get this weapon up here.
At mainpublic.org. Radio Lab is next. Wait, you're listening.
You're listening to Radio Lab.
Radio Lab.
From
WNYC.
Where is it? On a motorcycle to tool around.
December the 8th, 1963 was the exact date.
Let's see, it's on the front of this
I was
building.
just drifting in really quietly with my gun in
No,
front
it's
of
on
me.
the other way.
I was just caressing the trigger and I was just about to pull it.
Time to earn some stoppie money. Where is it?
It's a funny thing, you know, I thought I'd been hit by a train. I'd never been on a train. But it was such a big, powerful whack. Knocked the mask
$7.
off my face, knocked the gun out of my hand, thumped me into the bottom.
Whoa.
And then I was being hurled through the water faster than I've ever swam.
This is Radio Lab and William Miller.
Come on.
That voice was Rodney Fox.
Who our producer went to Cusick talk to.
Oh, I want to kill that guy.
Yeah, so I went to visit Rodney because for people like me who love the ocean, his story is something
Get off
I
it.
told myself would never happen, but it did.
Where is it?
Of course, it couldn't be a train. I had to be a shark, a big shark, and instinctively I
There it is.
its head with my fingers. Then my arm went into its mouth over its teeth and ripped.
5 of them. All right, where is this one?
Let me go, and I fell out of its mouth where my chest was.
Let's go north.
And I instinctively pushed it away.
My bike there. Give me my motorbike.
60 feet underwater,
No.
and I'm going to drown.
Yeah.
So I head straight up towards the surface.
The BF 400.
Rodney makes it to the top, takes a huge gasp of air, but then
I look down, and there, through pink water, which I realised was my blood, there is this great big head.
Whoop.
These big white teeth coming with a mouth right out towards me.
Where is it? Over here.
Tom grabbed these fish Rodney had tied to his belt and dragged Rodney back down.
Where? What am I even looking for? I forgot.
Floating up towards the surface.
Like a leaf drops down.
I guess I'll go. Should be right here. Somewhere.
Rodney gets to the surface, there's blood everywhere, and he shouts for help.
Yeah, that shark. And a boat came over. They dragged
Down
me
there.
and raced me to shore.
So the reason I went to go talk to Rodney is because this is the 50th
Let's look
anniversary
around.
of the movie
There is a creature alive today
Jaws.
who has survived millions of years of evolution.
The original summer blockbuster, but also a movie that taught the nation, if not the world,
Where is
to
it?
be terrified of sharks.
It lives to kill.
It's the seed that bloomed countless nightmares.
I'm just eating fish.
Up there, where are you? Annoying.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I'm in the ocean all the time. Like, I'm a volunteer lifeguard, I do open water swimming and surf. Like, an absurd amount of my life is built around the ocean. And I realized, though, like, the only time I think about sharks is when I think about shark attacks. And I didn't know anything about sharks.
Leave me alone.
You guys up because you're kind of the only ones who answer.
I'm trying to find a thing to paint.
And I was like, let's
I have
do some
to
shark stories.
express myself artistically. Leave me alone. It's somewhere over here, right?
That attacked our guy Rodney Fox.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and the reason we're actually starting with Rodney's story and the story of this shark is not just because it's my literal drop-dead nightmare, but because his story and how he responded to this attack afterwards, it is intimately tied up in a collective fear of sharks.
Okay, so go on. So
Okay, so Rodney
Oh,
gets to the
maybe
hospital,
over
and the
here.
doctors are like, dear God, this guy is a mess.
Up here.
I actually got to see the wetsuit he was wearing at the time. There's just a
No, there's some fun places to explore, huh?
a bread knife and sliced him in half. Rodney had lost a huge amount of blood.
Every rib in my chest broken.
The tendons in his hand were severed.
Whoop.
Lung punctured as well.
I mean, he really almost died. But obviously, he's here. He didn't.
I woke up. I didn't know whether I was in heaven or hell. Thank goodness the walls weren't painted black.
He was alive, but he's in really rough shape.
No, is it, oh, maybe.
The pillow.
He was in a ton of pain.
Horrific. It was just unbelievable.
Where the hell is it?
Lay there in bed. His eyes
that
fixed on this big clock on the wall.
And you could see the second-hand tick.
Should be right about here, whatever that is.
I was watching this tick. I remember that so much.
He was in the hospital for a week, then 2, then 3. And at some point, he had what I would consider to be a kind of a baffling thought.
Oh, it's going to be yellow, right?
I love my
A yellow tag.
I would never give up diving.
I want to get back in the water.
What? Why?
Yeah, well, so Rodney had always loved the ocean. He would go fishing with his dad, and his dad would always just be pulling these fish out of the water. But when Rodney was like 10,
down
11,
here,
he decided he wanted to see
there it is
down there for himself.
I decided I'd heard about masks, and I made my own mask.
This was before you could just go to the store
but
and buy
that
a pair of
one,
goggles. So Rodney found like a tube from a tire.
68
Just dropped it around
on
his face,
their numbering anyway. All right.
Rough as guts.
and he jumped in.
Where'd my motorcycle go?
Beautiful fish.
Is it still up here?
A box fish.
It was little, like the size of a softball.
Really boxy body and a tiny little tail.
It's just sort of levitating in front of him.
Over there.
The colours were so bright.
Orange with like iridescent blue stripes and spots all over it.
It was so cute, and I just never forget that first sight from underwater.
Just imagine that when
Over where?
the ocean, there's no blue planet, no David Attenborough. Jacques Cousteau is still years away from doing his thing.
We really didn't know very much about the oceans.
It says it's right about here. Right in here.
It was like going to the moon. It still brings
I'm gonna need more paint.
shivers to my heart.
Maybe I can get one more in.
As soon as it was there, his goggles fall apart.
Let's go north.
And it was gone. He got a glimpse of his little face. But he got him hooked. Rodney started diving all the time.
You never knew what we were going to see.
Every time he was a teenager.
Goggles came for the first time. My mother, for Christmas, brought me my first pair of goggles. And it was a new world.
He started spearfishing with some friends at a little club.
It's called the Octopus Club.
And by the time he was in his 20s,
Look, let me, whatever.
We used to run around the block together. We used to do push-ups against each
Here somewhere.
for as long as they could.
It was a really bad thing. At the time, I was driving an explosives truck, and
Oh, I think I know where it is.
I told my brother telegraph poles. I could have blacked out.
I would not have wanted to be on the
No.
road behind you that day.
No.
Rodney says he
Not
loved the fishing and the competition, but really, it was all an excuse to just go down there and look
Oh,
at
it's
stuff.
up a little.
The beauty of the underwater scenery was so intense.
And so after
Whoa.
when people would come up to him and say,
Give up. Diving and never go back in.
Whatever, maybe it's I'm in the wrong area, sort of.
and never see that beautiful world again? No way.
Hey, stupid ass Mark!
Go away, Cup.
Day back in the water was only like 3 or 4 months after the attack. It was the first outing by all the clubs again.
Get on your bike, idiot.
When they were done snorkeling. My wife actually paddled me out on it.
Let's get away a little.
In the middle of all these other 10 or 15 heads.
Now it's somewhere here.
And I went into the middle of them because I thought the shark won't be there. And I put my mask on. The funny thing happened. The sun shining on all the ripples of the water sending diamonds.
Up the hill.
And I saw
Where are ya?
and I saw them coming at me.
And so he hops out of the water.
And I saw the heads and all the sharks.
But this experience, this day, it really rocked him. He wants to be there. He loves the ocean more than anything.
Oh, it's across
But
the road.
he's still so afraid. It's
Derp.
like fight with his mind.
If you look at the statistics of how many people actually cerebral per year, it's quite minimal to the amount of people.
Looking all over the wrong areas. Oh, come on.
For 2024 last year, do you want to guess like how many people died from shark attacks? How many people died? Yes. I don't know, like maybe 960. Okay, so take that number and subtract 963.
7. So 7. 7
people.
Singular people.
7 confirmed fatalities from sharks last year.
Okay.
So just to put
Mark
that
it
into
off.
perspective, these are a few of the things that will kill more humans than sharks every year. Okay. So at the beach alone, the things that are way more likely to
Oh my god.
recurrence, water itself,
Give me a little health.
and actually surprisingly, holes that little kids dig in the sand. Actually, there's holes that are not as
Health, where is it?
and those are
Or armor.
okay. Zoom out a little bit. Lightning strikes. More than sharks. Yeah.
Armor, where are
Right
you?
here, apparently. Selfies.
That's so sad.
It's a really bad way to go.
Okay, so you're
Oh
saying,
yeah,
you're
go
saying, like,
east.
The one stat that I just love as a New Yorker is that you are 10 times more likely to be bitten by a New Yorker than you are to be bitten by a shark. Which
I kind of
honestly
believe that.
sounds
I get that.
Yes.
Sharks, man. Like, they are so fast and so big, and like, I can hear these statistics, but if we're at the beach and you tell me there are
Get
sharks,
some armor, la 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 la.
could it be analogous to a snake kind of feel where it's just like, or I don't happen to have it, but a spider feel where it's like, we come out ready to be afraid of these things because it would have served us?
Yeah, well,
Where's that one I did?
named Chris Lowe,
Professor of Marine Biology and the director of the Shark Lab at Cal State Long Beach.
we are
That one, alright.
but not sharks.
Psychologists have done studies where they've shown babies pictures of snakes and spiders, and they react with fear. Then they show a picture of a shark, and there's no reaction.
Really?
Yeah,
He's pointing out the obvious fact that
we're not an aquatic animal.
Oh, I'm in the wrong place.
very few
For armor.
sharks.
It was this beast that people were told about that they rarely get to see.
And Chris says, when all you have are stories,
What happens is it allows people's imaginations to take over.
Whatever, I'm almost sort of in the.
the 1950s. So we knew that things were taking us. We never actually ever saw these creatures. Like the monster might food is the thing.
We're given a few pieces of information, and then we begin to develop
$27.
what these animals are like.
Oh, I'm now in the wrong. Go lower.
Way, that
Left, whatever.
Like, yes, he had been attacked, but what he really feared was what he couldn't see.
You have no idea if there's a shark within 10 meters or within 10 miles.
And so you give the sharks the benefit of the doubt when you think they could be right there waiting for me. And it's really one of those
Right around the corner,
you have to mentally overcome.
I think.
Which is what Rodney's gonna try to do. Right after we take a quick break.
Where the hell is it? Whoops. Oh, I'm gonna die. I need food or something, right?
With therapists available to communicate via video, chat, or phone at betterhelp.com/public. Radiolab is supported by Progressive Insurance, where customers can compare prices on car insurance against different companies side by side to find a rate that works for them. Options to fit most of
How do I get up there?
Progressive.com or 1-800-Progressive.
Oh yeah?
Hey, what you saying?
Alright, armor, where is it? Where am I? I'm in the wrong, I'm going the wrong way. Over here somewhere. Oh, where is it? There it is. A little health up, huh? Any else? Any, alright. Now I'm gonna get my health going, health back up.
Wednesday and lots more. I'm Sarah Willis. Join me Saturday night at 6 on Main Public Radio.
Get me out of here. I'll go to my save point.
We're diving into Canada this week on Focus. Hey, I'm Cindy House. I'm going to spin legends from the Great White North, like Neil Young, Joni Mitchell, and Leonard Cohen.
Where is it? Oh, it's almost there.
Join me this week on Focus.
Bike skill upgraded. Oh yeah.
Folk Alley tonight at 8 o'clock with your radio.
Rachel, Radio Lab.
And we're back with the story of Rodney Fox, a man who's brutally attacked by a great white shark, desperately wants to get back in the water, but is terrified of being killed.
7 or 8 months after my shark attack, my wife took my young niece into the zoological gardens in town for a wander there. And as we were looking at the different animals, we came across the lion's cage. And,
Open up, you stupid thing. Yeah, great. Losing more.
You know, lions, when they roar, it starts back at the tail, and it goes right up through their body, up through their chest, up through their mouth. It's incredible. It really takes over and shapes you.
And it's
What are you doing in near my house, you?
are kind of animals exactly like sharks.
Enjoying yourself?
But when
Yeah, a lot of money.
Cage, it feels safe.
And I thought, well, maybe I could reverse the role. Maybe I could
get in the cage myself and drop the cage over the side where all some sharks are, and I can have a look at
That'll
those
fix
great
my
whites.
health, I hope,
Make
saving, right?
if I want to go diving with them again.
And so, again, Rodney cobbled together some materials.
A steel mesh that they made for putting in concrete.
And built a shark cage.
A two-man cage that we could stand in with little holes to look out and maybe put your camera out from.
Oh, so like, this is the shark cage, like that you see on National Geographic or whatever?
Yeah, but actually Rodney is one of the first people to make and use a shark cage like that.
Huh.
So for him, this was like this original idea.
You're collecting Hot Wheels cars? That's pretty awesome.
So Rodney has his cage, and then he decided
I have a couple of Hot Wheels. I have one sealed. It's a
They took the boat out to this place called Dangerous Reef.
a monster truck, a He-Man monster truck.
They head out to the waters, and eventually they see a thing. So Rodney rigs up this cage.
Load it over the side, drop in the cage.
And then he's just waiting.
Oh, my bicycle.
Into the dark water. Some fish are
All right. Time to find more tags. I'm by the park.
I was looking and I just saw shadows
drifting past the back of the boat.
Just shadows down the end, or now and again.
There's one over.
And then all of a sudden, I turn to my right, and there's this submarine swimming
over here.
And it swam only about 3 meters or 10 feet in front of me, and almost looked like it was
execution.
So big.
Rodney feels himself.
They got a couple thousand, I think.
And with his back pressed against the back of the cage, he looks at the shark for the first time. Just stares at it.
This great big silver gray.
Grove Street families. Oh, do I have enough? Now I need more. Where's the stinking spray paint?
It's not even really looking at him.
It didn't take any notice of me in the cage. It just was more interested in the fish.
Spray paint. One way over there.
After that first day in the cage, Rodney found that it got easier
Come on.
and easier.
Gotta go all the way in the middle of nowhere for it. We're not in the middle of nowhere, but pretty far to the east, apparently.
He would just tell himself. And he'd think about how indifferent that shark was to him when he was in the cage. And not only that, like
all right.
how beautiful it was. And so pretty soon he started sharing that experience with other people. Like they would call him up and say they wanted to go out and see the sharks too, because that was the only way you could see the great white shark.
Nobody had filmed or photographed great whites in the water.
So Rodney started bringing filmmakers out there.
One from Italy and one from England.
And more people want to see it. More people want to see it.
And I got this call from Hollywood.
Somebody working with you.
Where is it? All right, I see two.
Shark film.
Oh, the Jaws people call him. Yes.
Nobody knew it was Jaws at the time. They said they wanted to try and get some realistic footage in there, and I was pretty excited about this.
Oh, let's go.
And they shot
over here.
Of footage. And then that crew, they went back to Hollywood.
Near CJ's house. I don't think that appears till after, though, right?
Monster shark. Terrorizing beachgoers, hunting them down, never giving
this
up.
Annoying one.
But the weird thing is, when you watch the movie,
you really didn't see a shark very often.
You get an hour into the film without seeing a shark.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of shark footage in that movie.
Chris Logan, the shark scientist from before.
And I think that was actually the brilliance of the movie. The best monster movies always work by withholding the thing that you're supposed to be frightened of, and that really amplifies fear by causing this cognitive uncertainty
What is it?
Where exactly is it? I can't remember.
And he studies monster stories. Godzilla, Frankenstein, vampire movies, you name it. And he says
There it
in
is.
all of these stories, it's really
All right.
the monster is continually just at the edge of vision. Those are the moments that just keep you on edge. And that is one of the reasons I think Jaws is so effective. It waits.
Where am I? Over here. Let's go here.
Iconic score.
19.
And you very quickly learn in that film that the soundtrack takes the place of the monster. Once you see it, it's actually not quite as scary anymore. Which is kind of like the exact thing Rodney learned for himself when he went down into caves, and the thing he wanted to share with other people. And so when Rodney saw the movie,
I was embarrassed. I had no idea at the time that was going to frighten so many people out of the water. I didn't even tell people for 10 years that I really worked on it because it was totally against what I wanted to do. I wanted to get people to understand and like sharks better. I just made them hate sharks.
What's that? The Tech 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he invented.
Where is this thing?
Clearly, and then ended up being complicit in this kind of like infection in our
Between
minds
some of these
seeing it as
buildings.
something so scary. Yeah, like he was able to kind of like
There it
make
is.
this masterpiece of a shark, and then we kind of wiped away all of these beautiful details, and all that was left was this outline
All
of a
right.
creature
Down
that
south a
feels so
little.
ominous. And that's not actually the version of the white shark that Rodney knows. It's just kind of the one that got handed to us. And so I decided I needed to see the shark Rodney wanted us to see for myself.
Down around the corner.
Before we get into the water, I think we should actually start with the onslaught of shark movies that were inspired by Jaws.
All right, so there are 180 or so monster shark films.
Wait, 180?
There are at least 180 that are listed on the Internet Movie Database.
I definitely know Sharknado. What else is there?
You know Sharknado, but do you know Sharknado 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6? Where in part 6, they return back in time to Sharknado 1.
Well, of course.
So, I mean, that deep blue
Roll
sea,
them up.
open water.
Let's mark it off.
The Meg, followed by a cheap remake called Jurassic Shark, which is not nearly as good. The Reef, Ghost Shark. In that one, even if you kill the shark, you're not done because its ghost will come back and get you. Tasty human flesh! Two-headed shark is exactly what's advertised.
No. Where is it? There it is.
Shark in 2015, five-headed shark in 2017, and then six-headed shark in 2018. At which point it looked like a starfish with all kinds of shark heads on it. Oh my god! There's
Mark that one off.
Shark movie, and what I love about the whole shark genre.
I hope you're all having a fantastic time watching me do
Remove
this.
the shark from the constraints of being underwater, so that sharks can be
You
everywhere.
collect phones,
Sky sharks,
like rotary phones,
avalanche
old school phones, rotaries.
Is about sharks in the supermarket. Where are they in the supermarket? Well, the supermarket does flood.
4 seconds. All right, where to next?
So Jaws like kicked off this world,
Where's
this
that?
universe of shark monsters.
Where am I
Took them
exactly?
out of their world and like dragged them into ours. And I kind of just wanted to go and see it for myself.
I mean, I know this works for your guy.
All right here.
But like, I mean, I think you're gonna go down there and see, like, oh, this thing is bigger than me. It is capable of completely tearing me to shreds. Like there is a possibility that
Somewhere over here. Whereabouts exactly?
But I think I actually want to know. So
In the
I hopped on a plane to this town in South Australia called Port Lincoln, informally known as Tuna Town. It's this little fishing town.
Down here.
And that's where Rodney's cage diving.
Haha, I remember.
Got the shark on the side and everything.
Got to the dock. We drop our bags. We do
12, oh yeah.
basically like sign away our lives. And then
Unfortunately, you don't get anything for each 10, right?
where we will spend
Like hidden packages were. Like you did with hidden packages. See?
Is there a lesser white shark?
Also, it's a good question. No, there's not. It used to be like the white shark all along, and then once they started becoming scarier and scarier around the era of Jaws, we started calling them great whites to add fear to
Go
them.
down here.
They just add it. It's not like actually the scientific name.
Yeah, no, so all the scientists now, you'll hear them just say white shark because it's like rebranding the shark.
Okay, so you're at the boat.
Yeah.
And how many people are there?
I think there's like 15 passengers plus the crew.
Okay. I come from France, Paris.
These people are from all over the world.
New York City, best place on earth.
Where is it?
Oh, so excited to see a white shark.
I want to see the bright white shark.
Which was just like a fascinating
Over
world
here.
for me to drop into.
I'm rushing with sharks.
Come on.
Like most people hope they never
Man, let's take that marker off.
Apex predators and their natural
Now let's see. Around this building should be.
I love them, but
They're liars.
The older one said that when he was in kindergarten, he did a presentation about sharks.
and I even wrote it wrong on the board with a CH, so this said sharks. Because I didn't know English, but I knew a lot about sharks.
And he ended up getting in trouble
Bull
because
crap.
he had taken these books out of the local library.
And I was so amazed by the shark pictures in the book, so I cut out the pictures with a scissors. And I was like looking at the pictures in my room and being so obsessed with them. Yeah.
That's amazing. You just picture like the exact silhouette. Like,
Why is this so annoying?
From Port Lincoln, we sailed for hours.
Looks like it's right in the middle here between these two.
Of islands called the Neptune Islands.
There's a wild, rough sea bumping against the rocks. I will describe it as rough. Yeah.
Come on, don't pull my leg here.
It seems sort of barren, but
you feel that there's something around you.
Where
as
is...
soon as we anchored there, we noticed this intense smell, which is actually coming from us.
Is it one of the mission ones and it won't appear? What's up?
The crew is throwing like buckets of fish parts off the back of the boat.
I have a hat with a ribbon on it that says Master Beta.
And
1, 2, 3, 4.
all of a sudden, these colors start flashing across the water. White and gray and silver.
They look like little sharks if you don't see their mouths.
Sit down here.
They're not the sharks.
No shark, we're sharkless.
Which is kind of the point. The bait
Oh,
is
crap.
supposed to attract the smaller fish, which attract the sharks.
Oh, down here. Wow. I love wasting time. It's my favorite.
And there's just nothing.
it's wild to me. You're pouring like blood, meat, flesh, fish corpses, all this stuff in, and it's like days.
Now we're get that one off the map.
They go, you know, and they be there.
On
within-
south here, south of that rather.
I know, but that's not what happened.
South of there.
Past that port and we haven't seen a single shark. Oh. And so there's just this cloud like moving over the boat. And so we go to bed that night and we're like, we really hope that tomorrow, like, we'll see one.
No, I'm sorry though. I'm sorry. I mean for the rest of us who aren't in this deranged epicenter of the world where you want to see sharks.
Yeah.
Like, I love knowing that you poured gallons of blood into the water and didn't see the sharks.
Yeah.
This is the best
It's
part ever.
great news for you. Yeah, it's really, it kind of, it's
Uh.
like the sharkiest waters of all waters, and they're not coming. And so, like, the next day, bright and early, the first cage goes down because they send the cages down even if they don't see a shark on the top, just in case there's something down
Do I
there.
gotta get up on a roof or something, or is it over?
He's the one that controls the train. And then
There it is.
he pauses.
What?
Oh no, she
Whoop.
just said 5 poles there.
He feels 5 holes on this string.
Oh, I thought it was 5.
This string that runs down to a cage that lowered 60
14.
feet.
Where was
And
that?
the people down there, they'll pull on the string to communicate with the surface.
Let's go back, go south somewhere.
And eventually,
how far
the skipper
south?
reaches the cage up. Hey guys, can you report back?
We did. We saw a watch.
And then had actually seen the shark. I was so excited. And then all of a sudden it was my turn. Like the
That
was like,
little
"You're
loop,
stuck on
little curve or
it's
whatever.
go time."
Okay, how does that feel?
I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit that we finally have a shark around.
There
It's
it
been
is.
so long, but then I'm also kind of nervous.
Now around
when
this
reality
building.
is set in, like, oh, it's actually down there. It kind of feels like what you're in a line to just go on like a terrifying roller coaster, and you've just seen all of these people with like shocked, smiley faces, like tumbling off, and then you get buckled in, and there's like no turning back. Like it feels both exciting and terrifying.
Pops at the restaurant.
4 people fit. One of them is a dive master, so you're with someone at all times.
Where is it?
And once the 4 of us settle into the corners of the cage, our dive master.
Oh, wrong building. All right.
We're ready to go down. So we get dropped down like we're taking an elevator deep into the ocean. And as we go, it gets darker and darker and darker, and you can see
Right in plain sight.
the sun. And eventually we get down to around 60 feet, and the cage stops moving. And all I can see is this.
Where to next? Over here. Directly, what, east? And over.
I was racing. There was just like so much fear building of what's gonna come out of that blue. And like, when is it gonna come out, and which direction is it gonna come from?
Where am I?
All I can hear is the sound of my breath, which was very heavy.
Where is that?
And it's the dive master scraping this
pretty
little
far
metal
over.
knife against the side of the cage. And the sound is supposed to get the sharks interested to come closer, but it kind of feels like a dinner bell.
Oh, I'm in the right area.
And then I
Good.
feel a tap on my shoulder, and I like look over to the left, like behind my shoulder. And
They're just chatting,
dive instructor, and
trying to tell me, leave, man, get out of here, or I kill you.
Kind of like to signal shark, and then point.
Watch me paint over your thing, you loser.
As I turned, I remembered this thing.
What do you think of that, huh? You like it? What do you want? Come get me.
I look at the rest of the body.
And then
where is that? I just
darkness,
painted.
It comes truly out of darkness. Swims this white shark.
To the west. This time.
It was a young one, so smaller, 6.5 feet, gray top,
You're gonna
scraggly white line and belly halfway through.
You want to do this?
Little black tips on the front fin. But the thing that's most striking about it is the way it moved. No thrashing or darting like in the movies.
That's enough of your mouth.
You know, they fly like
So where is it here? Did it right across the road?
and their moves seem to be incredibly deliberate.
Up there.
White shark researcher Greg Scomo.
Can I jump on my bike?
The shark, it kind of felt like it was
Yeah.
us. Like it kind of fades in and out of your view, and kind of goes in and comes out and goes beneath you, and then it kind of comes towards you.
It's just like, wow.
It's beautiful.
You're looking at.
Oh, what one was that?
Millions of years old.
Right under the.
Like it was carved by time to be
What?
exactly where it is.
There's that.
Sharks are 465.
I don't know what the hell. Where the hell is this on the map?
This is John Long,
strategic professor in paleontology.
Gotta mark it off. I don't want to get confused.
Now, that amount of time
Oh, it's
is
right
hard to wrap your head around. But John helped me.
there.
More than twice as old
Got
as
it.
dinosaurs.
Now up
They're
around.
way older than trees. Flowering plants.
They were around before Everest was even a mountain. All of the continents that we live on today, they looked nothing like they do.
They're even older than the rings of Saturn.
And I mean, over these eons, sharks
Okay.
survived all 5 of Earth's major mass extinctions.
Volcanic eruptions, massive asteroid ice ages.
Outcompete other major predators.
Gigantic pliosaurs with
Not
banana-sized
that.
teeth and walking whales.
And along the way,
They just absolutely exploded in diversity.
so that today, sharks fill so many different
I did that.
According to Jade
Did I not mark it off? Did I mark off the wrong? I think I marked that other one
There's
off.
sharks in the tropic. There's sharks
Whatever.
in the
We're
Arctic.
good enough.
I mean,
I think.
found so far up
Hopefully.
the Mississippi River, it was in Illinois.
There's all these different versions of sharks, carved in their own bizarre ways. It almost makes the white shark seem boring.
If you love the white shark, no hate to you. I also love the great white shark. But sharks
3
are
seconds.
first. I'll just go through a bunch of them.
Where am I going?
I mean, some sharks only get to be about 8 inches long, while the largest shark was almost 62 feet long. So just the huge difference in the size range. We have.
Where am I? How about right?
There's a shark species that spews bioluminescent goo
Where's
from
the-
pockets near its fins, likely for avoiding and confusing predators.
here.
The rig shark can snap its teeth together to make kind of a clicking sound, while the swell shark will swallow a bunch of seawater, blow up like a big sharky water balloon, and that makes it more difficult for predators to eat it. And of course, the Greenland shark can live literally hundreds of years. I'm sure there are Greenland sharks in the ocean right now.
Already.
Who were alive during the time of Alexander Hamilton.
Need more stinking.
Musical about his life was written. Isn't that
Uh.
to think about? Hundreds of years.
Now where's that friggin' stuff? I need more. Spray
Radiolab
can.
is supported by Made in Cookware, crafted by chefs, for chefs, and designed for restaurants and home kitchens around the world.
Purple.
Their cookware
Behind
can be found
CJ's
at
house. I don't think it's gonna be
madencookware.com.
there.
Radiolab is supported by Seed.com.
Right here and it's down, maybe. I don't know.
Probiotic and prebiotic engineered to survive digestion, support healthy regularity, and promote whole body health. Learn more at seed.com/public. Listener contributions bring us Radiolab, with help from Maine State Music Theater, presenting Tootsie, based on the 1982 comedy film, June 25th through July 12th.
I want it. Where is it?
And MDI Biolab.
I don't think it appears till that mission.
Power of Science for Healthy Aging in Bar Harbor, Maine. MDIBL.org. Are you ready to explore Maine this summer? Maine Public Summer Breeze Counts will open find fun spots throughout vacation land. We've placed our Summer Breeze signs around the state. When you find one, simply take a selfie in front of the sign, use the QR code on the sign to submit your photo, and you'll be entered into a drawing to win some great summer prizes. Visit mainepublic.org for all the details, or stop by a service plaza on the main
On the roof.
Pick up your Summer Breeze location finder.
All right, now we're back in business.
But one college student started grassroots efforts to turn beer bottles into sand for eroding beaches. We have some music bumping.
Didn't I do
some
that
people are
one?
sorting. There's one person
That was right by the circle, yeah.
and sifting the material. Now you can come up with creative ideas by taking a second look.
Oh, where did I put my? There it is.
On the TED Radio Hour.
And join us for the TED Radio
Get
Hour
rid of that stinking marker.
on Maine Public Radio.
Hey, I'm Latif Nasser. This is Radiolab.
Hello. Hello.
And we're starting today with our shark guide in residence, Rachel Cusick, and this lady.
I'm Alison Cock. I'm a marine biologist.
In South Africa, at a car wash.
Oh my gosh, yes. Today, Alison works for South Africa's national parks, but
Where's my lighter?
a lot of money. I was a student. at
How does
the
that
University of Cape
happen?
Town, working at that car wash that you mentioned.
It happens.
There's a small little spot, not one of those drive-through car
There it
washes
is.
with those like flying sponges. It was all by hand. And my role was to check the cars for valuables and move the cars from the wash basin through to the dry basin. I used to also love just being around water, so that was another draw card for the car wash.
All right.
You're like, I'll even take
Map time. Where is it?
car washes, even if it's not the ocean.
Where am I going next?
One day, Allison's doing her thing, wash, rinse, repeat. When one car, it kind of changed her life, this car. Where is this going? How is it car wash being so much life? So she goes, she's like, trying to check the valuables within there, and then that's it, but she then goes to the trunk. Dead body in the trunk. Dead body in the trunk, exactly.
Wow.
And she opens up this trunk, and inside the trunk are these photographs. They just blew me away. There, in full color, is this image of a shark. This incredibly big, massive
bike
crocodile
skill.
soaring above the waves below, completely out
Where
of
is
the
it?
water, flying fully in the air like an airplane. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen.
Where are you?
Absolutely. But I was quite skeptical. Like, you thought they were photoshopped or something. Well, at the time, Photoshop wasn't. I thought they were fake. I couldn't believe that I'd spent years at university studying biology, and not one time did anybody mention giant great white sharks. And so, when the car owner returned to get his car, Allison asked him,
All right,
"What
let's
is
get
this
a closer
photo?
look.
Is this fake?" And he said,
Down in that groove. Whoop, wasting bullets.
and I just said to him, "Look, this car wash will be on me if you introduce me to your friend." And a few weeks later, Allison is on a boat with that friend, Chris Fellows, and also one of his friends, a guy named Rob.
There it
Was there any
is.
part of her that was like, they photoshopped this image and now they're kidnapping
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, very trusting of you to delete these men and go out on their boat.
Now let's go,
It really was, yeah. Anyhow,
I guess
it was a beautiful
east.
day. It was a flat day, and there was very little wind. The sun had risen yet. The sky was totally black. And I head out to a place called Seal Island, about a 25-minute boat trip. This
Where am
massive
I?
breeding colony of seals. And as they're getting closer, she starts hearing
Over.
sounds of 60,000 seals. You just listen to the seals, and you listen to the ocean and the
Here
seabirds,
somewhere.
but no sharks. So, Chris kept saying to me, "Keep your
Right.
eyes peeled." And him and Rob were really vigilant, and they were staring and they looking. And the whole time, I still was not believing it. I was still remained very, very skeptical. When suddenly, Chris
Where?
shouts, and right in front of my eyes,
Where I think I'm for.
Floating. Literally within 10 meters, the water seems to open up as this giant shark. This incredible animal comes flying out from below in the sky. And kind of slows down at this point. For her, I'm in shock.
Over here somewhere.
And it's just this massive shark suspended in air. It's defying every, not just gravity, it's defying every version of any shark that she's ever seen, thought about, or learned about in her entire life. It's just right in front of her. There was no fear. I don't know if it was ignorance. I felt.
Where is
I
it?
just saw majesty. I just saw this incredible beauty. And then
Down here, isn't it?
the shark lands back in the water, actually moving the boat with the wave from the big splash. And I'm still standing there in complete awe.
Whoop.
And I just went, okay, this is me for the rest of my life. I'm going to study these sharks. And that's exactly
All right, I found it. There it is.
Got a master's, then a PhD, and started making more and more trips out there.
Where's my
And what she
motorcycle?
quickly discovered
I
was
can't
that
remember.
this is an awesome thing
Is
to
it up
watch as
there?
a human being on a boat.
One of the days I saw 42 great white attacks.
No way! Yeah. If you were a seal on Seal Island, this place was terrible.
I've seen great whites.
Whatever, I guess I'll use a car for now.
Seal is kind of never giving up until crunch. And I mean, you're just screaming when you see it happen.
That, by the way, is Neil.
Dr. Neil.
Go away,
He's a
cops.
marine ecologist and shark researcher. He was spending a ton of time out there, just like Allison.
If you saw a lone seal coming back to the island and they're a small kind of baby seal.
What am I doing?
Smaller claws.
I kind of just drifted off.
You would watch
Don't want the cops near me, right?
Like, you must be sure if anyone would come flying out of the water with this.
Where am I?
Like minutes later.
And you'll
Zoom zoom.
seals register
Down there.
how awful this place is to be a seal? Like, do they feel the fear that I can just see
Let's
so clearly?
go.
So I designed the study where we'd actually go to the island, get up on
Hear
the island,
about.
collect seal poop.
You did the same exact thing on other islands.
Islands where there weren't sharks, then analyze the seal poop for stress levels, stress hormone levels.
Or what, like cortisol? What was
Cortisol, yeah, like metabolized cortisol.
And what he found was that the seals that live on Seal Island have stress levels that are 4 times higher than the seals on all the other islands.
Wow. Yeah, like quadruple levels of stress.
And Neil says you can kind of just see this with the naked eye.
Yeah, I mean, in the shallow water, the sharks.
What are you doing?
So the seals are always.
What's your pro? You're a dealer too. Give me your money.
Controlling their behaviors through just a landscape.
Yay.
They were causing these seals to not go and do whatever they want or hang out wherever they want or behave any way that they wanted. They were keeping them under.
Where is it?
Under control.
What
The
the
way
hell?
that we imagine sharks, the way that we see them
Down here.
But they can fly.
like that is what they were
Someone's following us.
to the seals on Seal Island.
They tasted human flesh.
However,
Make that gun.
And how quick they can
Get it gone.
Well, they can get a whole lot worse.
for the seals and the sharks of Seal Island, all of that was about to get flipped on its head.
And we're gonna find a
Where is this
And
crap?
we are going to get back to those great whites and those little seals in just a minute. But first, there are other fish in the sea. We've been monitoring, back in 2015,
Did I
Alison
miss
talked
it?
about a shark researcher who got her start because of a photograph she had seen. She received another photo of another kind of shark in the bay, but this one, it was different.
The
Absolutely.
hell is it?
Divers sent me photographs of these dead 7-gill sharks lying at the bottom of the ocean. These 7-gill sharks, they're
Somewhere
smaller
up
than the great
here.
white
There it
cousins, a little
is.
narrower. But what struck Alison was that on each of the sharks, there was this huge gaping wound. Like the shark had literally been cut and sliced open. And this slice was so clean, it almost looked like a surgical wound. My immediate
Where is
suspicion
it?
was and that's kind
Here.
of where we had to leave it because all we had was
Go south a little.
But then, just a couple months later, another
Where?
dead 7-gill shark was found by a different diver. And so she's like, please collect it. Please collect it. She wants to do like Law and Order Shark View.
Shark for you.
So anyway, they collected
Guess I'll
it
go
from me,
down
and we did
here.
the necropsy at the dive shop. And as she's poking around at it, she realizes again it has the exact same wound as the last one did. This clean wound between the pectoral fins of the shark. And that, weirdly, on closer inspection, the liver was gone. The liver had been
Right
taken
here.
out,
Where is
just
it?
the liver.
Shark livers.
Like creepy,
Mm.
like Hannibal serial killer vibes.
Yeah, maybe like poaching or some shady black market
Oh,
stuff.
come on. That's
No,
not bad.
I didn't know.
That's not a crime. It's art,
But
you idiot.
it doesn't end there. And here is where the
Art is a crime.
spin back into the story. In 2017, Alison gets a call from another Alison, who's another researcher who studies sharks down kind of like the coast of South Africa. And she's like, Alison, there's this massive great white shark that's washed ashore.
All right,
And
now let's go.
guess exactly what it looks like.
It's got the same flash.
The slash down the body, liver is missing. Everything looked exactly the same.
Very weird.
I know. It's about to get even weirder because right around the time Alison hears about this one,
Leave me alone.
The sharks at Seal Island literally disappeared.
again, Neil Hammerschlag.
Like, they were gone.
So again, I was like, gosh, what could this be? What's going on? And
Come on,
finally,
take your
on
rest.
16th of May, 2022,
There you go.
Alison gets her answer. So, we were contacted by a drone pilot, and he captured
Where are
the
ya?
most extraordinary footage. There's no sound, but the video starts with this big, wide shot looking straight down into this bluish green ocean, maybe like 50 feet below. And right in the center of the frame, you see this shark and this
There it is.
giant white spotted black orca. For a while, the pair is just eyeing each other, swimming in these tighter and tighter circles around and around.
Whatever. All right.
Until slyly, a second orca swims into the right of the frame. And the white orca can only keep its eye on one orca at a time. The second orca starts to slowly glide towards them. Until suddenly it darts, slamming the shark.
That's not what I want.
Turning the water.
I'll take it though. I need it.
A moment later, as the froth fades, the orca swims next to the motionless shark. This time, baring its teeth.
Where'd it go?
Slices out the shark's liver.
I thought I saw armor. Oh, I got it.
Start feasting on this white, fleshy
I guess
pouch.
I didn't hear the
The shark
message.
slowly starts to sink.
There's a gun somewhere.
Blue depths of the ocean. This was unbelievable.
Come on.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so it's the orcas who are killing the sharks.
So these livers of sharks, they're super nutrient rich. They're really fatty. They actually take up like a third of the shark's body, and so they are like the creme de la creme.
Where am I in the right?
Just this massive meal for them. So they go in and
What the hell, man?
They take the liver and then they actually just leave.
Huh?
Yeah. I mean, even Allison found this hard to believe.
There it
I was
is.
in denial for a very long time. Because for me, white sharks were always the apex predator.
Oh wow. Okay, so we're saying the orcas killed all the great whites at Seal Island.
Well, it seems like they definitely killed some of them, and
It's annoying to get in here.
Humans killed some of them as well.
Nets, right? The lethal netting program.
The government has had
can't
nets in
just
water to
jump.
protect swimmers, and something like 30 sharks get caught in these nets every year, which is a lot for great white shark populations. So that's definitely a part of their decline. Allison would agree. But here is where things get even more shocking for shark predators. Allison says that
I was
orcas all great white sharks at a Seal Island. The orcas didn't need to kill all of them. This is the whole point. Allison and her grad students and
It's almost not worth it. It probably isn't.
A bunch of these sharks. And when they looked at that,
Yeah, forget about it.
Found that after each predation event, each orca attack took the sharks longer to come back and fewer came back. Until eventually, after about 4 or 5 of these predation events that we knew of, the white sharks stayed away and didn't come back. And so, it's very possible that the fear of predation, the fear of being predated on, made the white sharks abandon.
Up and around,
Up
a little ways.
WhatsApp group or something where they can they're all gonna, leave en masse. Like how does that even work?
Like a community watch program, but
yeah.
Why wouldn't it jump as much?
They have this very cool.
Whatever.
I mean, sharks are strange. They can spread through a population much the same as people.
I spoke to this man named Colin Brown. He's
Where are
you?
you?
Fish lab at Macquarie University in Australia. I think one of you called you Dr. Fish Princess.
Yes, I speak to the fish.
And he explained to me how fear can spread literally through the water.
So if a shark is injured or killed,
it releases this chemical.
A very particular chemical, which in the German word is
up here,
which literally translates to scary.
Whoa, that was weird.
Like something
magical.
Go protect yourself, like get away. Whoa. And if the situation is bad enough,
Trescott can set off a contagion, effectively a behavioural contagion, and an entire population could potentially develop.
That's that.
Almost like
25. Oh, only 75 to go. 8 thumbs up. Wow, I don't know if I've ever gotten that many. Everybody.
Like, it's funny to me that they're like poster child for scary, especially these flying white sharks. And yet when you get to know them, they are just these little fish that are scared of bigger fish. That, like, as Tom says, there's always something scarier.
Yeah.
Meow, down here, let's go.
True of every animal. The more we find out about fishes,
desert eagle while we're down there.
Animals, the more we realize we're basically fish with some tweaks. Of course, we've come quite some way, but nonetheless, our physiology...
Yeah, I guess I'll take this clunky, stupid thing. Oh, look at that. Never mind, get back in. I didn't mean it. I like this. This car is much nicer. The ZR350.
Contributions bring us Radio Link. With help from Patriot Subaru, we believe that a positive customer experience is the best measure of success. For more at patriotssubaru.com. And Passive House Maine, helping retrofit Maine's stock through outreach, education,
Leave me alone.
housing equity. PassiveHouseMaine.org. You're listening to Maine Public, and this is
You're bored all no.
WMEH Bangor 90.9, WMEW Waterville 91.3, WMED Calais 89.7, WMEM Presque Isle 106.1.
Come back.
WMEF Fort Kent 106.3, WMED
Whatever, I'll take this.
WBSB Millinocket 90.1, WBEO Bethel 91.3, WMHB Green.
I have a passenger.
And online at mainpublic.org. The TED Radio Hour is next. The time is 1 o'clock.
This is the TED Radio Hour. Each week, groundbreaking TED Talks are delivered at TED conferences to bring about the future we want to see around the world. To understand who
Go away, police.
From those talks, we bring you speakers and ideas that will surprise you.
You just don't know what you're going to find.
Challenge you.
We trip out
26.
And even change you. I literally feel like I'm a different person. Yes. Do you
And
feel that way? Ideas worth spreading. From TED and NPR. I'm Manoush Samarotti.
Desert Eagle. Yeah, I'll switch it out. No, it's not a lot of bullets.
We thought that there had
Not
to be
a lot of bullets.
We're obligated to ask questions.
That is a very important skill.
Let's go up about
On the show today, taking
this
a
way,
second
just
look.
north. I'll remember it.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Robb. A funeral is underway in Minneapolis for Melissa and Mark Courtney. A Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband were shot to death 2 weeks ago by a man who prosecutors say had posed as a police officer. Father Daniel Griffith, the pastor and rector of the Basilica of St. Mary, said it appears they're living in a dystopian reality, but hope is there in the church.
Minnesotans, this could be a zero.
All right, where is
place
it?
for restoration and justice and healing, but we must work together, and there is much more work to be done. Your presence here is a sign that we can do that work.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, former President Joe Biden, and former
where are
Vice
you?
President Kamala Harris are among the guests. The Senate will be in session today to consider President Trump's sweeping tax cut and spending bill. The legislation would spend more money on defense and less on Medicaid. and other
What's in this
programs that benefit
corner
lower
part?
Americans. The Supreme Court handed the Trump administration a major win
Is it
yesterday,
up there?
limiting the use of nationwide injunctions by federal courts. But as NPR's Anna Isaacs reports,
Oh, it's right
in favor of the
there.
policy at the heart of that case, President Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship, remains uncertain.
The justices did not rule on the merits of the order, which declares that children born in the U.S. to parents without
Now
legal
over
status
to
or on a temporary
the
visa are not entitled to automatic citizenship. That order is still blocked for at least the next 30 days. After that, the order could go into effect in the states that have not challenged it. That means the rules for citizenship could
right
differ state
here.
by state, which critics warn will lead to chaos and confusion. The Supreme Court has asked the lower
Chaos
courts
and
to reconsider their
confusion.
broad rulings. In the meantime, there are also class action lawsuits in the works. The case's central question, whether denying birthright citizenship is constitutional, may come before the High Court as soon as next term. Anna Isaacs, NPR News, Washington.
Stocks rallied this week as oil prices fell.
All
Both
right,
the
it's
S&P
in the
and the
what?
NASDAQ ended the week at record highs.
We're across the way from
as a tentative
that.
ceasefire took effect between Israel and Iran. Retail gasoline prices remain slightly higher than they were a month ago, but gas is still cheaper than it was this time last year as we approach the busy 4th of
Run,
July travel
man,
season.
come on.
Investors have also shrugged off worries about the president's trade war, which sent stocks reeling less than 3 months ago.
Where is it?
Since then, both the S&P 500 index and the NASDAQ have regained all of that lost
Right
ground.
here
hitting new highs
somewhere.
on Friday. For the week, the S&P rose 3.4%, the Dow climbed 3.8%, and the NASDAQ jumped 4.25%. Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
This is NPR News. Officials in Pakistan say a suicide bomber attacked a military convoy in the northwest part of the country today. Soldiers. The bomber struck near the Afghan border where several Islamist militant groups operate.
Where is
Police say
it?
thousands of protesters gathered in the Thai capital, Bangkok, today, demanding
Oh,
the
it's
Prime Minister
down
resign. The government is facing
here
growing pressure over
somewhere.
a border dispute with Cambodia. Michael Sullivan reports from
How
Bangkok.
much is this
A
one?
rally at Victory Monument in the capital.
10,000, I guess, so I gotta buy it anyway, right?
Power 2 years ago. A rally orchestrated.
What are these guys doing in my new place here?
Both their father in 2006 and her aunt in 2014.
Where's the pinky paint?
Concerned by the protest, saying it's within people's rights to hold one, but her grip on power is tenuous. Her coalition government retains a slim majority in parliament. The largest party withdrew its support last
Where
week,
is it?
following a leaked conversation between the Prime Minister and Cambodia's former Prime Minister Hun Sen concerning the border row. She's facing a possible no-confidence vote in Parliament when it reconvenes next week.
Okay, I think I see it now.
The National Highway Traffic Safety
I
Administration
think I see what they're
says
getting at anyway.
recalling more than 250,000
I was kind of in the wrong
The
zone.
problem involved was an improperly sealed side curtain airbag that increased the risk of rejection and injury during a crash. The recall applies to vehicles built
Over
between
here
2022
somewhere.
and 2025. This is NPR.
Support for NPR comes from NPR
Hi.
stations. Other contributors include
Hi.
introducing AG1 Next
Wait.
Gen, a daily drink
This
with
is
vitamins,
different.
minerals, and probiotics to support overall health. Learn more at
Oh, that's it. The big one, the little.
drinkag1.com/science.
Alright, I got it. What do I need some more now? I guess. I guess I should save.
Give me your whip, fool.
It's the TED Radio Hour from NPR. I'm Manoush Zomorodi. On the show today, double takes. Ideas that dare us to take a second look. Today, I went for a walk in my neighborhood with a new friend and her dog.
Her name is Basha. We keep calling her Basha. So sometimes little kids at first, have a moment of hesitation, but then curiosity wins.
What's going on?
Always want to see it.
This is
Are you mad at me?
And as we strolled with her dog, Basha, we turned a lot of heads.
Oh, I didn't kill you?
Oh my God.
Desert Eagle, wham.
Because Basha is not just any dog. She's a
Any more losers want to die?
company, Boston Dynamics, and
Oh, you?
$200,000.
Yeah, you can touch her. Just don't put your fingers in the joints.
Do people ever get scared?
Small kids sometimes are a little uneasy for a second. People will ask questions. How fast can it run?
Okay.
Or
What's the answer?
I don't know. It's like it's not a running dog for me.
Okay, right. The factory name for these four-legged robots is Spot. They can run up to 11 miles per hour.
Okay, find the one in the south.
Like collapsed buildings.
Oh, I need paint.
Areas. Maybe you've seen the video of
Behind CJ's house, right?
Mar-a-Lago residents, or the reports of them assisting New York City police with a raid. Critics say they are simply tools of a
It's my
burgeoning surveillance.
house in their neighborhood. Weird.
Mishka says people's response to Basha shows it's more complicated than that.
It's a Russian test. You saw this a little bit, right? How different people arrive differently. It tells you a lot about the person, how they react with Basha. So I think it's kind of
This is literally the route I take my dog on every
Whoop.
single day, and she doesn't listen to me like Basha does.
There you go. Another advantage of the
Whoop.
What is that?
Enough of that stupid car. I don't like it anyway.
Basha can be trained to move autonomously. But today, engineer Glenn Gartner and his son Devin were operating Basha with a remote control.
Wow,
During
take
our walk,
that.
she confused many humans and real dogs too.
Well, she doesn't have a smell, so dogs really are very confused about the no smell because
Is
it's
it right
very
here? Where's that paint?
It walks like a dog, but doesn't
I don't
smell
remember.
like a dog, which is a big problem.
I'm a tech reporter and I've been reporting on digital privacy for over a decade, and yet I found Basha strangely cute, despite knowing what she could be capable of.
Yeah. Okay.
Paint, I forgot.
Why am I talking like this to her? I sound ridiculous.
Guess I'll look on the stove. Is it over here?
As a classical portrait artist. But in 2013, she moved to San Francisco and began painting portraits of
Wow,
technology.
he's got to catch that breath. All right.
Led her to Basha.
I wanted to paint the portrait of a celebrity of today.
Over here, right?
2018, I met Basha.
Bull crap.
And I thought, okay, if Andy Warhol were alive, his Marilyn Monroe would be.
Yeah, I'll take
Basha.
it.
So that's how I first encountered the robot.
After seeing her portraits of Basha, the engineers at Boston Dynamics.
I don't remember. I gotta look it up, I guess.
You can't just paint a portrait. You have to play with the robot. You have to teach the robot how to paint. So it was actually initiated by engineers at Boston Dynamics.
Today, Basha helps Agnieszka explore that.
Oh, it's up on the roof.
Technology. To do exhibits together, even paint together. But she's a tool to you. She is not a sentient being, and not a substitute for a real mammal in your house. She's something completely different.
She's a different species on her own, but she's not a vacuum cleaner. So she's more than that. But, yes, but I mean, I understand technology. She's not self-aware.
Can I recruit people?
Self-awareness, and yeah, she doesn't have some weird emerging behaviors.
Yeah, I can. All right. Everyone remembers CJ.
Yes, but in a sense, it's like if you had a doll, you know, we get attached to. And you were talking to Basha. I mean, everyone speaks to her.
I couldn't help it, but I think part of it is the way.
All right, homie, let's roll.
Fluid and smooth, and
Dual carjacking.
That you want to be respectful to her in some ways, or to show compassion.
So this is interesting. It goes to the core of robotics.
What, you won't get in?
We start assigning to them abilities and maybe even.
All right, painting time. Where?
Actually, it's really a lot of it is just really engineering. It's gonna be interesting.
Slow.
AI will.
I know it's a rather slow process when I do it here. Let's see.
By taking Basha out in public, Agnieszka hopes the spectacle
Down
of
here.
this robot dog sparks people's curiosity, not just their fear.
As an artist, we are obligated to ask questions and to highlight the big changes that's coming.
What can we learn from those who manage to provoke us to look and then look again? Why should we reconsider something we think we already understand? Today on the show,
Oh, get out of here. Good.
Seekers who want us to go beyond a cursory glance. How they're pushing people to look at technology, history, and even recycling with fresh eyes. As an artist, Agnieszka Pilat knows that some might assume she fears AI and its potential threat to her life.
Oh,
so she
little
loves
fun,
surprising them with the story
fun spill.
Techno-optimism.
Growing up in communist Poland, I was subjected to Soviet
Is that it?
propaganda
Yeah.
most of my life.
Here she is on the TED stage.
So this might be kind of strange to say, but today I am a propaganda artist. and I work for the machine.
30.
How did this happen? Well, let me take you back to my childhood in communist Poland, where
Let's see
crowded
here.
factories were my playground. I didn't have access to modern technology. We didn't have a car, a telephone,
Somewhere.
radio that played the music of Chopin day and night. But
Around
some
there.
stations my parents didn't like me to hear.
The uncertain remains a reality.
I remember one evening, my brother and I could hear a strange broadcast from behind the closed door.
But the uncertain cannot stop the transmission of radio waves that pass overhead.
It was only many years later when I realized that was a illegal station, Radio Free Europe. But back then,
Get that car up there.
I could see my parents come out of that room.
Whatever.
Changed.
They're stuck.
A sentiment in their eyes then was unknown to me till then. It was hope. That old crappy radio was my first encounter with the miracle of technology. And while the story might seem sad, to me it's really beautiful. Portraiture always tells stories of the privileged class. In Middle Ages, the subject were kings and queens. With the birth of capitalism, Dutch merchants commissioned portraits to indicate their growing influence. Warhol's celebrity portraits were a brilliant commentary on the growing
Where is it?
icons in 20th century America. So, likewise, as a portrait painter, I decided to paint the power brokers of our time.
There.
Intelligent machine.
Whoop.
So when I first came to Silicon Valley from Poland, my grand
Uh-oh.
idea was,
Yeah, kill him.
for the machine, I want to be the portrait
Oh, you killed my dude.
for technology. And I started painting portraits of old machines.
Where
and
am I
thinking
here?
of them as their royal portrait, because this is the royalty of America. The first thing I consider when painting as a portrait painter is the age of my subject.
Oh, he didn't kill him.
So when looking at Basha,
Come on, shoot him.
in robot years, how old is she? Basha was different from all my previous machine subjects, like vintage airplane.
You deal with that, and I'll go do this.
Lunar space modules painted in my studio on a World War II aircraft carrier. They had history, they had personality. Basha's personality wasn't formed yet. Nah, she was like a child.
Whoop.
Teenager maybe.
Where's my dude?
Still growing up, receiving frequent hormone
My
upgrades.
homie.
You see, every time I take Basha for a walk, we meet people in person who are curious. They stop us, they take videos, they ask questions. There's a genuine sense of excitement.
All right, next up, where are we going? Over
As these
here.
videos are posted online, new comments appear accusing us of surveillance, robots taking over. People actually threaten to smash Basha into pieces, throw her into.
Never mind, I don't need you.
In person, if someone doesn't like us, they just cross the street. But on the internet, these fears grow into threats and insults, spreading into social media and the search engines. I think
How do I get out of here?
is that it forces people to interact with technology in real life.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
In real life, as human beings. As soon as someone will post a video online, mean comments are gonna appear.
Whoa, this is all about me.
For saying watch out for surveillance. Like there was a point where I think people were very naive about technology and didn't think about these things. So part of me
Where is it?
I'm glad that they're asking questions. Do you think there's something dangerous about it?
I think technology has been unfairly targeted. I think it's even more urgent to engage with technology because there's no
There it is.
no robots, no AI. We have to engage actively. That's the only thing we can do. Like with children. So I think about my work as kindergarten. We are parenting these new technologies. We are parenting AI. It's a kindergarten, and we have to be almost parenting and teaching and passing on these positive values because otherwise we are in big trouble. In current form,
Another one.
AI is like a young child, watching, mimicking the world for the first time in its own unique way. Basha has a physical body,
Somewhere in
fits
the
her equation
beach.
in time. But many AI models, they live in the cloud, disembodied but universal. They don't have just one teacher or one parent. Such an AI is a global child.
What are they
The whole of
talking
human
about?
civilization parenting
Down
it.
here?
We have to nurture this young prodigy, artificial intelligence. That's what technology is to me. It's hope for a better future. That's why I am a propaganda artist and I work for the machine.
That was artist Agnieszka Pilat. You can see her full talk at TED.com and check out the video of my day with Basha at NPR.org. On the show today, Double Takes. I'm
Not far north enough, maybe.
NPR. I'll be right back.
Or too far. Where is this? It's somewhere about
What
here.
person, place, event, or object do you think represents the best of Maine? Our Maine calling team wants to know.
There it
Share your
is.
response with the new Talk to Us feature on the Maine Public app. Talk to Us is designed to help you send high-quality, broadcast-worthy audio messages at your convenience.
Now
It's
one
easy
up
to
on
use.
the
To participate, simply choose the Talk to Us feature on our app
Stadium.
and submit your response by this Sunday, June 29th. You may hear your comment on the air during the Monday edition
Oh,
of
come
Maine
on.
Calling.
Support for the TED Radio Hour comes from Workday. Workday is
Where
an
are
AI
they?
platform for forward thinkers, dedicated to transforming the way business leaders manage people.
Give me a
and
car,
today,
any
so that we
car.
can transform tomorrow. Workday, moving business forever forward. From Raymond James, a firm focused on transforming lives, businesses, and communities through tailored wealth management, banking, and capital market solutions.
You won't come with me, just one gang member?
RaymondJames.com.
I don't have enough respect.
And from the sustaining members of this NPR station. It's the TED Radio Hour from NPR. I'm Manoush.
Get in.
On the show today, Double Takes.
Whatever.
Inspiring ideas that come from
Or did I recruit two of them? Nice.
Sometimes something very small. For Francisca Troutman, it was a glass of wine.
Who are you shooting at?
Sharing a bottle. Admittedly. Fair. It was a $2 chuck from Trader Joe's.
Those were college days. Back in 2020, Francisca and her
36. Wowie.
in New Orleans.
And after we finished that bottle, we often had nights like this where we were, having a little drink, talking about life and what we wanted to do. And
Finish the rest
we
of
were
this
like,
crap.
hold on, this bottle is going to end up in a landfill because Louisiana had virtually mass recycling.
Oh, really?
And some of
Even in
this.
places where they do recycle?
Right, yeah. So, like, for example, New Orleans has curbside recycling, but you cannot put glass in your curbside bin.
Louisiana also does not have a bottle deposit program.
Don't tell me what
No
to
getting
do.
nickels
Calm
and
down.
dimes back for returns. In theory, glass is infinitely recyclable, but many recyclers there consider glass a nuisance.
Glass is super heavy, it breaks, and so in those cases, it's hard to separate.
Get me out of here.
recyclables. And we thought that was a shame.
Where's the exit?
We thought that there had to be a better way, something to do about the glass recycling issue in Louisiana. And so we kind of started Googling, like,
Get 'em.
recycle glass or how, like,
They're not very good shots, huh?
yeah, all of the above. We really wanted to know anything
Whatever.
about recycling, about glass. I think the first thing we found online was that it wouldn't be viable for us to collect the glass and send it to someone else to process for recycling. Texas was the closest option, which is like 5 to 6 hours away, depending on where in Texas it is. And so we did some back of the napkin math.
Where are
We
ya?
realized that that would never work economically. So yeah, then we knew the next step was like, okay, we have to do something. We have to process the glass into something that can
That
be used.
one's done. 37.
As a kid
Wow.
growing up in southern Louisiana, recycling wasn't much on Francisca's mind, but the joys of nature were.
Yeah, I actually grew up on the bayou,
When it rains, you run outside to play in the mud. When it's hot in the summer,
Get a
you
better
walk
car.
by you and have no care in the world about gators.
In Louisiana, though,
Oh, it's a two-seater. One of you were staying behind.
Always, unfortunately, familiar with the coastal erosion crisis. It feels like one day we'll just be washed away or flooded and, you know, never see our homes again. Like it's that kind of scary and big.
Louisiana loses up to 35 square miles of land every year, an area larger than Manhattan. And so when she got to college and had that moment looking at the
Somewhere in
bottom,
here.
she wondered, instead of the landfill, could this glass go to the shore? Could it help restore the
What
land?
time we got?
Now, you might be thinking to yourself, how in the
1:24 p.m.
ever be able to make a dent in these problems?
Francisca Troutman picks up the story from the TED stage.
And that would be that. Plenty of people told us the
Let's go,
we didn't listen.
what's everyone's problem?
How small of an impact we made.
Oh, it's some cash.
It felt like we could alleviate two problems with one solution. Convert the otherwise landfill glass
Who are you blasting?
into sand and use it in restoration projects across the state. Easy,
They kill
right?
my dude? No.
But we didn't listen to the
What are you
haters.
doing, man?
That's actually why we named our company Glass Half Full. But that glass half empty mindset might actually be one of the biggest threats we face today.
Look at him run in slow motion. What's up with that?
To get us nowhere. Whereas hope, combined with action, can be one of the most powerful tools to enact change.
So instead of being like, okay, we're going to find a way to recycle glass to be more glass, you were like, well, let's find a way to use glass that is productive in a very different way. Remind us of the relationship, if you would, between glass and sand.
Yeah. So
Done with what?
And we found this machine that could turn glass back into sand. And sand is something we use, you know, every day with various materials.
Look at him go.
And it has to be mined to be used in glass bottle manufacturing, but also in concrete and buildings and also our phones.
Stupid cops coming to get me. Come on.
And so when we realized we could turn glass back into sand, then
And up
we knew
north.
that we could use the sand for something locally, even if it wasn't coastal restoration, because I knew that it would take some research to figure that out. We could use it in construction, we could use it in landscaping, you know, things that sand are used for. It felt like, why don't we do that?
So still
I gotta make you guys pay.
Jumped into action. They set up shop in a fraternity house and raised money to buy their first glass crushing machine.
Oh, really?
It's like the size of a tree, like a 12.
Not a one-shot kill, because I'm not skilled with it.
Neck on it, so you put the bottle in the top, it falls down that chute, and then it meets the hammer mill, and then at the bottom there's a bucket.
Get in there.
The sand comes out.
Then they set up collection bins all around town and found out that people were hugely excited to recycle their glass.
So we would swap out the full ones for empty ones, and then bring all the glass to the back of the frat house.
That was where it all got turned back into sand.
It's just like 10 people in this backyard.
Where is it?
And like some people are sorting through the glass, some people are taking caps off.
Somewhere in the run of
crushing, and the rest of us are like,
doesn't even look like it.
Material.
Oh, now it does.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. We're like trying to make it fun. You know, we're begging our friends to come.
Haha, you're gonna get stuck.
And basically we did that till nighttime and even past that, and then went home, went to bed, and did it again.
And again, and again. And when they weren't crushing glass, they were scheming about what to do with the sand they were left with.
The goal was to figure out if we could use it for coastal restoration, but we also knew that we couldn't just
figure it out.
Dump it on beaches and be like, done.
Oh, it's probably down there.
There had to be some research involved, so I brought that to a lot of my professors, so we ended up applying for a National Science Foundation grant to do that research.
What they found is they could use
maybe not.
biodegradable sandbags.
Maybe. Let's see.
To build back the marshes to restore the land. That convinced many Louisianians to.
No, I don't think so.
Recycling program. Now Francisca has a business and does it full time.
Not even close. Oops.
Pretty quickly. So by August of 2020, we had moved into a 40,000 square foot facility.
Let's figure it out.
Itself is like 2 stories tall. Last year we did about 4 million pounds of glass, and we are aiming to triple that this year at least.
I mean, how many beer bottles are we talking?
So a beer bottle is half a pound. So 4 million pounds would be 8 million beer bottles. The loud part is definitely the bottles, like the bottles being dumped from a dump truck.
Let's figure this crap out.
Scooping the bottles from
Is it in here?
into the hopper. And we create 3 main products. One is the sand for coastal restoration, but we also now create flint and amber cullet. So cullet is the raw material to make new bottles.
And what's been the reaction?
Weird.
Like, for me, I'm like, this is amazing. This makes total sense, but I know it's never as simple as it sounds.
Whoa.
Who are the people that take issue with you? Like, what are some of your challenges?
I will say overall, people are extremely supportive and really do love our idea and love what we're trying to do.
Health up.
Some of the main complaints I get, at least in Louisiana.
Oh, let's look at the map real close here.
I'm trying to solve all of coastal erosion in Louisiana. I get comments like, we don't have nearly enough glass bottles to solve our coastal erosion issue. And I'm
Where
like,
is this?
I'm not trying to solve our entire coastal erosion issue. I don't think that's possible for, one solution or one person. I think it's going to take so many different solutions and so many different people getting involved to solve this huge issue.
And let's say someone's like, all right, but I don't know. How do I get into that mindset
now
that
I
you were
need
in, where you looked at something
and I got art.
thought,
Good.
You know what? We can do something with this instead of just throwing it away. How do you sort of coach people to have that creative approach?
I think I'm still learning how to truly get people to think that way. But the best method that I think I've found showing people is
now I need more stinking paint.
We were always sharing our
Give me
struggles, what we needed help with, and what was going wrong. And I think people saw that and felt more compelled to help. The key was that we simply started and we kept going.
Really?
Somewhere the belief that we as individuals could enact change trumped our doubts. And for us, finding a way to help with a problem much, much bigger than us meant taking that first step. And in our case, it was a step in the sand in an eroded,
What am I doing?
but once magnificent swamp.
Paint, where are you?
That's Francisca Troutman. She is the CEO and co-founder of Glass Half
There's
Full.
some right about
Talk at TED.com.
pretty close by.
On the show today, double takes.
Maybe around here or something.
Compelling us to take
Yeah.
a look at something we think.
Go away, cops. Come on.
Ralph Ellison, who wrote The Invisible Man, sums it up quite nicely. I think he says, sometimes invisibility is a refusal to see. It's not that the information is not there. It's more about training ourselves to be conscious of things that we're not necessarily paying attention to.
This is artist Tavares Strawn. He was first introduced to this idea when he was a child growing up in the Bahamas.
We have a big family. There's over 60 plus grandkids.
Go away.
60 plus?
Yep. My grandmother and grandfather had 13 kids. So when we were all together, it was a big group of people.
When he was around 10 years old,
come on, leave me alone.
Came home with a set of encyclopedias.
I want my motorcycle.
It was a big deal, as you would imagine, because all of a
sudden, oh, go away.
All these little kids had
good, they're done.
Knowledge. So imagine the pomp and circumstance of having these encyclopedias arrive at the house. And I remember first looking at.
I want to get in that police car and get some shotgun ammo.
Process of collecting this much information and trying to.
Here, let me make some room for you.
That's what went through your mind?
Go ahead, move. Keep going.
I thought it was very odd. I thought there was a certain level of hubris in the process. And I realized that immediately there weren't the kind of stories that reflected the environment that we were in.
Mm-hmm.
So I know more about Napoleon and Christopher
There,
Columbus than I do
5.
about, for example, you know, the River Nile or Marcus Garvey or any kind of African.
I stole the cop's shotgun.
The population of the Bahamas was probably 90% black. And so all we were being fed was material that was being scripted for primarily European audience. And so I think the question always
All right,
was,
tanny paint spots.
where are the people who are in this community?
Go around this way.
And representing us.
I mean, that's incredibly astute for a young kid. I think I probably would have thought, like, whoa, I can hold the world's knowledge between my 2 hands, but that is not what you thought.
You know, I feel like that level of skepticism, healthy skepticism, that is, was what pushed me towards the arts in the first place.
As an adult, Tavares took that skepticism to art school.
Where is it?
He also started traveling the globe, searching for lost stories.
And trying to understand what a society does with the information that is not recorded and not a part of the zeitgeist, if you will.
And as a grad student, he came across a name he'd never heard before. Matthew Henson.
Matthew Henson was
there it is.
One of, not the first to make it to the North Pole, and he traveled in 1909 with Robert Perry.
I had never heard of Matthew Henson.
And that's that. One below that.
Also have not.
One of the next 2 southern buildings.
Yeah, Matthew Henson, he worked as a deckhand with Admiral Perry for many, many years. As a teenager, traveled throughout Central and South America. Admiral Robert Perry was an explorer himself in his own right. And they just spent so many years together. And then the race to the poles began. And with context, this race was like going to space, making it to the North Pole back in 1909. So this was a big deal, you know what I mean? And I think
next building.
What really turned the tide was Henson, one of the more trusted explorers on the team, if you will. His machine skills, his navigation skills, his ability to withstand the freezing temperatures.
All right, somewhere around here.
His kind of social prowess, his ability to navigate the indigenous folks that he was interacting with. And in 1909,
where are
he
you?
made a trek to the pole and successfully arrived at the pole, and this was
I
a big
don't
deal.
see
And for the
it.
most part, Henson's story was more or less.
I don't see it.
To the main story of Perry. Now, this son of a sharecropper had managed over 7 Arctic expeditions. Yet his massive contributions became lost to history. And I am really cool with that.
Here's to
Where are you?
on the TED stage.
So years later, I decided to make my own encyclopedia. It's called the Encyclopedia of Invisibility. This is a 3,000-page leather-bound book that has over 17,000 entries.
I can't find it. Oh, up here.
The explorer Matthew.
No, it's just the door.
From there, I thought
nothing special
should be included in these pages. I would make list after list of things that were excluded from history and research them.
What the hell?
Just me alone. Then I needed an assistant, and then I needed an entire team. And together we would comb the globe looking for people, places, and things that were mostly untold. Just look at this.
Other building, maybe.
Now, the great Robert Smalls,
a
freed
bike.
himself from slavery, overtook a bunch of Confederate ships, freed a whole bunch of slaves from those ships, and then majestically marched on to become one of the first black congressmen in the United States. Then there's an entry on rhinoceros. Did any of you know there was a woolly rhinoceros? No. Then there's an entry on Sister Rosetta Tharpe. Sister Rosetta Tharpe is the mother of all rock and roll. Then there's an entry on the great John Edmonds.
Oh, we're doing that, are we?
Very young Charles Darwin, art of taxidermy, and a whole lot more. Now, after 12 years, a limited edition of this encyclopedia was published as an artwork. occupying this
Where's my
territory
stupid
in
paint
sculpture, book, and installation.
area?
This experience truly convinced me that there are an infinite amount of long stories to be told. The encyclopedia is a very large.
What a bunch of crap.
With gold accoutrement and gilding, and it's very much channeling this like 17th century notion.
There it is. I should have known.
And I'm really playing with that, using that language of authority, of knowledge. And these entries kind of feel very similar to what you would
making a good dent in them. All right.
Encyclopedia, except they include the kinds.
Where to next? I think I should look at this stinking map
When we come
here.
back, the missing story that Tavares Strawn found while training as a cosmonaut in Russia. On the show today, Double Takes. I'm Manusha Samarodi, and you're listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR. Back.
Where's that bike? Go away. I guess I'll get some energy. The PCJ, yeah. Whoop, where am I?
Because of your financial support, the TED Radio Hour happens with help from the Portland Museum of Art, with Painting Energy, the Alex Katz Foundation.
There it is.
Including work by Lois
Goody.
now through September 14th. PortlandMuseum.org. And Evergreen Home Performance, diagnosing why your house gets hot in the summer with energy audits, and helping homeowners to improve comfort with insulation and air sealing.
Next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour, featuring Fox News anchor Brett Baer on his relationship with President Trump. Does President Trump call you on the phone a lot?
He calls me.
And do you call him?
I have called him. He wants to be front and center in every story. He is front and center in every story.
That's Brett Baer. Next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour.
Found it. Keep going. All right.
Join us for the New Yorker Radio
Where was that
Hour
one?
at 2 o'clock right here on Main Public Radio.
Support for the TED Radio Hour comes from
This
Luminescence
one.
Foundation, dedicated to shedding light on
Now,
neurological
what's,
research focused on Alzheimer's and Parkinson's diseases, and supporting land conservation initiatives. From the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur
Down
Foundation,
here.
supporting creative people and effective institutions, committed to building a just,
Over
burdensome,
with.
and peaceful world. More information is at macfound.org. And from listeners like you, who donate
Down
to this
here
NPR
somewhere.
station.
It's the TED Radio Hour from NPR. I'm Manusha Samarodi. On the show today, Double Takes. What happens when we take a second look? We were just talking to artist Tavares Strawn, creator of the 3,000-page Encyclopedia of Invisibility. This is a book full of forgotten stories that he believes deserve their place in the history books. There's another entry that I would love you to tell us about. Robert Henry Lawrence. How did you find out about him?
I think I just come back from
That
space
one.
training in Star City, Russia.
Wait,
and
I'm sorry, you can't just start a sentence like that. What? Rewind.
yeah, so when I
To
come back from the
the
Arctic,
west.
expeditions, I started to think about space. In a parallel way, I wanted to get the kids in my neighborhood to think about exploration. And so one of the things that I was thinking about was, how do I do that? And one of the ways to do
Where
it
is
to
it?
be an astronaut or depending on more a cosmonaut. And so I spent many months over a couple of years doing this training.
Wow.
Back and forth to Russia. And then the story of Robert Henry Lawrence started to emerge as the first kind of black astronaut who was supposed to go to space and then wasn't able to make it because he had died in a training exercise when the plane that he was on exploded.
Had you heard that story previously?
I hadn't, no.
There's
I heard
one.
about Robert Lawrence from one of the astronauts actually that I was working with in Russia.
So you added
Which one exactly is that?
encyclopedia, but you also created an unusual piece of art.
Yeah, I think the big question in my head was, seriously, is there a way to get this
There
guy
should be one north of it.
so tragically into space?
Oh, it's right there,
So step
derp.
one was to find someone with a rocket. And
Didn't
who
have
has
to go
rockets?
very
The
far.
head of SpaceX.
But I have enough to tag. Do one more tag.
To figure out who was going to
I
be
think I should go get the paint though, if it's even there.
the head of SpaceX. Frank Sharple.
I wonder if it's regenerated yet.
And after 4 years of rigorous testing, planning, and sculpting, the satellite was produced in honor of Robert. Now, this satellite was made of gold, and it was important for me to have this satellite follow ancient Egyptian tradition of storytelling by imbuing the essence of a person into a container. Now, this satellite was called Enoch, after
I
the story
can
of a mythological character.
remember without looking at the map. I can't.
Never died. On November 30th, 2018, Enoch blasted into space in the belly of a SpaceX Falcon 9.
Where was that? Where is it?
Almost 50 years after his
Breaking
the legacy of Robert Henry
up
Lewis
around
is
here.
celebrated amongst the stars.
So SpaceX is, of course, owned by Elon Musk, who was working with the Trump administration to roll back numerous DEI initiatives. And, for example, the Pentagon also is removing names of Black, gay, and Native American veterans from various places. And I guess, it's confusing. We finally got to a point where as a society, we've started to acknowledge that there are many stories that had not been told, and we are taking another look and bringing them to light in some places, obviously not all. And
I don't know why I just did that. I just felt like, well, I don't know, whatever.
we're not going to be adding to those stories. In fact, we might be taking them away. What are your thoughts on that?
Where I go with that immediately is I think about what's the purpose.
Where is it? I can't remember.
What artists are really, really good at is they're really good at systems and thinking about systems. If you think about
Near the end, I guess.
Once we've achieved full bottom shelter, I think there's art, right? And I think it is the thing that
there's more.
Obviously, I'm biased, but I think it's the thing that will save us. And so where I'm going with all of this is there has been a long
There's grenades across the street.
Interrogating systems. I'm a part of that
somewhere.
Tradition, and that tradition will never stop.
Is it this guy's house?
So I feel very much empowered as an artist, more today than I was yesterday.
I want those grenades. Give them.
The question is, what do we do next? I think the answer is we continue to support artists and the work that they're doing to interrogate these systems to bring.
Give me.
What are you working on next? I'm a little trepidatious to ask, really. Are you launching yourself somewhere? Tell me what you're thinking about.
Where'd I put my
bike?
What
I'm working on now is an exhibition entitled "The Day Tomorrow Began." It's an immersive.
Let me.
Work that features a kind of.
It was stupid.
Several dialogues regarding.
Hey.
How societies create heroes, and the monument that we leave behind.
It seems like you are someone who is a believer in heroes, maybe unsung heroes, as they're called.
I think that there's a deep level of complexity with the idea of a hero, because I think a hero denotes a certain level of expectation of perfection, and I think what we're learning is what happens when our heroes are not perfect. What do we do? How do we think about it?
All right, I'm not putting up with that.
I'm trying to square that with the idea of Henson and Lawrence and turning them into famous figures. As they
nice cover you had there, bud. All right,
And
painting
is that not
time.
part of what you're doing is
I guess I'll go to
raising
number
these people up
70 on
who
this
were left behind, whose
this
stories weren't
map
told,
on the
giving them
computer.
sort of heroic status for kids
This
so that they have
one.
something to aspire to?
One of the most powerful things about criticism is the critic has to be careful not to become the thing that they're criticizing.
Over
And I think
here.
being an artist is always a little bit of a dangerous game of understanding the balance of the kind of the curiosity or the problem that you're trying to solve, and kind of reconciling that with the reality, right? So
Where?
a good example of that is the first successful
Up on the back of one of these buildings.
revolution in this hemisphere was the one in Haiti. And King Henry Christophe, who I love, in particular, was a part of the movement that basically eradicated France from Haiti. But one of the things that he did as a convention of his scenario as an ex-slave who became a leader was he
Mark
became
it
king,
up.
right? So this guy who's a hero of mine, in a way, recreated the
On to the next
to
one
some
over
degree
here.
that he was eradicating. And I'm interested in that. I think that's fascinating. And I accept that as a part of the story also. And I think there's a certain colonial quality to the way that we've told stories over the past 100 years that I think doesn't allow for that layer of complexity. We want to tell the black and white story, and most stories are just not that way. And so how do we captivate an audience with a story by still being reflective of the future of storytelling, which I think is about being able to make space for the complexity of this person who got rid of Napoleon.
Where is it?
And made this place free, and actually, not just that, inspired
Over here somewhere.
the folks in the Americas. Like, this is a big deal. So to have someone who is this
See exactly
figure,
where they're pointing
you
at.
look at him closely and you're like, wait a minute, why would you want to be a king when we just got rid of the king? Is something that I think we all should take a look at.
So this
I think I
episode
see
that
it.
we're including our conversation in,
Nope,
going
that
double
wasn't it.
takes, thinking that you know something,
Nope.
and then realizing when you look again that you
No.
know nothing. Am I accurate in thinking that that's what you're doing? You're asking people
There.
to look again, reconsider their preconceived ideas.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's oftentimes shocking that these stories that are sitting
On to the next one.
just elude so many of us. And I think the notion of being an artist is synonymous with critical thinking. You couldn't be an artist without being able to think critically. The most important skill as we move into the future with technology and AI is for humans to be able to process critically what they're seeing, how they're seeing it, and why they're seeing it.
Over here somewhere. Where are you?
That I expressed to you at the beginning of this conversation when I was a kid, I still have
On
today,
the
but I now just call it critical thinking. Artists are trained
on the green part. I think. Yeah, I gotta be up there.
That is a very important skill.
How do I get up there?
That's artist Tavares Strawn. You can see his full talk at TED.com. We want to end our show about double takes with a story from a man who decided to take a second look at what
Running that person over gave me a bike skill.
This is musician Mike Posner.
Some of you may recognize me from that song. I took it from Ibiza, but I'm not the same person I was when I wrote that.
For Mike, everything changed when he decided to take a step back, but ironically, taking
Get me
a
up
very,
there.
very long walk.
I want to tell you about the time that I tried to walk 3,000 miles all the way across the United States of America in the 5
Where the hell
lifeless
is
that I
this?
Mike Posner continues from the TED stage in 2024.
But way before I tried to walk across America, my story begins with my father. My dad used to always tell me when I was little, Mike, there's 2 things that are most important to me. I want you to be healthy.
I'll just walk there for now, alright? Wait.
Now, the healthy part, that came easy to me. But the happiness, I struggle with that. I was kind of
I gotta get about over here.
if I could get everyone to like me, you know, maybe I would be happier. And so I set about trying to get everyone to like me, and I'll let you guys in on a little secret. I was very effective at getting people to like me. In fact, by the time I was 22, I'd become famous. I would walk on the stages and people would forget about life. They would scream for me. I would take my shirt off at the concert. They'd scream even louder. I'd go backstage and tell me how great I was. But I'd get to the hotel and I'd be alone. And the happiness that Dad wanted for me, it just wasn't there. I tried everything. Therapy, meditation, self-help books, and retreats. Nothing worked. And so out of options, I decided to chase after the happiness Dad wanted for me in one last way.
Now where is this? Up in here somewhere?
For many years, I decided to walk across America. Now, very quickly, the people I worked with in the music industry gave me the feedback that this is a career-ending decision. That's when I learned life lessons.
Career? Why would that end someone's career? That's stupid.
But all great ideas are crazy.
All right, where to next? I guess I'll go.
So I made the decision, but still, these negative thoughts kept coming up in my head. Thoughts like, what if I really hurt myself permanently from doing this walk? What if I fail? What if I don't make it across?
Way up there. Let's see.
In front of everyone. But on
Right about here.
I stood off the coast of New Jersey and I took a step. And when I took that step, all the fears and doubts about what might happen if I chose to do this, they disappeared because I was doing it. And that's when I learned the second lesson. Step one is take one step. I walked across New Jersey, Pennsylvania. I walked across Ohio where I developed blistering foot pain. It was worse.
Where are we? Where is
So I
this?
knew it. I'd been walking for over 3 months. I could just see the Rocky Mountains on the horizon when, ow! Pain shot up my left leg. And then I heard a sound that I didn't want to hear. A poisonous rattlesnake had just sunk its fangs into my left leg. I called 911 and I asked dispatch, am I going to die? The voice on the other end of the phone said, I don't know, sir. I spent 3 nights in the ICU, and my legs swelled to the size of an elephant trunk. I went from walking 24 miles every day to not being able to walk to the bathroom. But after a lot of great medical care,
how many is this?
So now I had a decision to make. I could either
52, almost over halfway there.
Luxury and Uber Eats.
Now let's go which way?
Or I could go back to the sweltering heat. Go back to the blistering foot pain. Go back to the sides of the roads where the cars almost hit me every single day. This past sucked and it hurt a lot, but it taught me lesson number 3. When it comes to things I care about, my reasons to quit are always excuses in disguise.
Somewhere around here.
The exact spot that darn snake bit me. Until I walked up and over the Rocky Mountains.
Just stay away from the snake areas, right?
I kept taking steps until I walked across Arizona. I kept taking steps until I walked across Nevada.
When did he do this?
Until I walked across the Mojave Desert. I kept taking steps until the Hollywood sign was on my right. And after 6 months and 3 days, 2,851 miles, 5.7 million steps, I dove face first into the Pacific Ocean. So while I was in that water, an unfamiliar emotion washed over me.
Alrighty.
That's why I learned lesson number 4. True happiness.
Somewhere up here.
So now, I had the health, I had the happiness, but I ain't my dad. 2 years before I started walking across America, my dad was diagnosed with glioblastoma. It's a form of brain cancer.
Yikes.
And on January 11th, 2017, my dad passed away. And I want to be real with you today. I had the idea and the inspiration to walk across America way before my dad got sick. But every time spring rolled around, I was saying next year, next
Whoops,
year.
where am I going?
And as a result of me saying next year, my dad never got to see me achieve my biggest dream, my biggest accomplishment. And he never got to see me truly happy. Lesson number 5, don't wait. Thank you.
Easy to watch. He has a lot of money.
You can watch his full talk.
Most people would need to work. I don't know. That's, oh, let's just walk across the country. That's cool, but. All right, let's go. Enough. Enough.
Our production staff at NPR also includes James Del Russo and Harsha Nahar. Our executive producer is Irene Noguchi. Our audio engineers were Simon Jensen, Jimmy Keeley, and Tiffany Vera Castro. Our theme music was written by Ramtin Ardui. Our partners at TED are Chris Anderson,
$9.
Roxanne Hylash, Alejandra Salazar, and Daniela Bella-Rezo. I'm Alicia Zamarodi, and you've been listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
Yeah, 3 seconds.
Support for the TED Radio Hour comes from the estate of John B. Crow, whose bequest serves as an enduring investment in the future of public radio and seeks to help NPR be the model for high-quality journalism in the 21st century. From Jarl and Pamela Moe, focusing on civil liberties, foster youth, public radio, and ethics. And from the William T. Grant Foundation, supporting research
Where
to
is
improve
it?
the
Right
lives of
there.
young people at WTGrantF.org.
Take him out. He heard the spray paint. Oh, that guy saw it.
Interviewed Donald Trump more than almost any other reporter. He even plays golf with him.
Let's mark that off before I forget.
Makes the president tick.
Forget about it.
Of his time as a New York real estate mogul and the rough and tumble to punch back and to
Go
characterize your
southward.
opposition before they can characterize you. I think it is this cat and mouse game, you know, for all of the things he says about the media. Again, he's reaching out and doing interviews with the same people he says are nasty.
But appearing on the president's most watched cable network doesn't make him immune to his criticism either.
Now, he's called me, you know, I tell you what, Brett, you're a 5, sometimes you're a 4. You're nowhere near a 7. That's my best friend.
That's pretty good.
A 7.
That and more on the New Yorker Radio Hour just ahead.
Are they still after me? I try to get my bike going in the right direction.
I'm Nora Ron. The Senate is to convene at this hour. Republicans have released
Come on, leave me alone.
a huge spending and tax cut bill containing much of President Trump's domestic agenda. This sets the table for votes on the legislation
Go away.
less than a week ahead of the party's self-imposed July 4th deadline. NPR's Elena Moore reports.
Republicans hope to begin voting today, but there are still lawmakers with outstanding concerns, and the party can only afford to lose 3 votes. One issue has been changes to Medicaid, especially a proposal to slowly reduce and cap the tax that states can place on healthcare providers.
Where'd my bike go?
With big rural populations, change could take away funds for hospitals.
There, he's gone. Or they're done with me anyway, whatever.
Does create a fund of $25 billion spread out over several years to help those rural hospitals.
Get that motorbike.
It's unclear if that will cut it for concerned
Alright, let's go there.
More NPR News, Washington.
Public health departments across the country, including the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, say the federal money they rely on is not showing up on schedule this year. NPR's Selena Simmons-Ruffin reports.
2 CDC staff members tell NPR that the agency has not yet received the $9 billion Congress authorized for CDC for this fiscal year. They say it will soon be too late to disperse grants.
Starting to feel hungry.
NPR agrees that Tulane,
Where's some food when you need it? Alright.
Washington, the health commissioner in Charlotte, North Carolina,
Oh, I know where there's food.
already have a layoff
off several staff
How do I get on there?
funding delays.
Throughout this experience, we've just been told we don't have any
Isn't there a way I want to be on
The
that?
Department of Health and Human Services did not answer NPR's questions for this story.
Oh,
Selena Simmons-Duffin, NPR News.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is denouncing a report that Israeli soldiers were ordered to deliberately shoot at Palestinians trying to get food from distribution sites run by GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
I need food, damn it.
Haaretz quotes unidentified Israeli soldiers in its report. NPR's Hadil El-Salfi reports Palestinians have told similar stories.
GHF operates 4 sites, and Palestinians have told us about the utter chaos they run into and the fatal danger when trying to get this food. We also know from organizations like the International Red Cross that its field hospitals have received wound kill from these sites. So now, for the first time, the Haaretz report alleges to show the point of view of the Israeli soldiers, and their testimonies match as much of what Palestinians have told us about what goes on around their sites.
NPR's Hadil El-Salfi. This is NPR News.
Is it down there?
Crowds gathered in the streets of Tehran today for the funeral of the head of the Revolutionary Guard and other top commanders killed during the 12-day war with Israel. Israel says it had targeted nuclear sites and killed 30 commanders and 11 scientists. Dozens of European Union lawmakers and politicians are participating in Budapest Pride, a march celebrating and supporting the LGBTQ+ community. Terry Schultz reports the Hungarian government banned the march and warned organizers they could go to jail.
EU Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen was among the Prime Minister Viktor Orban to allow Budapest Pride to go ahead. She said, marching for your rights is a fundamental EU freedom.
You have the right to love who you want to. Our union is one of equality and non-discrimination. These are our core values enshrined in our treaties. They must be respected at all times in all member states.
But Orban said the European Commission should stay out of what he called law enforcement affairs in this country. Authorities are tracking the event with facial recognition software, threatening organizers with a year in prison and attendees with a fine equal to more than $500.
Food, right?
Japan has launched a satellite to monitor greenhouse gas emissions. After several days of delays because of electrical
No caramel corn for me.
The 2A rocket lifted off successfully Sunday, local time. It will track carbon, methane, and other greenhouse gases as part of Japan's efforts to monitor climate change. I'm Nora Ram, NPR News.
Yum, yum.
Support for NPR comes from
You
the
want
Levinson
more?
Foundation, dedicated to improving lives through invention, innovation,
Hey, my
and
homies are
climate
here.
action. And the William T. Grant Foundation, supporting research to improve the lives of young people at WTGrants.org.
This is the New Yorker.
Is that enough food for now? Come on. Oh, there's a...
Welcome to the New Yorker Radio Hour.
I can work out on the beach, right?
The relationship between Fox News and Donald Trump is not just close, it can be profoundly influential. Trump frequently responds to segments in real time online, even if only to complain about a poll that he hasn't won.
Where is that beach workout, please? I'll find it. More excitement, huh?
Who's a former Weekend host. The network is seen as
I want to do a go over that wall. Come on.
and even as a general. Most recently, it's been reported that Fox News' coverage of the Iran-Israel conflict influenced Trump's decision to enter that fight.
Where am
America First is not sitting in a beach chair and using words. It's taking decisive action when we can take out Bordeaux one snoop from here.
And while the network's right-wing commentators, from Sean Hannity to Laura Ingraham to Mark Levin, tend to grab the most headlines and stand as the ideological coloring of the network.
Where is it? There it is. Nope, that's a parking lot.
Is essential to the conservative media complex. Brett Baer draws over 3 million viewers a night, at times surpassing legacy brands like CBS Evening News, despite being available in half as many homes. Now, Baer insists on its impartiality.
Oh.
But his network's reputation as an outlet for the right and its connection to President Trump himself can sometimes make his job, well, a source of real fascination. We spoke last week.
I think we're near it, aren't we?
Brett, welcome to the belly of the beast. Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here. What is it?
And it,
New York,
no.
So tell me a little bit about that. I want to get a sense of what
There it is, right?
think about what's now called the mainstream media, the New York Times is the New Yorkers of the world, because God knows, if we're being perfectly honest with each other.
What's a good amount? 100. Let's see if I can do 100.
Fox. Sure. So, in the interest of
Working out, pumping iron.
a little bit better, I wanted to have this conversation because I really respect the interviews you do, and I think it's probably a
I should have went with a higher weight, maybe.
I want to talk about that. But as it said, we all live in our silos now. It's very, very different.
Getting muscle, yeah.
Years ago. So how do you feel it?
You know, first of all, it's good to be here. Thanks for having me. I don't view it adversarial in any way. I've worked with
Getting buff.
folks in every different media outlet. I have a lot of friends in the so-called mainstream media, and I like to think of myself as doing a lot of the same stories, maybe in different ways sometimes, but trying to keep it fair, in my view. I've been at Fox for 27 years. So the
Yeah, get that muscle. How many reps? 30?
And, you know, I went from covering the Southeast and South America.
Killing my wrist a little.
Covering the White House.
33.
I took over for my mentor and friend, Britt Hume.
Exciting.
16 years ago now, in January of 2009. So, you know, I've been anchor and executive editor of Special Report, and really my focus is horse blinders on that hour. And,
Holy crap. There we go.
Create an hour of news and analysis that somebody could watch no matter where their political leanings are, and come to the end of the hour and say, that was
Where's my vehicle?
In the U.S. and around the world. So I don't have any animosity. I really don't towards anybody else.
Why did you get into the business? Why did you become a journalist?
You know, I was a ham in high school. I was the sports editor of the paper. I interned at a local station in Atlanta, WSB, with a sports guy, Ernie Johnson Jr.
No, let's go get him.
He went on to NBA fame in his coverage. And I looked over at the newspaper and said,
shoot him.
Wow, I like that over there.
Good job.
Politics on your mind?
No, it really wasn't.
Did you grow up in a political environment? Or
no, not really. I mean, I paid attention to it, but it wasn't really a driving force until I became a general assignment reporter.
Nice one.
For our local station in Hilton Head, South Carolina, Rockford, Illinois, Raleigh, North Carolina, and then I started with Fox and Fox started.
Fix this thing. Where is it?
Keenly interested in politics, really to try to file stories to get on Britt Hume's show, Special Report. So I would bounce around the Southeast and do political stories to try to get on that show.
The beginning you're describing is the story of God knows how many other journalists.
All right, where are these tags?
Are you saying you could just as easily have ended up and been comfortable at CBS News or NBC News?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I've worked for a NBC affiliate, an ABC affiliate, a CBS affiliate. So, yeah, my trajectory was I got a call from an agent at the time who said, this place, Fox News, would like to hire you. I said, they want to go for an interview? And I said, no, they want you to be the Atlanta guy. And that started.
Would you say that you have politics? Some journalists deny that they do. They tamp them down and put them in a jar over by the door.
Yeah. I'd like to think that people don't know what my politics are. But yeah, of course, I'm not a robot. I have feelings and thoughts about it.
So tell me about it.
But I really do think in my job that that's not my role, to get emotionally behind some issue.
I'm not saying that it is, but when you go to the voting booth, do you generally pull the lever for blue or red?
I don't vote.
You don't vote?
Good job. I don't
either.
either.
My old editor at the Washington Post, Len Downey, he said he didn't vote.
I
It is a matter of kind of...
Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. I don't.
You think it would put you in a spot?
I would answer your question.
Yeah.
And I'd answer that.
Where is this crap? All right, I see it.
Right.
But I don't, so I don't have to answer that question.
So it's a matter of comfort.
Yeah, it's a matter of comfort. And it's, listen, I'm listed as an independent.
And I like to think that I can think both ways, but of course I have feelings about certain things. And when I'm talking to friends, I express that. But
what about when you're talking publicly?
Oh, I bet it. Oh, he can swim, so I don't need to worry too much about that.
All sides watching my show. That I'm not advocating.
I can finally swim.
Over this hour and give you a sense of what this side says, what that side says. You make the decision. And it sounds cliche that we report, you decide, but I truly believe that my job is to lay it out there and let the viewers decide how they think about it.
What is the job of an interviewer? When you
Come
go
on.
in and you've interviewed,
I don't want to paint you.
As many times as anybody I can imagine, certainly on television.
Oh, gotta get some paint on.
Ideally, I'm able to take them off their talking points, not hear the recited, thing that we've heard X number of times. I was friends with Tim Russert, played Tim Russert, and we'd fly back and forth to New York here. And I would sit next to him and say, Tim, I really love your style. What do you think the secret is? And I said, Brett, it's never about
Is there a sniper rifle in here?
And I always took that to heart because
or
it's always the
something.
redirect. Listening to the answer, figuring out what the nugget is that's new, and then redirecting. And that's what I'm trying to do, no matter what the ideological side is.
Is there a
Good to have.
requirement for interviewing Trump?
10 shots.
In other words, his strategy is to overwhelm.
A lot of times, but if you get in the cadence with him and you ask the question and then you follow up, he does, to his credit, answer the question eventually. Sometimes he reuses, as he says, but he gives you an answer as opposed to some politicians who never give you an answer.
So Trump comes into the room.
Yeah.
The president comes into the room, sits across from you.
Yeah.
Nice one. All right. We're in fancy car land all of a sudden.
What's the immediate?
All right, enough to paint one more.
Depends on the interview.
Because he's going to overwhelm you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's going to try to filibuster or talk about what he wants to talk about. And but I'm trying to get to the heart of whatever the news is at the day. It also depends on the interview. My last interview I had with him was at the Super Bowl. Ahead of the Super Bowl. So it's a different interview than the Super Bowl interview as opposed to the previous interview I did with him as a candidate, where we were in the middle of these legal cases.
I can't see, it's too bright.
We're talking about, if I remember correctly, Brett, the thing that really annoyed him is when you pressed him about the keeping papers.
Yes.
He got, let's put it, not to find a point on, he was really pissed.
Yeah.
About what?
And that's the interview afterwards.
First of all, I won in 2020 by a lot, okay? Let's get that straight.
A lot.
And if you look at all of the tapes, if you look at everything that you want to look at, you take a look at Truth to Vote, where they have people.
Time to go get some stinking paint.
Let's go to recent. FBI Twitter. Let's go to recent. The 51 agents. All corrupt stuff.
Understand about the
That's cheating on the election.
You lost the 2020 election.
You take a look at all of this stuff. Is that because you expect something from Fox that you might not expect from, I don't know, CNN?
I don't know about that. I don't think so. I've always, every time I've interviewed him, I think taken it as a tough but fair effort. And, over time, he's come to expect that. He's called me.
Get rid of this mark.
You're at a 5. Sometimes you're a 4. You're nowhere near a 7. That's my best Trump.
It's pretty good. I have to say, not bad at all.
But he's
what do you do with the
lies? Well, you fact check as much as
real time. That's not easy.
As much as you can. Like in that June 23 interview, which
isn't this
I tried to fact check real time, but it's coming at you a lot of it. And a lot of interviewers who have interviewed the president, have that challenge. And to do it real time, you've got to be on your game on a lot of different fronts. I think I did it fairly well in that interview.
More gunnage.
It's not as
not as good. But to be able to get the access and ask the questions is a big deal.
Nice car that they're in.
The editor at that time was Benjamin Beck.
What are they mad about?
And when he was a younger guy, when he was at Newsweek,
Oh, hey, where'd my dude go? We've been. Did he die? Oh,
and that was something he came to
who killed him?
not only did he come to realize that it was wrong,
There.
he also felt that he'd gone in any number of
Not fair. He's dead.
friendship. I'm not by any stretch
My
of
homie.
saying you are close friends with him, friends with Donald Trump, but you have played golf with him a number of times. Is there not some peril in that kind of relationship?
I think it's a great question. I answer it this way. Tell me the journalist that won't take the 3-hour off-the-record ability to pick the brain of the commander-in-chief, the president, who's making these big decisions in an environment that is more relaxed, that perhaps he's more open to talking about different things, to get you a sense of where his head is in the middle of all
right.
Tell me that journalist who doesn't take that. And I'll say, I don't know who turns it down. And I understand your question.
It doesn't run the risk of coziness so that you start giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Now, I don't think it's bad to let him say his piece and to hear that side and press respectfully but pointedly, right? In a way that's, maybe he doesn't look.
Oops. Messed it up.
Still played golf with him.
Now where is it?
Are you talking politics on the golf course? Sometimes. Sometimes it's golf. Sometimes it's other things. But I'm getting a few questions that illuminate some aspect of my reporting that I tuck away.
Alrighty, give me that.
And am able to better report on some things that he's doing.
Look, I wrote a book about Barack Obama. I know Barack Obama a bit, but I don't play golf with him.
Would you play golf with him?
It's a great question.
If he asked you, would you go out for 3.5 hours with Barack Obama?
It's not even golf.
Let's see where to paint now.
With him, and I find it deeply, I'll be very honest, I find the whole off-the-record thing very frustrating.
Well, it's conflicting because you want to report what they say.
I'm not his friend.
But guess what? I've had many off the record.
Couple more on this area, in this area.
And with a lot of politicians.
Do you find any of those people distinctly different than they are on the record?
100%.
To what extent, let's talk about Joe Biden for a second, to what extent did the media blow the story of his, to be unkind about it, really rapid aging, it's sort of the process that we see all the time in life, slowly, and all at once, or the all at once being the performance in the debate. Where did we go wrong? Or when you look at me, are you saying why you said
down
you
here?
got it right, you got it wrong? Go ahead.
You said I didn't, but I think it was on my show a lot of times. Brig Hume mentioned it in his analysis. Peter Doocy asked questions specifically about the mental cognitive ability, and the critics were saying he's losing a step. There were analysis pieces in various papers, media who cover media.
What one was that? This one?
Doing this to make the president look bad. And, it was a giant conspiracy. It was a Fox thing.
I can almost hear coming in
over here.
headphones, people telling me, ask him, wait a minute. What about when Trump just goes off, as he does, what is it called?
His weave.
The weave.
I know.
Is that a sign of mental discipline?
Listen, he obviously has a style. I'm not going to analyze, but I don't think you can say that President Trump is in the same cognitive place as Joe Biden. And I think it was evident in that debate, but more importantly, he's taken
where am I?
The first 30 days of his presidency that Joe Biden did in 2 years. He's talked to every member of the press, no matter where they are, ABC, CBS, NBC. But I'm not defending him. What I'm saying is that story, that cognitive story, was a big mess. A big mess.
I'm Trying to paint over your tag, loser.
Fox News' special.
How you like that?
This is the New Yorker Radio Hour, and we'll continue our
You just talking to me?
in just a minute.
All right, 14. Now there's one down south I gotta go grab.
The Radio Hour is supported by BetterHelp.
Haven't even opened it up on the map.
Clients are matched with 1,000 therapists and can communicate via video, chat, or phone at betterhelp.com/public.
And by Progressive Insurance, where customers can compare prices on car insurance against different companies side by side to find a rate that works for them. Options to fit most any budget. More at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Oh, that was ooh. I'm glad I didn't fall off. Let's go get a little ammo. Where is it? Oh, I'm far away from it here. It's up here. Yay.
Ancient Saturday night. This week, new music.
Pretty far, 251 feet.
Saturday night at 6 on Main Public Radio. The secrets I don't sell, ever to myself, just keep.
Whoops.
We're diving into Canada this week on Folk Alley. Hey, I'm Cindy House. I'm going to spin legends from the Great White North like Neil Young, Joni Mitchell, and Leonard Cohen in honor of
Where's
Canada
this
Day.
crap?
You can join me this week on Folk Alley.
On the other side of something.
Folk Alley tonight at 8 o'clock right here on Maine Public Radio.
62. Oh boy.
Brett Baer has made a name for
38
himself
to
in
go.
an ideologically divided environment of cable news. He vehemently defends his position as nonpartisan.
So
and at
still
times,
quite a
he's
few.
often had to square a version of the facts that his audience prefers with reality. We spoke this past week about how
Down
Baer keeps
here.
that position amid the attacks that can come from both sides of the political aisle, and sometimes directly from President
All
Trump
right, what do we
himself.
got going on
Our
here?
conversations
7 thumbs up. Nice. I think some. Hey,
You
that's
said
their right to do, though, right?
you lost the 2020 election.
That was the interview that he felt was nasty.
He did not love that.
No.
And yet,
Over there.
not only said the opposite, and continue to say the opposite, but they've kept that alive as a talking. Are you comfortable with that?
I always point out that he lost the 2020 election. You can make the argument that it was stolen because of the coverage of the Hunter Biden laptop. Had the media covered the Hunter Biden laptop in that moment, and had Biden not said that 51 intelligence officers said it was Russian disinformation at that debate, could it have moved enough votes in each one of the states to make a difference? I can't make that argument. I can't say that that's true or not true, but I do know that
But isn't it an empirical fact as opposed to a matter of opinion? Some things are opinion and some things are facts.
Well, the fact was that there was something on his laptop. And the fact was that the 51 intelligence agents...
But a lot of things, a lot of factors.
Where is this?
Of course, well, that's what I'm getting to. Is that I can't say that that's going to move the needle. But
Gotta do some climbing.
It's not. I'm saying it was stolen, which is why I said it's not. But what I'm saying
Get out of
is
here.
that people who say that there were things that happened that were rigged, including...
Oh, who did that?
This thing.
Was it the bus?
You know, they can make an argument. As far as looking at the actual election, you know, with the votes that they found that, you know, didn't match up, or if there were shifts, there were never enough votes to overcome the lead in all of those states, and we made that clear on my show and other shows.
Does President
63. I feel like I already did 63.
I have called him, but it's more the other way.
First of all,
Oh, cut it out. Did I mess up? Did I pause it and screw it up or something?
But would you take it?
What does it tell you?
It tells you that he wants to be front and center in every story, and he is front and center in every story, and he wants... what I take from it off the record is his perspective, his mindset.
It seems to me so...
Where is it?
That the same man that says the press is the enemy of the people is calling, I don't know, Maggie Haberman,
Jonathan Carl, now the Atlantic has the number.
Yeah, well, what am I, chopped liver?
Yeah. I mean, you want it? I'll give it to you.
Please do. Let me write that down.
He would answer. I guarantee you he would answer.
But what is that about? His relationship to the press seems obsessive, contemptuous, legalistic. I mean...
63. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah. It's an incomprehensible lawsuit.
Oh, just remembering wrong.
How do you...
Where now?
I think it is part of the man. I think it is part of his time here in New York as a New York real estate mogul.
Right here on the building.
Rough and tumble to punch back and to characterize your opposition before they can characterize you. I think that's part of it. I think it is.
Thanks.
Cat and mouse game.
Thank you all. I go here.
Says about the media again, he's reaching out and doing interviews with the same people he says are nasty.
Not just this. Yeah, you got the nice part.
Yeah.
It gets a lot worse.
Oh yeah. Well, you should see his supporters when after that on the chemistry. Well, yeah, it's what did you feel? Yeah, it's. Yeah.
What were you called?
I was called everything.
Anything you can say, even on the podcast version of this conversation?
You know, just liberal.
Where?
Super crazy. This person after family.
Let me ask you this: all presidents come to.
Where is this crap?
The inquisitiveness and pursuit of the press. Enemy of the people is something else, no?
I agree, and I wish he wouldn't use it. And I've expressed that. I've expressed publicly
on a golf course.
Mm-hmm.
And what does he say?
It's off the record.
On the record, he said to Leslie Stone, I do this because, it causes disbelief in people.
Right.
A certain relativism, the thing that the right used to...
Oh, I'm in the wrong. All right, let's check it out. It's in the other part of the building. Somewhere over here.
Liked, maybe didn't like everything he was doing, but liked what he was
talking
about. Liked the policies he was talking about. Enough to get elected in the
I don't
face
understand.
Of an onslaught of
Where's it pointing?
That came from one side. I mean, the first president.
At the corner. I don't. Sorry, let's check the corner.
Almost 6-7 months. That's all we heard about. It was nonstop.
I'm not going to accept the premise, but okay, go ahead.
But it really was nonstop.
So we had all the intelligence agencies saying there was.
Now I have no idea what they're talking about.
The president played any
No
role in
clue.
being a pacifist.
Is it over
Right.
here?
I mean, he was characterized as a Russian asset in some corners. And
although it was made confusing when the president of the United States gets up and says and addresses Russia and says, what?
Yeah, I know.
Bring it on.
Right.
I can't find it.
We covered it all. But my point
It
is
says it's here.
That was a big part of
But
the coverage
where?
of the first term. Then in this
Up
latest
there?
interview, all of these legal cases that were
Maybe.
going after every element of
How do we get up there?
Whether it was right or wrong, but it was characterized as lawfare by the right, and people believed that it was over the top. So in the face of all of that, he still touched enough people to get elected twice. And when he first ran, nobody gave him a shot. We just
Armor.
turned the 10-year anniversary of that escalator ride down. And going back in the media clips.
Oh, that was bad for my bike.
He'll never be president. This is a joke, blah, blah, blah. And now he's been there twice. So he's touching something in the country that some of the media missed.
I find you a
What
very
the
strong and
S?
fair interview.
To even get up there is a decorational.
I'll confess to you that I thought when you interviewed Kamala Harris, and maybe you've heard this before, you were, and can do this, you were a little interrupting, and maybe more interrupting of her than of Donald Trump.
I've heard that criticism.
The first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was
What the hell, man?
Citizenship Act of 2021.
Exactly.
It was essentially the citizenship for the. Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please? But you have to let me finish.
You had the White House and the House and the Senate, and they didn't bring up
responding to the point you're raising, and I'd like to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
How do I get up on that?
Interview with Donald Trump, I was about equal as far as my push.
Not an interruption. Definitely in terms of tough questions. I wouldn't argue with that.
I would look back. I did interrupt to try to redirect.
Where is it?
I think the vice president wanted to come very combative to that interview and wanted that.
And you wanted to push her back.
Well, I was actually ready to start
up there.
With something very,
how do I get up there?
What's the most important issue for you, Madam Vice President? And to be honest, we did a pre-tape.
Let's figure this out.
We wanted to do it live at 6 p.m. They wanted to do a pre-tape, which was fine with us. They said 5 o'clock, and we were ready at 4:30. She had an event.
Where am I? Where am I coming out?
We just told the folks, we need to start by 5:15.
Get that marked off.
Otherwise,
I'm way far away from it.
Top of the 6 o'clock would be logistically tough for us to do. So she's in the building, the event's over, I'm there, lights are ready, we're all ready, 4:35, 4:45, 4:50, 5 o'clock, 5:05, 5:10, 5:13. Now, at 5:15, we have to do it live because we can't physically get the thing. Do it live. No, I wasn't going to do that. It wouldn't be fun. But 5:15, so my producers are pulling their hair out, they're sweating, everybody's running around. 5:13:30, 5:14, 5:14:30. The vice president walks out of that room, sits down. I try to engage, as you did before I came on, in some conversation. It was a great event outside.
Well, maybe.
Good to see you. And she turned and said, "You ready?" Didn't like that. Well, I just thought it was.
I found it. Oh, wow. That was so annoying trying to find this one.
And it changed the dynamic. And she was
seeing the kicker for our non-football.
Oh, yes.
64.
For a field goal attempt to make the kicker think about it extra hard.
Thank you.
Hold on a second here.
Try to reach abroad.
That's really good.
2036.
It just started like that. And I knew at that moment that she wanted to be combative. Listen, we gave a lot of time.
One,
She talked
two,
about
three.
issues she wanted to talk about, but also.
But I think you're telling me she pissed you off a little bit by coming in.
Well, I thought it was a little rude. Yes, it did, and it doesn't emotionally affect me. But as I sat there, what is she trying to do?
I'm counting them. It's stupid, but I'm making sure I didn't mess up or something. One.
When you watch some of the opinion shows on your network.
One. Wait, there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Do you ever want to throw a shoe at at some of your colleagues, or their flickering images on the screen?
It's too hard. One.
Different job than I have. I think they do it very well. Their
8,
opinion, they come
9,
from an
10, 11, 12,
point of view
13,
or a
14,
perspective. They oftentimes stir the pot. We are under one umbrella. We're rowing in the same way, but we do something completely different. Do you not feel implicated in some way by their excesses at times? By association. People paint with a broad brush. The people who have a really, really big problem with Fox likely haven't watched Fox. So I tell people, watch my show for 3 times. Drop me a post.
Where am I going?
Was this show fair? But they're not just watching your show. They're going to watch Laura Ingraham. They're going to watch all of them. Sean Hannity. So tell me the other opinion side of the cable news verse. Show me the news show.
Where am I?
Special report on MSNBC. Do you think Rachel Maddow is just the equivalent of Mark Levin or Laura Ingraham?
I mean, she obviously is
Where am
a person who advocates an opinion.
Down in the whatever.
What I'm saying is a news show.
One up.
Crux of the matter.
It depends on your point of view, I suppose.
Facts don't depend on your point of view.
Of course, but in the presentation of it, like,
get me out of this.
Get the water cooler to go one way or another.
Do you ever worry that you are the thing that they can point to and say, but
let me out.
Fair-minded.
Oh,
straight up the middle.
I hate this airport. How do I get out up there?
Let's just say another note.
I would argue that if you build it, they will come. Listen, I think the opinion folks do what they do. The 5 is an amazing lead-in for me.
Oh my God, how do I get? All right, get in there.
Network news across the country, even here in New York, NBC, ABC, CBS. That's
too bad for him, huh?
Be able to say that. So I think about the product, and again, focus on my product with force blinders on. And
what if you got involved?
Give me that.
Listen, hi, I'm from NBC.
Whatever.
Come to New York.
What we got here?
MSNBC.
Oh, look at that, a motorbike.
Come on, we'll give you an even better deal. Did you do that?
I'm really happy with this.
I know you
will. I've been 27
years. But would it be something that you would rule out of hand for matters of loyalty or
no.
No, don't go down, back down there. Get out of this crazy place here.
MSNBC had a news show, but they would develop and leave the executive editor to make the news decisions about the coverage in that hour. I mean, I have a lot of autonomy in this position. And Fox has been tremendous and has supported the news division so much.
But I'm not trying to be tricky here. It's an honest question. If you could do that at a network that's overall politics were different, you'd be fine doing it.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm not thinking about that. I have a really great position right now, and I feel like we are driving a lot of news.
Where is it?
Fox viewers, but for every viewer. We get picked up in papers in the New York Times and Washington Post, and we are making news. We have reporters breaking news, and they're
you can't grab. Come on.
So, listen again. I'm very happy, but to your question, if there's a news product, I think there should be more news shows. And I'm sad that there aren't more news shows like Special Report.
Right on the corner.
I mean, I'm happy
somehow.
because I think people look to that to try to get a straight shot, but they can't really find it a lot of places.
Brett Bear, thank you so much.
Hey, thanks. It's been a pleasure.
No, that's just
Brett Bear. He's been at Fox for nearly 3 decades, and he anchors the network's special report 5 nights a week. This is the New Yorker Radio Hour. Stick around.
Boney.
The New Yorker Radio Hour is supported by Made in Cookware. Their new
Where am I?
outdoor grill
Far from where I should be.
Performance found in top restaurants around the world to backyard tailgates and camping trips. More at madeincookware.com.
And by seed.com. Seed's DSO
Down by that corner.
2-in-1 probiotic and prebiotic engineered to survive digestion, support healthy regularity, and promote whole body health. Learn more at seed.com/public.
The New Yorker Radio Hour on Maine Public Radio is made possible by support from listeners like you. And Katahdin Coffee, proud to be roasted in Maine and locally owned. Available at Shaw's Supermarket and at KatahdinCoffee.com. And the Cat High Speed Car Ferry, helping you travel between Bar Harbor and Nova Scotia in 3.5 hours.
Somewhere over here.
.ca.
Maine Public is proud to be your trusted source for programs that inspire and entertain. You trust the
Where's my stinking garbage?
We trust that when the time comes, you'll lend your support to these efforts. More than 75% of funding for Maine Public comes from community donations. To see the impact of your support or to make an additional gift, please visit mainepublic.org/impact.
What's it over here?
Thank you for doing your part to sustain this vital community resource.
RFK Jr. is reshaping the CDC in accordance with his own singular views and priorities.
He doesn't believe in the germ theory. He doesn't believe that the treatment or prevention of germs will be life-saving. He's talking about taking red dye out of Skittles and destroying vaccine programs. That's not making us healthy.
Meet Kennedy's new anti-vax vaccine.
There it is. Holy crap.
This week's On the Media from WNYC.
Come on, cop. Keep going.
And join us.
Is that a cop or a pilot? It's like a pilot, huh? I'm not afraid of you.
This is the New Yorker Radio Hour. I'm David Remnick. You may recall a year or two ago hearing news stories that Harvard University was offering a course.
65.
It had a pretty big enrollment, to say the least.
Oop.
And that course was taught by a professor and literary critic named Stephanie Burt. In the New Yorker, Burt has written seriously about comics and science fiction.
All right, a little north of
She's
it.
also considered great poets like Seamus Heaney and Mary Oliver. And Burt has now put together an anthology that she calls Super Gay Poems. It's a collection of LGBTQ poetry which begins after the Stonewall Uprising of 1969.
There are poems where we read it and we say, wow, that's me. And there are poems where we read it and we say, wow, I didn't know that could happen. That's not me. And there are poems where we read them and we just say, that's beautiful. That is elegant. That is funny. That is sexy. That is hot. That is so sad they don't know why I like it.
Oh, I better go get my bike back or something, right?
Available to readers.
Stephanie Burt sat down to talk about 3 of her favorite works with our producer, Jeffrey Masters.
You know, reading the earlier poems in the book, I would have assumed that the queerness would have been more hidden and more subtle, and that's not the case at all. You know, Audre Lorde
over here.
And this is someone who was publicly gay, and there were very few people in the country who were public about their sexuality. And the poem really speaks to that too. Can I read a portion of that? Absolutely. Okay, this is the 3rd stanza from Audre Lorde's fascinating poem, Walking Our Boundaries. We should produce a context here, which is that Lorde is writing about an early spring day.
So that's the
on the house with a garden and a
up
yard.
north a bit.
Our joint holding, which she has bought with her long-term partner. They would certainly have gotten married if they could have at that time in the 70s. The sun is watery warm. Our voices seem too loud for this small yard, too tentative for women so in love. The siding has come loose in spots.
Where? Up
Our
here.
footsteps hold this place together as our place. Our joint decisions make the possible whole. I do not know when again, but
How much, I got enough paint, huh?
another plot for this year's.
Where is this?
Talk about why you wanted to include this poem. So, this poem I picked in part because it's a good and fairly early representation of queer, and in this case, lesbian domesticity.
Let's see.
This is a poem not about falling for someone and irresistibly wanting to take
I don't see
but
it.
not learning to live with someone to share not just a life but a physical household. And in this case, a house and a household and gardening and
I don't see it.
And the context of the whole poem is that if you live with someone for
leave me alone.
years, decades, you're gonna have moments of conflict.
Is it up here?
That imagines what happens after you have a fight, how to stay together, and affirm. Something else really beautiful about this poem in particular.
Where the hell?
It almost always does, which is it doesn't use large.
I don't think that's it.
It remains in a demotic register, but it's also very
under this gray.
about how its syntax develops. There are poems.
Come on, you can do it.
Crisis, and I think that Paul Monet is probably one of the names that people know from that era. Yeah,
Get
Paul
me
Monet
back
is
in
for
there.
me the great poet of that era, and he differs
Leave me
from
alone.
a lot of the other poets of the sort of age of mass death in America from HIV and AIDS, because he's such a poet of incandescent anger, and he's a poet of caregiving.
How is it here? Come on.
Himself got sick and eventually passed from HIV and AIDS. And so this is a very intense poem. I'd like you to read a portion of it, though. Sure. So Monet writes about the right to be angry. No, this is not a punishment. This is the entire.
This is obnoxious.
Centuries of patriarchy teaming up to be jerks and kill us. It is the fault of a cascade of actively homophobic institutions who treated the death of a generation of people, primarily but not exclusively men, as a joke, because gay people dying was a joke. And I'm going to read you the end of this poem, which is called The Worrying. And he refers to his lover, his partner, who's sick, as Raj. Raj, it hasn't stopped at all.
Where is it?
Okay. Does it hurt? What can I do? Still, I think if I worry enough, I'll keep you near. The night before Thanksgiving, I had
trash. Is it over here?
Side of us, so we won't be cramped. That yard of extra grass would let us breathe. This is crazy, right? But Thanksgiving morning, I went the grave 2 over. The side view was 6 feet deep, ready for the next murdered dream. So see.
Oh, there it is.
Why not worry? Worry is like prayer, is like God if you have none. They all forget. There's the other side too. 12 years and not once to fret. Who will ever love
all right.
That was the heaven.
I need more.
We had it here. Now, black on
spray paint. How many's that?
Sure, that's not in the books. Are you easy, my stolen pal? What do
And where
you
was
need?
it?
Sleep like sleep. You want a pillow.
I gotta knock the
my one safe place.
thing off the map.
Just say what it is and it's yours.
Oh.
And so that is from Worrying by Paul Monet. He's
5.5 hours. Oh.
The AIDS crisis. And you know, on the opposite end of things, switching gears for a moment.
On for a vehicle.
That I really kind of adored the book, and this takes us up to present day. It's a love poem, and it's called "She Ties My Bow Tie" by Gabrielle Calvo Caresi. And I asked them to read the poem for us, so let's hear that now.
What you thought was the sound of the deer drinking at the base of the ravine.
Oh.
It's not their soft tongues entering the water, but my love tied my
Let's
bow tie.
save the game.
It's a little house just up from the ravine. Forgive yourself. It's easy to mistake her wrists for the necks of deer. Her fingers move so deftly. One could call them skittish, though not really because they're not afraid of you. I know. You thought it was the deer, but they're so far down you couldn't possibly hear them. No, this is the breeze my love makes. when she ties me up and sends me out into the world. Her breath pulled taut and held until she's through.
Yeah. And stop. I'm kind of tired and hungry and what have you.
And how to loop the silk into a bow.
All right.
Interesting to pair this with the Audre Lorde poem because it's also about this like private domestic moment. And I was thinking about how just the world is a scary place right now for queer and trans people.
Hold
they're
on.
being painted as perverts and pedophiles. They're too dangerous to allow in bathrooms.
Right.
And yet, what is this queer couple doing behind closed doors? In this case, it's a woman fixing her bow tie before they leave the house.
And those are two poems of domesticity, and they're poems about the kind of safety that we can create for one another when the outside world doesn't feel safe.
Totally. And this is what Gabrielle told me about reading.
This poem really, to me, is one of the first poems I wrote that I feel like is really rooted in living in North Carolina. It comes from living in this big city, and so all of a sudden, like, I was back in a world where there were all of these woods and all of these pine trees. There were foxes like coming up. I would look out the window and see deer in the morning, and they didn't just start like visiting me. They started visiting my poems. And then I also, at the same time, started wearing a bow tie. And it's interesting. It took coming to the University of North Carolina and my queer students and the way they embodied their life in this place, with such like joy and a kind of wonder. And so one day I was at South Point Mall in Durham, and I like and I saw these bow ties.
I can't
and
find
I was
it.
like,
There it is.
I really just appreciate the geographical spread of this book. We don't hear enough about queer and trans folks in non-coastal cities.
America is a very big place. It is easy for people
All right.
leave New York, Connecticut, New Jersey.
Let's save this and give it a rest here.
Or Greater LA and San Francisco and think, well, there are these big dark blue places of safety, and then everything else is haters with pitchforks. There are queer communities in smaller cities that
saved, right?
Some of which are in safe states.
Save it again.
Some of which are not. It means
for the
that there
fun
are
of it or whatnot.
rural retreats and communes and spaces of wildness.
Saves fast.
Who want that. It means that there are thriving suburbs.
All right, everyone that gave this a thumbs up, watched it, or both,
large towns,
or whatever, right?
Where you can be your full
Thanks a bunch. I really appreciate it.
And
I'll catch you all later in part 2, all right? Bye-bye.
Is one of those places where you can be close to nature.
Can I ask, how did working on this and compiling these poems, how did that change or expand